race. 5 p.m. Pacific. Let's get started. Looking forward to having a great show. The man right now who's absolutely doing a great job in 450 motocross is Dylan Ferrandis. He has won 3 out of the 4 races. He has a 14-point lead. He will be on tonight to talk about that. Of course, they're back in the goat farm. The Star guys are, so we'll talk to him about that and more. Carson Mumford will be on. Mumphy will be on later on tonight. Talk about his nationals, working with my co-host here, and more. And, of course, the motorsport.com filthy Phil Nicoletti phone call, and things are just the plane has hit the mountain with that guy right now. It's not good, but we'll get Phil on, and
Suck it, Steve.
We'll see how he feels about Red Bud and everything else, man. Poor Phil. Stay tuned for that. That one could go sideways quickly. Thank you again for listening. PulpMX Show sponsored deals on the PulpMXShow.com webpage. You can get all the codes and things to save, whether it's Karcher, whether it's Arma, whatever it is, they can dial you in and help you save some money, man. Guys like Guts Racing and Atlas Brace and Works Connection, they all got codes on there, WUSA. And if you're in the market for really anything, Maxima, Pro Filter, blah, 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 we're going to help you save money and by using those codes, man. And don't forget the new PulpMX app, available real soon. Right, it's going to be Friday. Not sure if it's this Friday or next Friday, but really soon. So please check that out as soon as you can. We really appreciate it. Amazon link on PulpMX.com and PulpMXShow.com. If you're going to buy something from Amazon, click on the Amazon widget on our website and takes you to Amazon and make a purchase, and that helps us out a little bit, man. And again, thank you people for listening. Ferrandis, Phil Mumford on the show tonight. Maybe a surprise call, and we're working on that behind the scenes, but thanks to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vortex Racing, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Vertex Pistons, Pro Filter, Scoche, ORW, Atlas Neck Brace, FMF, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, Ride Engineering, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, and Intense Cycles are all on board with us. And my co-host for the entire show, the gentleman came in a little while ago, did a fantastic job. You people asked for him. You wanted him back, and he's here. And he's a former factory rider. He is a 450 Supercross winner. He's a 250 Supercross champion. It's the Duke, Davi Millsaps, man. What's up? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good.
Thanks for coming in. Yeah. People, you were a big hit.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming.
Did you get a lot of DMs and texts and stuff? Yeah. I mean, we did on our side. People thought it was fantastic that you came in, and so that's awesome. Yeah,
man. I was pumped to actually get all the messages, and even the ones on your your story that you did, whatever it was, your post. Just all of them saying that it was it's a good show, having back, and I'm like, man, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So. You're working with Mumford, and so we'll talk about that a little bit. And I got a 250 factory rider that is struggling right now, and I want to ask you some questions about him coming up on his show as well. So definitely want to get your take on that. Jason Thomas went to Majoria MXGP this weekend, so he's going to call in later. And Phil Nicoletti, teammates of yours at JGR at one point, right? We think.
I want to say yes.
We'll ask him.
Okay. I want to say yes, but it's been a while.
But we can definitely talk about.
My head,
We can definitely talk about Coy Gibbs. For sure.
Yeah, I love Coy.
We can definitely talk about Coy Gibbs. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. If you're watching us live on PulpMX YouTube, welcome. Thank you. If you're watching us live on RacerX Facebook, thank you as well. Video stuff is going really good for us. And, man, we appreciate it. So, directing the show, holding things down over there, just finishing up with the app. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks? How are you?
I'm getting conflicting messages here because you tell me to focus on the show, but then you say I'm working on the app, and that makes me think that I can work on the app during the show. So which one is it, Steve?
I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like you're mad. Can you just not play Mad Skills during the show?
That I cannot agree to.
Yeah,
no,
that's all I want.
That's out.
Just don't play Mad Skills. Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down. It's Lone Wolf, Tallon Taylor. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's up?
We went riding last week.
Yeah, Western.
Like what buddies do.
Private ride day.
Private ride day. Shredding Millsaps over at Western.
I've heard that's your spot.
What a life.
Now you have a Husqvarna now, right?
Gas.
Yeah. Okay, so bring that thing to Western and see what you got, because let me tell you,
I rode it once at Kahia right before Paula.
Okay.
And that was the first time in a year and a half.
Right. That's yeah.
But I haven't ridden it since. I don't have time.
Do you feel like you could beat me at Western?
Questionable.
Thank you.
Questionable.
You bring it up to Western. I don't jump all the jumps, so
then I'll beat you.
Okay. So yeah, looking forward to talking to you about that too. Getting back on the bike. How do you feel? Like how did it feel? Get back on the dirt bike? Like.
Okay, I know everyone talks about how, riding a dirt bike is so much fun. It's the best thing ever. You feel like a kid again. This and that, and granted. It is
right. That's Kiefer. Now he would agree with that.
It's fun. Yeah, it is fun. But yet it's also depressing when you were like when I was as fast as I was and as sharp as I was to then go out and ride and like it's like, dude, I suck now.
Arm pump.
Oh,
yeah.
So bad.
Right.
Arm pump, my hands were going numb. I just wasn't as sharp and and I didn't obviously have like the best equipment, should I say. So to me, I'm so used to having that, and it was still fun. I got to ride with Dane, which was really cool. He loved it. But for me, it was, I think, depressing because I know where I can be if I keep riding. I just don't have the time to do it.
Yeah, and some of guys like you they don't ride again. Some guys just don't because of that.
I enjoy jumping. Okay. So for me, like, there's jumps, but the Kahia doesn't really have big jumps.
Right.
So the bike was slow because it's altitude. It's the first time I ever rode the bike, and it's
if you're gonna do it, you almost have to like, hey, I got to do this twice a week.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you have time, but right.
I don't.
right.
I mean, I'm almost busier now than when I was racing.
Yeah.
So because I actually work with Derek Drake now too.
Oh, do you? Okay.
So so I have both those guys, and then I have my 2 kids and my wife.
Sure.
And I'm commuting from Havasu to California.
Yeah.
Almost every week, if not every other week, or going to the races. And Vegas is my closest airport.
Yeah.
Which is 2.5 hours from me.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
Yeah. What kind of gear are you wearing? What do you wear?
O'Neill.
Oh, okay. Enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the ride.
I didn't know.
So,
I was just checking to see if you're still enjoy the ride athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I was O'Neill when I retired, when I hit my head, and Frank and Mark there have taken care of me, and they also take care of Dane.
Yeah.
So they've been amazing. They've been awesome, and honestly, it's a place that I would like to be for a while.
702-586-7857. You got a question for Davi Millsaps or myself, or you want to talk some Red Bud or whatever, give us a call. Well, it's good to see you're back on a bike, and try not to be too frustrated, I guess, is the key, right? Like, try not to be, like, so depressed where you're like, fuck, I used to be one of the best riders in the world, and now my hands hurt.
Yeah. It's not even my hands. So I go out I think I did 8 laps the first time.
Okay.
Did maybe 6.
Yeah.
But I'm like, then I was shot.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I went back out and did like a half a lap. I'm like, I'm done.
Right.
It's depressing in that matter.
Yeah.
And then talking to Yogi all the time, he goes, dude, I just love riding. I go out and ride. And I'm like, how? But he's back in the South, so I get, they have good dirt, they have good jumps, so
maybe it's some of that.
Yeah, and he's older, so maybe he just
he's let it go as far as being where he was, right?
Yeah, and I know I'm never going to be there, obviously again,
right.
But the fact of how bad I am.
Yeah. Well, when you come to Western and I work you on my blue crew, you're going to be very sad. So Derek Drake, we just saw the news. He had a heart condition, and he's going to need surgery. It sounds like he's gonna be okay.
Yes.
And there's no doubt Derek Drake hasn't done what we thought he would do as a pro.
Yep.
And maybe we know a little bit now why. Like, I did hear from his old trainer that he was in terrible shape, and maybe this heart condition had something to do with that.
I mean, the heart condition, the medicine that he was on, whatever they were doing before, I don't know what they were doing. He has an autoimmune disease as well. So there's a lot of issues that he's dealing with and trying to get all the pieces of the puzzle together for him.
Right.
His heart condition, hands down, is unlike anything I've really ever seen.
Okay.
For moto or for any kind of athletic sport.
Yep.
So I'm actually pumped and actually proud of him for taking the step to get the heart surgery.
For sure.
It's not open heart, so I mean that's obviously good. But either way, they're still going in to mess with your heart. It's definitely scary.
Yeah. Right. Well, hopefully he can recover and maybe he'll be like, oh my god, like I feel so much better, right?
Yeah. He was asking me questions the other day when I was there, and he's just like, is this normal? Like, do you ever get this? And I'm like no. And he's like, I just thought that was normal my whole life.
Right,
and I'm like, dude, that stuff's not normal.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing for him is just getting that part of the puzzle taken care of.
Yep.
and marking, checking that off the list. So, I mean, obviously he has a lot of talent. He has a lot of speed, and just got to put it all together.
Yeah, hopefully, right? And yeah, man, the talent, he's got talent. You can see that. He led national for a little bit. He's got some stuff going on that you're like, there's something there.
Yeah.
And so maybe this unlocks it a little bit. Hey, so Red Bud.
Yeah.
You like Red Bud? You liked it? Always,
of course.
Always loved it. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. One of your good tracks.
I mean, it was one of my favorite just because how do you not like La Rocco's Leap?
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that
back
later.
when we can do it.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. We're gonna get to that later.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Race Tech Rant is coming up. Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment and the X Brand Goggle tear-offs. Ferrandis, 3 wins out of 4 nationals, 14-point lead. He charged through the pack to win the first moto this weekend. Second moto, caught up to Eli. Full props to Eli for winning. But this guy, I said he was a sleeper going in before the year. I'm like, hey, man, just keep an eye on this guy. He won a national championship last year in the 250s.
Yeah.
But he surpassed what I thought he could do. What do you see when you look at him?
I see determination. I see just true grit.
Yeah.
It's obviously, he has a lot of speed. Obviously, hands down, if you're winning, you're fast.
Yes.
But for me, it's not even about his speed. It's, Eli and Kenny, when they're in the front, even AP a lot of times.
Yep.
They'll yank him. But no matter what, he's still there. Like, if these guys slow up, he's there. Mm-hmm. And he'll charge to the end where it's almost like the other guys either run out of steam, run out of gas.
Yep.
And he just goes after it. He never stops. And he lets it all out for the entire 30+2.
Yeah.
And both motos, let alone.
Yeah.
And that's it's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, he's been impressive. Like he's passed every guy this year that has won races. You know what I mean? Like he's caught them past them. Every guy. Like there's nobody that's been his kryptonite or whatever. He's just been like, yeah, I'll get every one of you guys, at some point.
I mean, obviously at Colorado when Kenny obviously won both motos. That was Kenny's track.
But remember,
he did go off the track.
Yeah,
I get that,
track,
but I still think Kenny would have won.
Right.
Because even after getting back on, it was one of those things where Kenny was just there.
Mm-hmm.
Eli, Red Bud, great.
Yeah.
But again, dude, he's smooth. Like when he needs to be, he lets it all out. He's a bulldog. Like he kind of has all the mixtures that you need on different tracks.
Yeah.
That the tracks that he's winning on are it.
He's good at Southwick too, by the way. He's
races. Yes.
So this weekend will be another good one for him. Eli's great too, but this weekend should be another good one for Dylan Ferrandis.
Kenny's good at Southwick too.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would be nice to see Kenny, keep doing what he did at Colorado. So.
Tomac. So he had his first 4 motos were god awful, right? First moto he had a setup that they tested with and he liked. Yeah. Second race they went back to a setup that he'd won on before. So then now he's kept that setup. He won high point second moto. He wins this second moto. Have you ever? I'll equate this to you first. Either indoors or out. Have you been somewhere? Have you been where Eli's been with just god awful finishes and then all of a sudden you can win? Like what changes or what happens to a rider to just, his Colorado at his place, that he's dominated before, he was so bad, Davey.
I was there. I know.
Yeah. And then now he won high point and now he wins the second moto. So he's back. Like he looks as good as ever. Like maybe not as good as ever, but he looks good. What happens to a guy? Does it switch flip or?
I mean, that's honestly a good question if you think about it.
Well, that's why I'm in the media. Yeah, and you're the ex-rider.
It's not even, it's almost, it also could be placebo. Like, it could be all mental.
Yep.
Going back here, like, I feel good here. I know I can win here. And between motos, even if it's between motos or whatever it is, it's like, okay, I know I can win. Boom. But for him, like, he still doesn't look like the Eli that, we've all seen outdoors.
Yeah.
Because no offense to most people, and granted, neither does Kenny for me, watching Kenny. Both of those guys, I don't care who's winning, when they're on fire, not many people are touching them. So Eli still doesn't look like the Eli that won 3 years in a row.
I don't think that Eli's around anymore. I don't.
And that to me is what I think everyone's expecting and what everyone's wanting.
Yep.
And you're kind of hoping like he's coming out this weekend because outdoors he's fun to watch when he's on fire.
Right.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, for him, it might just be kind of like what Eli's always done, just always taking forever to get going. Yeah. And maybe he might jump in way quicker to not let the whole season go for him again.
I mean, he looked like A-Ray in the first 4 motos.
Come on. I love A-Ray, but come on.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. But you know, it's amazing to me at that level where, you know, you guys are on the tip of the spear, and the slightest little change can swing it. But to just go from 10-11 or 9-11 or 10-11 at Lakewood to winning the second moto at High Point and gone, passing guys and checking out. I'm just amazed, and now he did it again. So yeah, I guess Eli's back.
I mean, at least half the day.
Right. Okay.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll take it.
I think he's too far back to get this thing. He's got to jump Kenny. He's got to jump. AP. He's got to jump Dylan, of course. So
I mean, obviously, I think Kenny is the best one to go after Dylan for sure.
Right. I agree. How about him, Kenny, in casing the leap, dude?
It didn't show. You're talking about just the case, right?
Yeah, just the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, who didn't case it?
Good point.
Did you see A-Ray's case?
Oh, I saw everybody's case. I mean, everybody's case.
I mean,
yeah.
I didn't understand that one.
Right.
So.
I thought look, we know Kenny's got some arm issues. I guess they're good because that was pretty hard. and honestly, props to him, because sometimes when you guys do something like that and you see a light flash before your eyes and you hit hard like that, it does take you a few corners to pull it back together. He kept props to him, because that's tough. Like where you're like,
a case like that takes it out of you,
and your adrenaline and everything, right? It takes it way out of you,
especially on that big of a jump.
Right.
So
and he just kept. He landed case. You know, came off and was like, "Fuck, I gotta go," and like Marv or Webb or somebody's right behind him. So.
I think it was Marvin.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, they even talked about that on TV too when I was watching it.
Yeah.
But I mean, everyone came up short.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe a little bit further back of a run. I mean, the red butt dudes need to come on. Like people go there for that jump. Make it doable.
Race Tech ran of the night. I got to do it now. I may as well. Like Race Tech, Pulp 21 is a code to save with Race Tech. Get your suspension done. Get your motor work done. Race Tech helps out a lot of riders in the pits, and they can help you out too. Yeah, the fucking leap. Like, come on. Like, Tim Ritchie's an awesome guy. I don't know what was going on with the corner before it. I don't know what was going on with the third jump. I don't know what was happening. But, like, 10 guys probably jumped it more than 3 times all day.
Yep.
And no 250 guys did it. Well, Varese did it. I saw a video, Instagram of Varese, and
I didn't see any.
When you go to Redbud, you want to see the leap jumped.
That's what they go there for, hands down.
I'm perfectly fine with the leap being like 3/4 of the 450 guys are jumping it, and like 6 or 8 of the 250 guys are jumping it. That's where I'm at with the leap.
Yep.
Like where 250 guys should be, barely getting it or whatever. But dude, this year was ridiculous. The guys were casing it. It was.
They have all the other jumps on the track that they can watch them scrub. No one wants to watch anyone scrub the leap. Everyone wants to watch everyone jump the leap.
I've ridden Redbud.
So
I've gone 2-1 up the leap. It is the easiest thing ever. You could do it in first gear.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see the guys do it in first gear.
No.
And then launch off the third one.
Honestly, dude, like obviously I raced Redbud quite a few times.
Yeah.
And I never did it on a Super DF.
Yeah.
But 450s every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Right.
But we had a decent run. Or it wasn't even the run, it was the turn. We had a good corner.
Yeah.
And on a 450, it was quite easy. But the way they were making it look, it's like, and those Yamahas are fast.
Oh yeah.
And they weren't even making it.
And then on top of that, so you got a bad corner, you got a bad run. The third one was big, and so it's like you got the ultimate 2 things that are going to make that tough.
Yeah, and the corner straight up was the worst part.
Yeah.
And I get the fact that it's challenging, so to say, to make the leap. They want everyone, if you're good enough, you can do it. But come on, dude. Like, as Red Bud, you're known for that.
They screwed up. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Where they're like, hey, we're gonna make it so the leap's gonna be. They screwed up. The turn, the third one, whatever it was, they made a mistake. Red Bud's a great track.
Yes.
9 times out of 10, and this one was really really brutal. And so, yeah, the leap, Race Tech round of the night. Fix the leap. We want to see the guys jump the leap.
Yeah. No.
Dude, I mean,
that was ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. So that's my Race Tech round of the night. Pulp 21 will save. I was going to do it later, but we kept talking about it where it's just like,
because it was that bad.
Right.
So
I'd like it like I said, I like it so like 10 250 guys can jump it, and they can't jump on every lap, and they need a perfect run.
That was like last year, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. No,
Yeah.
I feel like, Troll Train was doing an RMZ, so how bad could it be? You know what I mean? And I like that.
Touche.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah.
When 450 guys, 3/4 of them should jump it every single lap, and you're all sitting by the bleachers. It's a fucking cool looking view. It's cool for you guys. Gives you time to rest.
Because
a little bit.
But the spectators are all right there waiting for you to do it. And when the factory guys with their bikes can't make it,
right.
You know something is wrong.
Right.
So
yeah.
and
but shout out to Josh Ferrandis, privateer 250 guy who jumped it. Faulkner did not make it. I didn't see anybody else.
I never saw one 250 guy hit it.
Yeah, I didn't either at the race. I saw Faulkner's case, and I saw an Instagram of Verisi. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that Verisi even did it.
Yeah.
Watching the 250 motos, I didn't see anybody do it. So, yeah, it was brutal, man. So that's my race tech round of the night. Fix the leap, Tim Ritchie. Come on.
Bullshit.
Even Tony agrees.
I agree.
Right. You and Tony agree on something.
Yeah. I might not agree anymore.
Yeah, you're going to change it. Davi Millsaps on the show tonight, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Great guys down there, decalmx.com if you want to place an order for custom graphics. The Red Bull KTM guys of Marvin Muscan and Cooper Webb use Decal Works, as well as the Rockstar Energy Husky off-road team. PulpMX code at decalmx.com to get 20% off your custom graphics. The expert staff there will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Cowie, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Davi Millsaps in studio, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Thank you to those guys for coming on board, and use them for your sticker needs. Why don't you? We really appreciate it. So, Phil Nicoletti coming up here shortly. Dylan Ferrandis, Carson Mumford as well, all on the show. And we're going to take your questions for Davi Millsaps as well on Instagram. So that should be good. Firepower, thanks to those guys for coming on board. A lot of privateers are using Firepower. Cade Clayson, Firepower rider this weekend. Alex Ray, Firepower rider this weekend. And Rod Bell, too, who outshined A-Ray this weekend at Red Bud. I don't know. A-Ray, good start, second moto, and then things fell apart. Can we get back with him? Like, what are we doing, Millsaps? I mean, what do we got to do?
He actually writes me all the time now. So
he's in a deep, dark place where he's coming back to you?
I mean, I think that he sees that I'm in California all the time now.
Yeah, right.
And he did well, with my program.
Yeah.
And I don't know, he's kind of gone, I've even told him this to his face over phone everywhere, so I don't care if he hears me. But he's kind of gone off the beaten path a little bit as far as not for his training or his riding. He has a good riding coach, everything, like, fine, great. But like his training, his eating, just him loving like the limelight kind of thing. I get that he has to do it.
Yeah.
But okay, it's time to buckle down for a little bit, and then still do that, but buckle down a little bit to get back into where you were at.
Right. So
you have more help.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
he's just in my ass.
FirepowerParts.com, Featherwhite lithium batteries backed by a 2-year warranty. They got a wide variety of chains from heavy duty roller to O and X ring. FirepowerParts.com. Thanks to those guys for stepping in and helping us as well. So the back to the 450 class again. AP 2-hole shots, lead laps, 3-3. America loves Aaron Plessinger right now. That's cool though, man. I said this in the review show, like. On Twitter, I'm like, AP is going after Tomac for the lead, like in that second moto.
Yeah.
And I was like, I never thought I would type those words. Good job for Aaron Plessinger.
Yeah, I mean, I even sent him a message after that.
Did you really?
Yeah. And I mean, it's cool. I mean, for one, his get up is obviously
it's all time.
It's AP, and I think the sport needs someone like that right now.
Sure. Yeah.
And his attitude and what he's about and everything else that goes with him, his energy. So to see him finally stepping into his own is pretty cool to see. But going after Tomac, I was pretty surprised.
Yeah. And I told him this in my post-race interview with him. I'm like, dude, you were like 7 minutes away from going 1-1. Like, you know what I mean? Like he did peter out at the end of both motos. And, but do you agree though? There's like the steps are there where you got to lead laps. You got to get, you know what I mean? You kind of build into that.
Yeah, he has to get there. And if he keeps doing what he's doing and keeps riding the way he's riding or racing the way he's racing and whatever he's doing back at home, I mean, honestly, I would put money that between now and Hangtown, he will have a 1-1.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Bold claim. Stamp that. Tweet that out.
I'll put money on that AP has a 1-1.
Millsaps put money on it. He's got a lot of money. So yeah.
What?
What?
Nothing.
You don't have a lot of money?
No.
Stop it. Stop it.
That's just the start of it. He's going to go with that all night.
Jonathan, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going tonight?
How much money do you think Millsaps has in the bank, Jonathan?
Told you.
I don't.
Way more money than I have.
Dude, Davi made so much money. And good for you. You should. You deserve it. You're a great rider.
He was in the prime, you know.
Dude, right? That's when the guys were – Red Dog was raking it in, and Millsaps was beating him. So, like, can you imagine?
You better stamp that one. Stamp that one what he just said. I was beating Red Dog.
I mean, you were indoors, you know.
Yeah, not out.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
I just had a question. I just didn't know if you had an update on how Dino was doing.
He says he's fine. Crashed hard at Redbud First Moto. Said he's fine. He's been doing ice baths. Dino's beat up, man. He's got Epstein-Barr. He's got a knee injury. Now he's crashing. He took a bar to the giblets at Paula. Yeah, it's been a rough, man. It's been a rough go for him for injuries. So, but for the team, Jason Anderson's out. Zach Osborne's out. He's kind of got a race. So, yeah, I think he's going to be all right.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that he's keeping it going, you know, especially for Husky. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, anything else?
And then I also had a question. Yeah, I did have one more. I didn't know if you heard anything if Yamaha was changing the 450 for 2022. I know their cycle is up.
I don't think majorly, no. I heard rumors. I heard a whisper of a hydraulic clutch. Can't say that's true, though. I don't know that's stamp it, but I heard whispers of that. But I don't think it'll be radically different, no.
Okay, perfect. So, and then I just had one more. You can talk about it off the air. I didn't know if you've heard anything else on AP with the Yamaha contract. I know you said that they were matching last week. I didn't know if you've heard anything else.
I don't know. What do you know, Millsaps? Where's AP going next year? What do you know? Have you heard anything?
I mean, if he's listening, I think he needs to say where he's at.
Yeah.
I obviously love KTM. I do.
Yeah.
But when you're starting to gel and getting better with what you're dealing with or what you have.
Yep.
I mean, why would you leave to start all over again?
I'm kind of with you. If the money's the same,
even if it's a little bit under, I mean, you gotta look at the bright side here.
You're gonna make bonus
way more.
Absolutely, yeah. So, unless the money is so different, which I can't see it would be.
No.
Right? So
no.
Yeah.
And Carlos, I love KTM, I do.
Yeah.
But AP is
right.
He's great where he's at.
Yep. Awesome. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
702-586-7857. If you got a question for myself or Davi Millsaps here on the PulpMX Show, he's brought to you by Decal Works tonight. You talk about how well it's working, and Ferrandis just won, and Christian Craig had a great day, 5-5, and 3 Yamahas in the top 5. And, of course, we know Barsha wasn't happy with the bike. We know AP didn't shine on the bike when it was a factory team. Like, whatever Star's doing is working with those guys. Keep it up.
I just think that when you can remove all the control from one place to allow you to open up and do what you want to do, or at least have an open mind to what could be better.
That's more of a
you know, I mean, that's all it took.
Yeah.
Just to have an open mind. Well, maybe why is this not working? What can we try different?
Yep.
And it's not always, well, this is the best. We make the best. This is the best. And, you know, I've known Bobby obviously a long time. And, you know, Bobby does a great job. Brad does a good job. And for them, it's obviously working really well. And they, moved to Florida, which is amazing.
Yeah. Go for them.
Which is basically a mile from where I grew up.
Yep.
So they're doing all the right stuff.
The whole thing about the dudes riding together every day is really good. I think that's the secret sauce in Alden Baker's program, more so than the bicycle rides and everything else, to me. Like, hey, we're doing motos with Cooper Webb, and everybody's getting, and Marvin and Anderson when he was there, and you know what I mean? And
I mean, it works for the majority of people, but not everyone.
No.
No,
not
so
everyone.
You got to look at people still on that team that aren't excelling. So it works for most, but not everyone.
Yeah. So the AP, from what I hear, signed a letter of intent with Red Bull KTM a while ago.
I heard that too.
And that was pretty much confirmed.
Yep.
And then I heard through the grapevine Yamaha was going to match, which never really happens because if you guys want to leave, the team lets you go. The right to match is in every single contract, but teams rarely use it. But then I heard that Yamaha was like, yeah, we'll match everything.
I think they'll also be dumb to lose him too.
Well, they got Eli.
I don't care.
So I don't know but maybe the budget. Maybe Eli takes most of the budget up. I don't know. Mookie's going to Rockstar, so they have that money. But
yeah, but dude, just his energy, his atmosphere, his fans,
right?
And everyone around him, it brings people to Yamaha.
It's his results are great, and then you look at his growing fan base. Like Wygan and I were talking about it in Supercross. Like as Supercross was going on, more and more cheers were going on. You could noticeably notice the difference as he was,
He just has that about him.
Right.
He has that. I don't give a F about anything else. I'm going to be me.
Yeah.
And people, get drawn to that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, for sure. And we saw it with Travis Preston, got a fan base from people doing that. We've seen Travis Pastrana, of course. Well,
obviously TP.
Yeah. People dig into it.
Yeah.
All right. Motorsport.com, free shipping on anything over $79. OEM parts, aftermarket parts. Use motorsport.com. They got a dedicated team of gearheads down there to help you out. If you have any issues with motorsport, any questions with motorsport, use the contact form at PulpMX.com. I'll make sure you get handled the way you need to be doing it. They're great guys down there. Myself and Ryan Villapoto are motorsport.com guys. As is this gentleman, we take his call after every national. It hasn't been going well. We thought we broke through a little bit last time at High Point, but this week wasn't good. Filthy Phil Nicoletti, what's up, buddy?
Oh, what's up, Steve? What's up, Davey?
What up, Phil?
So you guys, Davey said you guys were teammates.
When?
I said I think we were.
Yeah, at JGR.
With your doctor friend, whatever his name was, he...
No, not... When were you... When were you...
11 and 12.
No.
I don't like it.
I was slumming the trenches with 11-10 still, Davey.
Oh, a long time ago.
Okay, yeah, true. 11-10 mods.
Yeah.
But you guys did ride for the great Coy Gibbs.
Well, yeah.
Right.
I like Coy.
So do I. I wouldn't go as far as calling him great, but yeah, I like Coy.
Good times. How much different do you think the bike was, Phil, when you got there from when Davey? You were there in 11-12. So, they made a big change in 13 to the bike.
They made a big change in 12 for James, and I didn't get it until he left.
Okay.
I don't know, because, 13, whatever I wrote at Alan Brown was different in 14. It was a new chassis, so...
Oh, then I'm off then. So 14 was the big change then. Whatever.
Yeah,
there was a year where they really concentrated on the chassis, made it narrower, changed the flex characteristics in it. You were gone already.
Yeah, I was gone.
Right, but yeah, Yamaha. 2010 was the first year of the reverse motor. So Davey, you were riding the bike that was.
I rode the reverse motor. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying you rode the early one of the reverse motor.
Yeah, the first or second year. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yep, it was a good one.
Pirelli tires, and then James putting a Bridgestone on or Dunlop, one for Anaheim or something.
Yep. Dunlop. And the thing
Big James and Coy yelling at each other. Were you there for that?
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I think we talked about this on the last time I was here.
Oh, did you? Okay.
And it was San Diego where they were in each other's faces.
Yeah.
And I think Big James had Coy up against the wall because obviously Coy's not going to hit him. But I did really bad that race.
Yeah.
So I was able to get in and get out without ever getting yelled at.
Yeah.
And because they took all the heat from me, so I was so pumped. Yeah, I was so pumped. But yeah, I didn't understand because he's the one that chose it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same similar situation with Barsha.
Yeah.
Coy came back pissed, chucking the headset, this, that, the other, and I'm just like, hey, good thing I don't get paid a lot. I just slip out of here under the radar. See you guys. See you next weekend.
At least I wasn't the only one he threw the headset at.
Thanks for everything. Right.
I mean, he broke the fridge. He broke the headset. He broke cabinets on me. Like,
really?
Oh yeah.
Wow, the fridge too.
No, he broke the fridge.
I heard the cabinets. I didn't know was that for you?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he got so mad.
Right.
But I ended up getting second in points that year.
Yeah.
But it was one of those ones where the year started off rough for me.
Right.
And obviously James as well. But James had all this high dollar stuff, and I had none of it. I wasn't even allowed to have the gas tank or anything. And it was so badass though, dude. It was so badass.
Yeah, it looked good, yeah.
And they made me stick with the 52 forks and all this nonsense. And then as I started to do better, James wasn't doing any better.
Right.
and they started switching stuff over to my bike.
Yep.
And then that's when I started getting on the podiums, and I think I had like 6 or 7 podiums that year.
Did you hear that James was riding Suzuki during the week at any point? Did you know that?
I heard he was riding it after. God, when was it? It had to be.
Houston was when he threw his bike down and never rode again.
Houston was when he ate crap.
Cartwheeled
after the finish line. Yeah, he onto the triple, on the tabletop, whatever. He ate crap. I got second that night, and he never touched it again. But it was before that that I had heard.
You'd heard that. Okay, so because somewhere along the line, I had heard he was riding a Suzuki during the week. So I texted Mike Webb, who was managing Suzuki then, and Webb, without confirming it, confirmed it. And I'm like, oh my God, he's practicing on a Suzuki and riding a JGR on the weekend.
Yeah, it was a bad year because I took a massive pay cut because he came to the team.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then I know when I got second in points at Vegas, when I after the main was over, Quay walked up to me and shook my hand. He was all, everyone was smiling, and I said that was the cheapest second place you'll ever get. So, I mean, it was the only second place he ever got.
Yeah.
But legit, he cut my pay so bad because of James, and then James ended up leaving.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a raise.
And you were also maybe JGR's brightest moment, 1-2 at Daytona. You were part of that.
Yep.
I would say, Phil, that might have been JGR. Was there a better one where you were there, Phil? Or 1-2 at Daytona is pretty fucking good.
No, I mean, Bam, myself, and Weston went 2-3-5 in a moto at Glen Helen.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Daytona, that tops it.
Right. Yeah, 1-2 in Daytona was a good moment for the team, especially NASCAR. You think with the NASCAR connections and everything, right?
Yeah.
Philip, did you get the MRI done?
Can we? Hopefully tomorrow afternoon. Today's a holiday. Can't really get much done today. So tomorrow, 9 a.m.
So you hurt your knee in practice, or was it already something that was bugging you?
Kind of was already bugging me.
Okay.
And, left-hander before the Sand Rollers, the Redbud, just TKO. That's it. So. And then,
you did it in practice?
Did it in practice, and then I figured if I can't
tape it up
tape it up, do the whole 9, really strap it up, and kind of see where I'm at. Maybe it's just it's such a freak deal. Like I don't even understand how that shit works. Sometimes you can cartwheel over the bars, get up, and you're totally fine, and the dumbest little thing just takes you down. So. I tried. It just, Redbud was absolutely gnarly, and I knew it even just first lap in practice. I was doing a roll lap. That it was going to be a hard time, and I don't know. And, it's game over.
You were like 12th, I think, when you pulled out for 14th or something, right?
Yeah. Just, it's hard. I couldn't stick my foot out.
Right. Well, do you think you maybe could have texted me that so I didn't pick you in fucking PulpMX Fantasy?
I could give a shit about fantasy, but
well, Marks and I aren't happy.
We're fighting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just thinking of other things besides fantasy.
Okay.
During that point in time. So, just a bummer, and I don't. It just caps off 2021.
So you think you'll be out for a while, or who knows? Like it's serious, right?
I don't know. I can't really say much because I really don't 100% know at the moment.
This has been terrible, Philip. Did you kill a black cat before the Nationals started? Did you step on a leprechaun or something?
Man, I'm not sure. Just it's I don't know, but every few years you have to kind of expect this,
Yeah.
It's just
really,
it's the name of the game.
You're really regretting your motorsport.com call-in, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Scott's lucky I really like him, or else I would have breached his contract a while ago. So I was about to say fuck it, because I was driving back. Today I was up in Charlotte driving back. I'm like, man, I was already regretting 8:30 tonight after you texted me. I'm like, fuck.
I mean, listen, if you're not racing, you're still calling in because that's part of the deal. You can help us break down the Nationals or something. Make fun of Millsaps. I don't know, something.
I could care less about the Nationals anymore now.
Well, break down the boat. Break down the weekend on the boat out in Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, after I couple Lake Norman, get tuned up and then really give a proper analysis.
Maybe we can get Webb on the phone. Maybe you can pass on your motorsport deal to Coop.
That would be great.
Just say, Coop,
the money.
Coop, I got paid to call in, so you need to call in now.
Exactly. I'll take the money since he doesn't need it.
Right.
And, he can handle the obligations of the contract, which would be great.
Oh, well. I feel bad, man. It sucks. Even PulpMX, ORW, motorsport.com.
Yeah.
Like this was going to be a good – you're good at nationals. The last time you raced here, you put in some good results. This was going to be a good summer, a fun summer, and now it is not the fun summer. It is –
No, it was I can be honest, I was really looking at it to be a fun summer. Just,
right.
A lot of awesome people pitched in and made a great effort, and as did I. It wasn't not like I didn't – it's not like I cheaped on training and doing everything, it just, that's the way it worked out, you got to pay the toll to rock and roll, and that's what the fuck happened, so.
Motorsport.com, everybody, Phil Nicoletti. Can we give some gear away?
Yeah, sure. I mean.
Might be the last set.
It might be the last set. I'm going to burn every other set, but,
it's definitely all clean.
Yeah, exactly.
ORWmotorsport.com gear from Phil Nicoletti right off his back. We're going to give it away to somebody. DM me your receipt from offroadwarehouse.com. Use the code PulpMX to save at offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Stop in to check in the latest truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. They got locations in Temecula, San Diego, Corona, and Vegas, of course, and the Marchbanks, Mumford, and Shock are all running ORW butt patches. So DM me your receipt from offroadwarehouse.com, and we'll pick a random guy, and you will get Phil's gear, signed or not signed or whatever. He can put on it, fuck 2021 Nationals, whatever you want.
Some might be lit on fire, might be old, stuff that I tried to burn. But
Philip.
I think the last time I talked to him was when he had his whole Tobago with Alessi in Canada.
Hey, you did? Yeah, you wanted to get the...
I reached out to him like I had to.
It's like an Alessi Survivor Club. Well, Phil, welcome to the Alessi Survivor Club.
I'm like, welcome to my life, my whole life.
Yeah, that's actually that's pretty much what Davi said too in the message,
Well,
so we just kind of laughed.
I don't think Tony was stoked with me talking about it, but here's my comeback to Tony. I said, Tony, have you ever seen like an organization or referee, flagger type of people, when you were blocking somebody from lapping or not somebody from passing, you were passing him, right, Phil?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anybody where the blocking was so bad that they actually threw a flag at you? You don't see that. You don't see that. No. So take away Phil's testimony, take away Phil's thoughts. An independent third person was like, this blocking is so bad, I'm going to wave Mike Alessi off.
You don't even know what you're doing.
You know what I mean? Like, that's how bad it... Like, I can't imagine how bad Mike must have been holding up Phil and blocking him.
There's serious shit going on with those guys.
I mean, come on. It's...
So that was my only comeback. Like, how horrific must have Mike been blocking Phil? Where a referee decided, like, this is dangerous.
You're out of your mind, dude.
I mean, at the end of the day, when he's not fast enough to obviously to win those races, and that's all he could do.
I mean, with you guys, both of you guys, Davey and Phil, you guys have blocked people before. That happens in racing. Like, it's the last turn, it's the last lap. I'm going to block this dude, or like. But this was so egregious.
I mean, I've blocked past someone after they've already kind of passed me. I kind of passed them back.
Yeah.
But it wasn't to the point to where I think I've taken 2 people out my entire career.
Who were they?
Nick Way and Michael Alessi.
Nick Way?
I didn't mean to. I was sat on the plane with him on the way home from High Point, and I brought up to him, and he goes, yeah, but that was on me. I'm like, I know, but you bitched me out so bad.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yeah, he was mad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like I was passing you. You went out wide for some reason and came down, and I was there. So, I mean, technically I took him out.
Yeah, but okay.
But
so,
the other one was Mike.
Right.
And that was very intentional.
Right.
I'm glad you took Nick out, because Nick's cleaned me the fuck out of Montreal Supercross so bad.
Oh, did he?
Well, yeah. I didn't mean to clean him out, but...
So, Phil Nicoletti on the show here, motorsport.com. Phil, so, Davey.
Yeah.
You had to move to North Carolina for the JGR ride.
Yeah.
Phil did too. Phil loves it so much, he's still there and building a house.
I loved it there too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you were happy going down there.
I loved being there.
Yeah.
When James came on board, like I said, my pay got cut.
Yeah.
And I couldn't afford to have both California and there. And with James coming on board, you were allowed to live where you wanted to live. We didn't have to train with their trainer anymore.
Right.
So I obviously chose where my house was.
Yep.
And that's the only reason why I didn't stay that year.
JB still there, right? Like, guy.
I mean, it was beautiful. Not gonna lie, like it was a beautiful place. I'm from the South, as it is.
Yep.
So I just kind of messed with it. Yeah, the winters were a little chilly, but all in all, it was beautiful.
You would get like a couple weeks of snow, right, in the Super, like to stop you from riding.
Yeah,
tracks were frozen.
Yeah.
It snowed in Charlotte when I was there.
Right.
But I think that not very much, but did snow. Yep. But everything would just freeze, and then it would melt, and then get muddy, and then refreeze.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's hard to stay there. I'll be honest, 2 months out of the year, if you have a clay track, it's actually kind of tough.
Yeah.
Especially when it waters and shade and whatever, it kind of throws a wrench in the program. But by end of February, March, you're dialed.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Davey lived on the lake though. I never made the money.
Right. And Phil, when he says he took a pay cut, like I'm in my mind, like he's still making $400,000 a year.
Ha.
No,
you're funny.
You weren't making 400 there.
No.
Huh.
Stop it.
That's thanks, Phil.
Not even close. Not even close.
We need to see some tax returns, Davey.
I will straight up tell you, I was just over 100.
What?
That's how much he took from me.
From James when James rode it. Wow, Jesus.
And that's just being honest.
Right. Wow.
So and I was able to get my own gear.
Yeah.
But
still more than Phil made. So
for me, like when I shook Coy's hand, said that was the cheapest second place you'll ever get. That was the cheapest one he'd ever get.
Dude, so that's a good. That you're right. Yes.
Because I mean, James took. Right. I know how much James got, and he took all of my salary.
Was there ever a point where the James thing, Davey, like it was rough right away? But was there ever a point where you thought this is really going to work?
Because
this is going to crush
with him coming on, he has power.
Yeah.
And Coy doesn't. It's his way. And, his way or the highway.
Yep.
And with James coming on, it wasn't going to be that way that much.
Right.
And
with James, it's James's way or the highway.
But then to come to find out, it was James's way for James, but Coy's way for Davey. And so I was kind of hoping that it was going to change the whole atmosphere and dynamics of how everything worked.
Yeah.
But and he did bring some good things to the team. Yeah, hands down. And then we had a big talk with the Pirelli guys, about Pirelli, and because we were going to between Dunlop and Pirelli, and unfortunately, Dunlops on that Yamaha at the time worked better. They did.
Yeah.
I mean. Pirelli's outdoors. I even tell the guys at Pirelli now, like outdoors, their tires are
I agree.
Really good.
Yep.
And Supercross, I struggle with the front end,
right?
With the front tire. And James had this whole big talk with me. I remember the whole talk. I was sitting in the airport, and he's like, "Oh, I chose Pirelli, and they're gonna do this, and that." And then he left. So, and then he did the Dunlop tire thing, or whatever it was at one of the races, Anaheim.
Yeah.
And it was. I was expecting a lot from him with the team. Like I had such high hopes.
Yeah.
And when I got all his stuff, like I'm like, yeah, this bike's way better now for sure. It was for what he had accomplished with it.
Yep.
But it was still one of those things that I was
right.
I mean, I was basically doing it for almost free.
I admire Coy for taking swings on James and taking swings on Barsha.
Yep.
It didn't really work out either one. They tried. They spent the money. It wasn't like you can accuse them of cheaping out.
No.
You can never say that.
No.
And it fucking just didn't work for him.
Coy, like I said, Phil might think differently, but Coy and I always got along, hands down. Him and I always butted heads like that way, but
right.
He's someone that I can call and talk to and not have an issue with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I've talked to Coy about you. He liked you. Yeah, absolutely.
But it was one of those things where, again, the control. If you would just let go, and the people that were there, a lot of people that were there were the same way as Coy.
Yep. Right.
My way is the best.
Yeah.
And, the data shows that it's going to do this, so it shouldn't do this, what you're saying. Well, dude, on a dirt bike, Phil can contest to this. When you're riding a dirt bike and someone says, well, it should do this, well, I'll tell you what. When you're riding, how you ride, where you at body position, turns, ruts, it's not going to do what data shows.
Yeah,
so
not every time.
Not every time.
Exactly. Right. Phil, we got an email from Jason. Phil, hey guys, love your show. I wanted to send Filthy Phil some love from his hometown and say thanks for having a great show. So, Jason.
Yeah, no worries. You got it, buddy.
He's stoked. Again, ORW, offroadwarehouse.com and motorsport.com bring you Phil. If you want to get a set of Phil's gear, offroadwarehouse.com, buy something, use the code PulpMX. Send me a DM on Instagram at PulpMX, and I'll pick a random receipt, and you'll win Phil's gear. Phil, we got Jake on one. Jake, you want to talk about a video you saw of Phil?
Yes, Steve, loving the Re-Raceables podcast.
Thank you.
By the way,
thank you. We need to get Millsaps to do one of them at some point.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite was 08 Daytona with Trey Kennard and this Greg Dorenzo character.
Oh, yeah, Dorenzo. Yeah.
I was
his trainer, right?
I would love to hear more about him.
That's Weege. That's Weege doing Dorenzo. Weege is the Dorenzo guy. He knew him well. I didn't know him at all, but yeah.
I trained with Dorenzo.
Oh, you did?
Well, that's
me, Jimmy, and Trey.
I found a video of him training Phil on YouTube like 8 or 9 years ago.
Phil, so you trained with Dorenzo?
True, that might be longer than 8 or 9 years ago, but yeah, I lived with Trey and Jimmy in Shawnee, in Oklahoma. Summer of 08. Yeah, I was actually with Stagey.
So,
actually, I have a pretty funny story because there was always like hardcore workouts, circuit training, in sweatpants and sweatshirts, sweating our balls off, basically. At that point in time, I was a rookie. I needed the suffer factor. I had to learn how to break through the barriers,
Right.
Well, in Shawnee, it gets super fucking hot. So, and Trey, his driveway was 3/4 of a fucking mile long. So, and we just got done with this gnarly circuit workout for 45 minutes after a day of doing 235s and the stroking our balls off out in the heat. And Greg's like, all right, I want you guys to run down to the mailbox and run back. So, and he's like, it's a sprint, so we're going to time. So me and Jimmy and Trey, we go balls to the wall. He's like, I need to check the mail too when you're down there. So we go down there and check it. Boom, and we run back up. And honestly, Jimmy's fucking puking at this point in time. So we get up there and we're sitting around, and all of a sudden, Greg's like, all right, do you guys check the mailbox? And Trey's just like, yeah, we checked the mailbox. And he's just like, you sure you checked the mailbox? I'm like, yeah, we checked the fucking mailbox, dude. And he's just like, yeah, no, I don't think you did. Go check the fucking mailbox again.
Jeez.
And did. Made us run down there, sprint down there, and get in. And by that time, all three of us were puking.
And did he always want to stack weights, like what we just say? He just want to stack weights more and more?
No, not really. We didn't. Right. It was more just circuit stuff. It wasn't such high weight stuff. But no, it was good. It definitely took me out of the being a bitch factor for sure. So
right.
When?
No.
I'm just kidding.
All right, thanks for the call, man. Thanks, Jake.
All right, thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
I like that dude. He was a good dude.
Dorenzo, he seemed like a nice guy. I talked to a couple times.
Yeah.
I didn't know him at all.
He started some ice rap thing.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I don't know whatever happened to it.
Weege is the best impression of him. It's fantastic. It's Jersey.
Minus the buffness.
Yeah, exactly. Phil, I heard a funny story. By the way, Wygan, speaking of Wygan, he bought you dinner on Friday.
Yes, he did. Yep, Racer X. Thank you. About time being a Racer X employee paid off.
Finally. So, Mike, the PulpMX PR guy, told me that right now you're living in the back house or something where he is?
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm actually up in the loft because I haven't closed. Well, I closed on my house I went for the final home inspection actually today, and I get the keys on this coming Monday. So
nice. Okay,
congrats on that.
Yeah, congrats on that.
Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
So he told me that he was telling you that you can stay there, but you have to pay the electric bill?
Yep.
So then he told me that he came home and you had unscrewed all the bulbs that had the lights that had more than one bulb in it. True or false?
False.
Okay, all right. I was just checking on that. I just wanted to see because we know your cheapness, Phil. We know your cheap.
No. Listen, if I don't have to pay rent, I have to only pay the electric bill. I will pay the electric bill and will not fight somebody.
Okay, because we did think that that would be right up your alley. Because at PulpMX, are stories about you just living off your iPhone light.
Yeah, well, that is true. But I also had to pay rent at that point in time, so it was a little different. I wasn't making Davi JGR money, so
Hey, never mind Davi JGR money. What about Davi Honda money? Davi Suzuki money, dude, crushing it, right?
Davy's a multi-millionaire.
You
dude.
guys are idiots.
Yes, absolutely.
Insane.
Multi-millionaire.
You guys are-
and hey, good on you. You were in a good era of the sport, and you were one of the top
Oh, yeah.
riders. You know?
Absolutely. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Did you ever make more than $2 million a year?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Shut up.
He's so full of shit.
He's such a cheap bastard. Of course he did.
No, I honestly, I don't know.
What was your Honda contract?
I don't know.
No. I want to know. Okay, what was your Suzuki championship?
I didn't have one. I won a Honda.
Bullshit.
He won 250 Supercross on a Honda.
Oh yeah, on a Honda. Yeah. What was it? What was it on the Honda? $500,000?
Should be, right? 450s are $1 million, right? So 250s are about that?
Back in my day?
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay.
No,
All
not
right. What was the number?
for the championship. 3.
3. Okay. Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, still pretty solid.
They had bigger bonuses per races
Oh, yeah.
than championship
gotcha.
bonus.
Okay.
So that was I think the following year is when all the championship bonuses stepped up for Supercross.
Of course,
You're
right?
saying you got fucked.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of those ones where the championship for 450s were outrageous.
Yeah.
And then the 250s stepped up to 500.
Right.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, would have been nice.
Yeah, well,
You know?
still.
So,
I mean, Millsaps absolutely crushed it, and good for him financially.
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, Red Dog was making $1 million a year at Yamaha with his gear.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you're right around there or more. You know, that's all.
I had no fear, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
dude,
they're bankrupt.
did you have when you went from Suzuki to Honda?
Yeah, you bankrupt them.
Yeah, you did. So Yamaha, we built you a 250F. I think I told you this last time you were in, right?
Yep,
So
yep.
when you were leaving Suzuki,
Yep.
was there like a bidding war, or did Honda?
Yep.
Did you want to go to Honda?
No, Cowie, Honda, and Yamaha, and Suzuki.
Yeah, so everyone's throwing
Yeah.
cash at you.
Yeah.
Damn, Davey.
And I rode the Yamaha and the Honda. I didn't ride the Cowie because it was the same bike I was riding,
Yeah.
so I didn't need to ride the Honda.
Right. Yeah, you were good on that. right.
Minus, I know Mitch would have done a way better job. I know that,
Yeah.
but just something about when I rode Shorty's bike, let alone anything, and his bars were so freaking high, and the bike was honestly way in left field from what I rode, or what I'm used to.
Keep in
And
mind, Shorty's the only one that liked the 09 Honda.
I think
He was. Shorty I like that bike.
Shorty liked every bike.
You and Tedesco want to light the thing on fire.
God, dude.
Right.
And I rode his bike on my home track. And no lie to you, I
Yeah.
had times before Honda ever came down.
Right.
We were doing outdoors, and I was trying. I was legit, I think, 4 seconds a lot faster on the Honda than my bike at my own place.
Really? Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
that's where I'm going.
Right. And
So-
our bike wasn't good at Yamaha. It was oil tanker. You know what I mean? It was steel frame.
I rode
It was-
Supercross on your bike.
Oh, okay.
And I rode outdoors on the Honda.
Yeah.
I couldn't make the turns on the Yamaha. I kept.
Maybe that
your
was
guys.
me.
No, your
I helped build it, so maybe I put
your
SC1
slipper
on it.
clutch.
Oh, the slipper clutch.
The
Yeah,
stupid slipper clutch
Yeah.
got me so out of whack, and
yeah. My bad. I might have put it in wrong.
I couldn't ride it.
Right.
And I'm like, no, this is not my bike.
Maybe I didn't clean the SC1 off the disc.
I couldn't. Nothing was stopping.
Right.
Because at my track, I
Yeah.
have big jumps at my track.
Yeah.
Or had.
Right.
And I had everything dialed on my Suzuki,
Right.
just minus it braking 4 times a day. But yeah, it was not. The Yamaha was not the bike for me back then. Hands down, when I crashed, it was a good bike.
What do you figure he was getting from Honda, Phil?
Oh God! What is
750,
what
700?
is this about money?
We're just curious.
Why?
700, Phil?
Oh, easily.
Easily,
what?
right? Because JG was like a 700 guy on lights.
I know. All I know is Phil Nicoletti's numbers were nowhere fucking close anyway.
Well, Phil, you also didn't win races. No offense.
Oh, but fuck me, man. At least knock a 0 off there, and I'm still not close. You know?
Phil, I mean, I'm not trying to offend you here, but Davy Millsaps,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the vault, and I'm looking at your results versus Davy Millsaps.
It's just the last name. The last name doesn't mean nothing.
Okay, all right. I mean, Davey could have gave you some money. I mean, Jesus.
I know.
God, dude.
I
Come on now. Hey.
Yeah, pro bono case. Come on.
Right.
I mean, 16, I rode for free.
Yeah.
That was your first year with Bobby? Was that your first? No?
No, 16 was with Forrest. So
Oh, yeah, but then you crushed it in Canada.
I crushed it in Canada. Yes.
Canadian champion, just making so much money.
Yeah, something I didn't do. What was your policy in Canada?
For what?
for races and titles?
I had a contract. So my contract through KTM. I mean,
you didn't do an insurance policy?
No.
Oh, okay.
They wouldn't insure me.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that's true too.
Phil, hey, speaking of money though, Phil crushed it with his policy.
Well, I would hope so. Like I tried to get one.
Right.
I even tried to have them get me one.
Right.
Like they're like you're uninsurable.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
Well,
I didn't crush anything.
Yeah, stop it, Philip. Yes, you did.
I didn't.
I know what you made, Philip. I know people who did that policy. I know what you made.
Brittany just wrote me, if you would have saved your money like your wife told you to do.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. Philip is
fair enough.
Philip is a Canadian Supercross champion. So you guys are.
He's Supercross, which is, ironic. I'm outdoors.
Yeah, right. Exactly right. Of course, Phil, well known for his Supercross skills. So
yeah, for sure, dude.
All right, Philip. Well, I'm sorry, man. This, but the terms of the contract is you're calling in after Southwick. So
yeah, great.
Motorsport.com. Check in with Filthy Phil. I hope it works out, man. I listen. Like, what are the odds that you race this weekend? Like, what are you thinking? Like, you think you're definitely not gonna race this weekend? And maybe just
I don't know. I gotta wait, figure some stuff out tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't make any calls right now. So if I knew, I'd tell you. You got to get it situated and find out what's actually going on. So.
Well, listen, tune in and listen to the show. I'll try to get Millsaps' bank records later on the show. So,
I mean, listen, we all know Davi's not broke, so he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's living in Havasu, living his best life. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, that house straight up is the biggest dollar sign I have in my account.
The house?
What it's worth, yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, Philip. Well, I'm really bummed. It sucks. Never mind my fantasy team that sucks also that you got 0 points on. But I'm bummed that you're hurt, man. We were looking forward to having you each week and conquering the Nationals. So.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And stop using that fucking picture on your story. Fuck me, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. If it really upsets you, I'll stop.
Yeah, it just brings back fucking flashbacks of me not remembering something.
Okay, I'll change the photo. I won't use that anymore. Right. I won't use the photo anymore. I'll do I put one in the Instagram of you racing though, like the actual post. So.
I don't follow him, so I didn't see it.
Oh.
No, smart move.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to be blocking Steve here soon.
All right, I'll stop it. Yeah. I won't use that. I don't want to kick a dog when he's down, so I'll stop it.
Since when?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, come on.
Well, if it's funny, I will. But all right, Philip. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, man.
All right. See you guys. See you, Davey.
See you, man.
That's Phil Nicoletti. Let's move right into our next guest. This gentleman has been absolutely on fire this summer in the 450 Nationals and did it again this weekend at Redbud, winning the race. Brought to you by Vortex Racing. That's right. He's got Vortex Racing sprockets on the back of his YZ450. VortexRacing.com for more information. Let's bring him in. Factory Yamaha star rider, Dylan Ferrandis. Dylan, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thank you. Good to be on this show finally for the first time.
No, you've been on a couple years ago. You were on also a couple years ago.
Yeah. I talked on this show a couple years ago.
Yes. But it's been a while. It's been a long time.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah, that happens. What about Davi Millsaps, Dylan? Do you remember Davi racing? Did you remember watching him?
Yeah, for sure. I remember his season on the Suzuki, flying, fighting for the title. I was cheering for him. That was amazing to watch from Europe. It was really, really amazing.
There you go.
Well, thank you, sir.
Suzuki days.
Well, I think he's talking about 13.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, right.
Not 0405.
The Rockstar Suzuki days with that Anaheim with him and Kennard.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Yeah,
yes.
So good.
Man, talk about so good, Dylan. Congratulations on the summer that you're having right now. It's 4 races down. There's lots of work to do, but dude, you've been amazing. You've got to be so happy with the way things are going right now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm the first surprise. I don't know. I mean, I guess I work really hard and it paid off. But yeah, I mean, every race I'm the first surprise to be winning or on the podium. So, but it's good for sure. It's really good. I work for that since I'm a kid. So
yeah.
glad to be here, and I really enjoy my position right now, and it's really amazing.
Was Redbud special? I mean, obviously it's the American holiday, July 4th. You probably heard a couple of boos because that's what happens. But more than anything, I think fans were digging you. I think fans were in it from what I could see of the podium. Was Redbud a special win?
Yeah, for sure. Redbud was a special win first because it's really that's the track. Like it's the track to race in America. It's so famous, and also, like I said to my team during lunchtime last Saturday, like I was remembering when I was a kid, like watching this race, and I was like, I really need to go there one day and race this track.
Yeah.
And that was when I was a kid, and I think for every kid in Europe today, that's what they're dreaming to do. It's racing this track because on TV it looks so great, and it's great also when you race. But yeah, it's so that's really one of the best races in the world. So I really enjoyed my win over there, and. But at the same time, like, when you chasing this championship, it's hard to really enjoy,
Yeah.
Like, I almost was disappointed to finish second in Moto2 because I was like, yeah, that can be three more points for the championship. So,
Right, yeah.
I think I'm really focused on this championship, and I kind of put all the fun and the happiness on the side, and
yeah.
It's working right now, but maybe I should enjoy more. I don't know, but for sure was a good win and a really amazing day.
Yeah, it was. How about you and Eli setting your fast times on the last lap of the second moto? He saw you coming. You were going for the win. That was cool, man. You guys were pushing.
Yeah. Like I said, I really wanted to win that moto and gain points for the championship. Yeah. I think, like I said during the podium interview, I think we should check the stats of Eli and see if anybody passed him ever the last lap when he was leading a race. I think it never happened before, so I tried, but I failed.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I can't remember Eli getting passed on the last lap of a race ever, right? So, hey, we were talking about the Larocco's Leap earlier in the show. And it was tough this year, man. I didn't like it. Like, I thought I want to see you guys jump it all the time, and that's what the fans want. Davey agrees with me. The fans are there. What was so tough about it? Was it the landing or the corner before? I mean,
he actually made it decent more the times than everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody told me, Dylan. I think it was Adam. Adam or Sexton? No, Sexton. After the race, Chase told me, dude, Ferrandis was jumping it from the inside. He goes, and easy every time. Sexton was amazed that you were doing it from the inside, Dylan.
Yeah, I did, but I did because my teammate AP and also Ken, they did from the inside. But Moto 1, I did every lap from the outside, and it was good. Like the problem is, I don't know why everybody was doing the inside, and so for sure they couldn't jump, and I was going outside every lap, jumping it like. Was not hard to do it from the outside, and I was really surprised to see the guys in front of me not jumping in. So for sure, second moto was different. Mm-hmm. They prep a little more the acceleration after the turn, and like the inside was really good. And I think AP opened up the first one. He jumped from the inside, and Ken also. Even if he one time he cased really bad, but then I did also, and AP and we pretty much jump it. I think half of the motor we jump it from the inside, but going outside and jump it was also faster than not jumping at all. So I was surprised from the especially in Moto 1 that all my main rivals was not jumping it.
Yeah, Davey, when you're racing and you come around and you're racing with somebody and they don't jump it, and you're committed, what's that like?
I mean, you hope they don't move over.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, when you're going up that big of a face, there's no stopping once you're committed. It'd be way worse to stop or uncommit.
Yeah.
And you'd be done. Right. So for me, most of the time, everyone when you go up the face, if you're on the left or you're on the right of them, like they're gonna stay there.
Everybody stays straight.
Everyone kind of stays straight.
Right.
So it's kind of one of those things. But that lip's so massive that you have time to move a little bit But
right.
where they're coming out of now, I mean, you're wide open from the bottom.
Yeah.
So at least we had a bigger run.
You're pretty much in fourth, Dylan. Wide open. Third.
I don't know. I never know what year I am.
Okay. All right. Did you have a few sketchy moments when you jumped it and AP didn't, or the guy in front of you didn't jump it?
No. Because, I mean, you know that when you jump it, you always land on the middle, and when you don't jump it, you always scrub to the right, and you take the landing on the right. So it's kind of pretty safe. Like one lap when I passed AP from the inside, but he went outside and jumped it, and me not. And I mean, it was pretty safe. I mean, I trust him, he trusts me, so it was pretty safe.
You've been working with our buddy David Villeman, of course. You're back east now, and we'll talk about that in a second. You've been working with DV. It's been, your fitness is great, Dylan. Like, just late in the races, you are able to lay down some great times. You're eating guys up halfway on. Like, I don't know how worried you are with some of your starts. If you're like, are you ever worried, Dylan? Like, you're like, oh, I got a bad start. Like, oh shit. Or are you like, I know I'm going to get these guys by the 25-minute mark?
No, I worry every motor.
Okay.
Even if I'm top 5, I worry. Like,
okay.
450, you never know. Competition is so difficult that no, you never know.
Right.
Every time I show up to a race, I'm scared to get my ass kicked. So I mean, I'm scared every time. Like it's not like I'm going to the race. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna win this race. No, I know it's gonna be a war.
Right. Because man, like your starts, Dylan, is about the only thing that's not going your way right now.
Yeah, but they were pretty decent.
They were,
the last couple races, especially in Red, but I felt I was in good position both stops, so it's getting better. Yeah,
that's good. And we got a question for you on 2 from a listener here. Give us a call, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Dylan Ferrandis, the 450 motocross points leader right now. It's Arno. He's on 2. Arno, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thank you.
Davey, big fan as well.
Thank you.
I do have a question for Dylan, but before I have a message. Dylan, merci énormément pour avoir signé ma casquette d'équipe de France et le maillot. C'est vraiment super sympa. My question is, has been the move to Florida for you, and has that the whole dynamic changed since you guys moved out east to Florida?
So I was looking for this move for a long time ago, pretty much since my first season in motocross, when I learned what it was to wake up at pretty much 6 a.m. on the East Coast when you're on the West Coast time, so like 3 a.m. in the morning. So like my first season in motocross, when I learned that, I was like, okay, I really need to be on the East Coast. It took 5 years, but finally we're here, and I really like it. Like I'm more, I'm not someone really feel comfortable in big city. So now we have a house in the middle of the forest and pretty much in the middle of nowhere. So I really enjoy this, and the best thing we had is we train where Ricky Carmichael train all his career. So his home track, the form is amazing. It's what, I mean, as a rider, when you arrive over there, it's you just like a kid at Christmas. It's crazy. It's so beautiful. There is jump and corner everywhere, different track. So pretty much I love my life right now being in Florida. It's really, really good, and I really enjoy it. And like I said, the being on the East Coast time is really a big important point for me for the championship, because like I said, to not have to wake up too early in the morning and get used to that is really good. And the humidity for now is fine. I'm fine with that. It's hot, but it's okay. So everybody say mid-July is,
just wait.
Is even more.
Just wait, Davey said. Davey said just wait.
Especially in Cairo where you're riding, just wait.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's what everybody say, yeah.
Well, Dylan, and Star Guys have been based on the West Coast for the last couple of years, and I remember when AP was winning, I was saying, like, do you know how hard that is? He's riding at Glen Helen and Milestone and like whatever, West Coast, you too, Dylan, and then going to these East Coast races, humidity, like that was it was good because you guys were all riding together, so you were racing and elevating the competition. But man, that was tough. You guys were doing that for a couple of years, Dylan. Star Guys.
Yeah, really, really difficult, especially the track. There is not many different track, and you have to go to the track when it's open and when it's prepped. So not easy. I mean, AP showed that it works. I did also last year. I trained all the last year on the West Coast, so it works. But I think 450 is a more. I mean, it's a different level. The competition, like I said, is even higher, and I think for us it was a good choice to do that. And I mean, I feel like it was a good choice, and it's paying off. So I'm glad we did it.
Thanks, Arnaud, for the call. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up for you, Dylan, you're making so much bonus money. Buy the motorhome. Get the motorhome and stay in the track. That's awesome. That's got to be great.
He passes my old place every day. He goes ride.
Yeah, Dylan, go over to Millsaps training facility and see
that's the other side.
Oh.
So where I grew up, he'll pass it. He passes it every day.
Oh, okay.
So you know the track on the left that you pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my old place.
Yeah, boy, this track also looks great. Huh?
Who has it now, or what is
my
it?
mom?
Oh, okay. So she still has it.
Yeah, she has that, and she has MTF.
I didn't know that.
But yeah, we bought that or had that, and then Ricky's bought his. I think a couple years after.
Okay.
And we're like, man, it'd have been so nice to have that place. It's just the elevation. It has sand.
Ricky's place has elevation?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Not like crazy, but it has some.
Right.
And the dirt's badass.
Is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The outdoor dirt is bad. I used to ride there as an amateur with Ricky.
Okay.
So I'd take my bike, the gas can on the front of my bike, and I'd go over and do motos and then go home.
And go home.
Yep.
That's funny. Is there anything left over from Ricky there, Dylan? Is there is his shed or anything? Is everything gone?
Everything is still over there. We still have the water truck with the big number 4.
Okay.
Many trophy or the team picture of championship and stuff. So a lot of stuff over there. A lot of history. Yeah,
you're right about that. Look, I don't have to do anything, Dylan, but watch the stupid races, and I struggle to get up at 3 a.m. West Coast time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just there watching them. And so I can't imagine, that would suck for you guys to go West Coast to East Coast, long day, get up at 3 a.m. West Coast time and go to the races,
Yeah.
So,
I mean, at least for him, he has both now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We got a question from Paul for you, Dylan. Paul, welcome to the show. What's your question for Dylan Ferrandis?
Hey, guys. Hey, first off, Davey, love having you on. Awesome to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Dylan, so I'm an American patriot through and through. I wear red, white, and blue, everything. But at the same time, I absolutely hate the hate that you get for being a foreigner. So this season, has it gotten any better?
Oh yeah. I mean, even the past season, I never had such big problem like if you take off the social media, fine. And I don't look social media, so. I never had any problem before. It's fine. And even today, at Redbird, it was really, really fine. Some people did the booing, but I don't know, maybe 10 people. So it's fine. And I feel like they're doing more for fun,
Yeah.
And I kind of understand, because I think if I was a fan in France and an American guy come and beat all the riders that I like, I think I will do the same. So I kind of, take it on the fun side.
Right.
All right. Well, yeah, no, because just watching the broadcast, you could lip read one fan say go back to France, but you could see before he said it, he kind of looked around to everybody around him and then said it, and then I just wanted to punch him in the face.
Yeah,
because it's just dumb.
Paul, I was there, and I heard way more cheers. I did hear a couple of boos, but honestly, I heard 90% cheers for Dylan when he was up there. I was standing in Natchez Tower, so
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Good news.
Thanks for the call.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Dylan Ferrandis on the show, brought to you by Vortex Racing. Dylan Ferrandis has won championships with Vortex Racing sprockets, as has Chad Reed and James Stewart. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com. They got the V3 bar, 29% stronger than the competition, and they have the sprockets as well. So thanks to Vortex for bringing Dylan Ferrandis on. Appreciate it. Dylan, do you find yourself, is AP and Christian's going to move back there? Are you guys going to do motos together at the Goat Farm, or do you kind of have your own program that you're going to stick to? Or is it going to be a little bit of a competition with those two guys?
I do my own program for sure. So Davi do every week the on and off the bike program, and I really follow it 100%. So if we happen to be on the same time on the same track with all the Yamaha rider, I mean, fine. For sure, there is always this competition. When you see someone being faster, you want to be you want to go even faster. But I think you can help every rider pretty much, because right now there's also Justin Cooper, Colt Nichols, and also Matt LeBlanc and Romano.
Oh yeah, Romano.
Right now. So last week, for example, we all rode together. But I do my program, and they do their program. So no really training together, but. If it happened at some time, we did more together, and for sure that push everybody a little bit, I think.
Right. So you passed DV in career wins with 15 American wins, and I put that on social media, Dylan, and DV immediately struck back with that your 250 wins don't count. It's only 450 wins.
He'll surpass that too.
Yeah. No, I felt like reposting Villeman's comment and saying, just give him a couple years, DV.
Yeah.
But that was great to see, Dylan. Just getting DV mad is always a fun time.
Is that hard?
You're fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that every time too, so I know the feeling.
That's awesome. Hey, you're coming up on JMB, and then Marvin's the leader for French wins in American. So I don't know if you even notice that kind of stuff, Dylan, or not, but yeah. So
they're all pretty far.
I don't think anyone's gonna beat American wins.
What's that?
I don't think anyone's gonna beat an American win.
Oh, what do you mean?
RC.
Oh, no, I meant for French riders.
No, I was going to say for Americans.
Yeah. Dylan Ferrandis Show brought to you by VortexRacing.com. Hey, let's talk about Supercross season a little bit, Dylan. Like, there were some great rides. You made a podium. You in Orlando, when you came in for repairs, you pulled out in front of the leaders and then never got past. There were some great charges from the back, but there were other weekends that were, a little inconsistent. What did you think of your Supercross season?
Like you said, some up and down. Then was a rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
Was also a rookie season for all the team. All the Star Racing guys, they get back on the 450 program, and they all have to learn. So that's what we did. Every rider, we pretty much all have up and down. We all have one podium. So it was really a learning season, and I think today, if the bike is good today in outdoors, is because of all the testing we did during Supercross. We tried so much stuff on the bike to understand this Yamaha 450 and to understand how to work with it, and I think it's paying off really right now on the motocross. But yeah, we spend a lot of time trying to understand the bike, trying different parts, and also for me, like I felt like the last two rounds at Salt Lake City, they were really good for me. I did 4 and 4, but I was battling out front. I had the pace, so I feel like we really made the bike better round after round. Sometimes we try the parts on the race day, which is never the good things to do, but we have no choice because it was really hard to practice when we had, for example, the 3 rounds in a row at the same location. We had no way to practice, so we had to try it during race day. So sometimes we were right, sometimes not, and so we paid the price of that with bad results. But like I said, I think we all learned so much, and all the team learned so much, and it's paying off today on the motocross. We see last race at Redbud, 2 Yamaha on the podium, 3 Yamaha in the top 5.
Yeah,
so I think it's amazing.
Well, listen, Dylan, I'm a Blue Crew rider too. Yamaha gives me a bike every year, so I'm on board. But I hate all these people talking crap on our Yamaha, Dylan.
How do you honestly right now in this sport? There's not one person that can say anything bad about a Yamaha. There's not one.
Right. I told Bam he needs to get a Blue Crew back. He didn't like that. But
I think he looks good on the gas.
He does, but
he looks good on the gas.
I pointed out to Justin that, hey, you might want to see the Yamahas. They look pretty good.
But if you think at the end of the day, the start is a massive part, and those bikes are so fast.
Yeah.
And whatever Dylan and AP and Christian have been doing with settings and whatnot, the bike looks really good, chassis-wise as well.
Right.
But 250s, 450s, the Yamaha is not ever in the front. It's always there.
Oh, yeah.
It's not ever not in the front. That's what I meant.
Right,
yeah, it's always there.
Right.
So, yeah, I think what was the first turn, second moto, there was 4 Yamahas in the 250 class.
Yeah, I'm sure. Right, yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And then, you got AP getting both hole shots by a ways.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a massive part of the whole game.
Dylan, I was at Paris last year. You were there, I think. I rode the last 450 that Villopoto had tested, and the Yamaha guys allowed me to ride it. And, man, it was so much faster than my production bike, but so rideable.
Yeah.
Like, so rideable, Dylan. Do you find the same way? Like, it didn't hit. Like, I rode Ferry's factory 450 years ago, the Cowie one, and I've ridden Chad's bike, and I couldn't hang on to those, Dylan. They hit so hard, right? Look, I suck. I'm a vet rider. I'm nowhere on your level. But I'm just saying they hit so hard. I'm like, oh, my God, right? Like, my arms are coming out. I rode this Villopoto bike, and I'm like, this thing is mellow, but yet still so fast, Dylan. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm still asking to my team to have less power on the bike.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Still on progress,
Right.
Like I'm trying to have less power. I mean, not less power, but less, like, this acceleration that pull on your arm.
Yeah. Yep.
Sometimes especially on outback track, it's kind of bothering me. But yeah, I mean, I feel great. For me, it's different. When you move to 250 from 450, you love to have this power. So I think with more experience, I will understand more why it's better to have less power. But right now it's really, I mean, I like having more power, but
right.
For sure for Supercross, for example, sometimes we took bad decision by having too much power, and at the end of the day, it wasn't the solution.
Right. Davey, did you find the same way? Like, at first you were like, I need more power, I love this power, and then back it down?
06 was my first year on 450.
Yeah.
And I took almost less power just because it was way easier to ride. I can ride it the whole time.
Yep.
And then, it just started creeping up with power and power and power.
Yeah.
But then I have my map was map 1, which was all the power that I loved.
Okay.
And then, because I was never in that great of shape at the point, I'd have map 2 that calmed it down. So I get halfway through, I'd switch it, and then
oh, you would? You switch a map in the middle of the race?
Yeah,
oh,
just
wow,
to let
cool.
me, because it made it easier to ride the whole
right.
moto.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, I get his point though. I mean, it's you love to have the power coming from 250s, and for him, he's riding the power fine.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not many tracks I see in the future that he's going to need less power at.
Right. Millville's coming up. Southwick's coming up, right? Yeah. All that. Maybe Unadilla.
Unadilla.
Go ahead.
Sugar, maybe.
Sorry, Dylan, what'd you say?
I said Washugal.
Washugal, yeah.
Track that I think we're going to need less power.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got a bunch of phone calls for you, Dylan, here. First up is Dan. Dan, what's going on? What's your question for Dylan Ferrandis?
Hey, not really a question. I just want to say, Dylan, man, I'm super psyched for your season. We love watching you race. I love your style. We were at Southwick 2 years ago rooting for you, and me and my kids will be there this week rooting for you, too. So best of luck to you, bud. And
thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, dude. We'd love to see you race, and hopefully you end up on the podium again this weekend.
Hey, Dan, do you think he's better than DV? What do you think, Dan?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I'm a DV fan, even though one time he kind of snubbed me a few years ago.
Oh, really? What a dick.
But I'm just goofing around. He seems like, I think he's better.
Thank you. I agree. Yeah,
I think he's got more potential, and I'm a DV fan.
Yeah, but he's old news. Dylan's a
don't
new
know
guy.
shit.
Dylan's a man, but keep listening to DV too. I hope you're still working with him because he's a smart dude.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, man. But the other thing I just wanted to say is I just wanted to give a shout-out to Davi Millsaps.
Okay.
Because way back when he was on Honda, I was at Southwick again, walking through the pits after the race, and I'm just a, kind of a nobody fan. And he was standing around with some other Honda dudes, and I just was like, hey, man, good going out there today. And it was really cool because you could tell he acknowledged what I was saying, and he took the time to chat for a minute, and that means a lot to a fan,
Cool. Awesome.
So I appreciate, you being a down-to-earth guy, and I know you're at the races and it's your job to be there, but I appreciate you being so friendly.
Was he doing media interviews? Because he loved to do interviews with me after the race a lot of times. So, yeah,
really, no. You know what? Right. It seemed like he was just sitting around with some other Honda dudes breaking balls and.
If it was Southwick, Dan, if it was Southwick, he was exhausted. He probably couldn't move. So, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Thanks, Dan.
All right, take care.
Thank you. We got a couple GP questions for you, Dylan. Let's get into that. Ken, what's your question for Dylan Ferrandis?
Hey, thanks for letting me come on the show. I'm a huge fan. My first question is, how does Dylan feel his speed is, him and Roxon, if you were to put him next to the GP guys right now? Because they look super fast, and I think they look on pace with the GP guys. I watch both.
Right. What do you think, Dylan, watching the GPs?
It's a good question. I think if you put all the GP rider on the red bud track, the condition like it was Saturday, I think we have a chance to match the speed. I think if you put Ken and I on the Italian track last race, I think maybe top 5, top 3. I don't know, but the conditions are so different. The setting are so different too. I don't know, it's hard to say. And I raced Jeffrey Erling's all my 250 career, so I know what is it. I will never say I will beat him. It's impossible. Will I try? Will I give a try for sure? But do I have any chance? I don't know. For me, it's the fastest rider in the world, so hard to say. But I think it all depends of condition. If you let me train for a few months on the hard pack condition or stand track in Europe, I think I can have a chance maybe to fight for a podium. But after 8 months of practicing Supercross and just riding 1 month of motocross,
right? Yeah,
I think it's hard to battle this guy.
Yeah, not so easy then. Hey, your 250 battles with Hurlings, Dylan, they were epic. They were great. So.
Yeah, great to watch, but not really great for me.
Yeah, really, right? Thanks, Ken. Thanks for the call.
Hey, one more thing.
Sure.
Has he been asked to ride for Team France yet?
What do you know? Anything about Destinations?
Yeah. I just had a call with the French team manager 1 hour ago.
Oh, wow. There we go. Breaking news.
Congratulations.
You are going to go, right, Dylan?
I don't know. It's a difficult question. Everybody know the situation. It's complicated.
Gotta go.
Yeah. Well.
And also for my team, I think it's also a difficult situation because we are planning to move all the employees and all the parts and everything from California to Florida after the outdoors. So they need some time to do that. So asking the team to go to Italy for a few weeks for one race. I don't know. We need to talk about it all together, and right. We will see.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, man.
Well, good luck. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I've been to Mantova. It's a good track for you. I think you do well. But yeah, it's a whole commitment, man. There's no doubt. Team USA is in the same boat. So, all right. Sean's on 3. Sean, what's your question for Dylan Ferrandis?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. So Dylan, it's cool that you came over to the States, leaving the GPs to come compete with us, and you now have 2 indoor championships in Supercross in the lights class and an outdoor championship, and this year obviously is looking pretty good. If you were to pull it in and become the 450 outdoor champion, would you think about going over to Europe and actually racing the GPs and trying to get, I don't want to call it a hat trick, but doing something that's very rare, winning on both coasts, but in both continents?
What about maybe not next year, but like in the future, Dylan? Do you ever see yourself going back?
In the future, yeah.
No, not really. I did a lot of years in GP, and I know what is it. And I always dreamed to move to the US to race here because the sport is more important here, and many things are better. The condition, the track, the championship also is like the way the how can I say, the championship is like one Supercross championship, one motocross championship. You know, I love this fact, and yeah, I mean, I enjoy my life here. I enjoy more racing here in the US more than what I had in GP. So I don't want to come back to race over there because like I said, I really enjoy racing here in the US more than racing the GP.
And Sean, I interviewed Dylan at Bercy or Paris or whatever it was years ago, and I interviewed him at Monster Cup when he came here, and Dylan has always said, I remember him telling me both times, I want to come to America. I want to race in America. There was talk of you riding for Mitch Payton at one point, right, Dylan? Yes. You've always been trying to get here and always wanted to come here for years. So I can vouch for that. So
question on that then. How's the pay when you're a champion or you're top tier in the States? If you were to go back there, would it be a massive pay increase? Or is racing in the States more profitable to just stay here, whether or not you're a championship contender?
I think you have no idea. The pay over here in the US is, I think, 10 times more than in Europe. The races,
wow.
Just by races, by championship, by salary, I think here it's 10 times more.
I think if you're like AC or
Hurlings does good.
Hurlings is crushing it, but other than that, you know, so
but there is only one Jeffrey Hurlings, and he's, like I say, for me, he's the fastest rider in the world, so he deserves it. Right. There is only one like this.
Sure. Thanks, Sean.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Dylan, if you should have been racing here when Millsaps was, like, these guys were making so much money.
God, you and your money.
Well, no, Davey, you guys were. You were in a great era where the factories were paying out big money.
And what are they doing now?
Not as much. There's no way.
I mean, it's much enough.
Yeah, I mean.
Come on. Okay. You're talking Ricky Carmichael days, okay? Ricky Carmichael was, and James really, but Ricky, let's face it, that's one dude.
No, listen, Davey, when you were factory Honda,
oh God,
okay, and you were winning, a couple Supercrosses a year, and, you know, you were a podium guy a lot, you're making 1.5. Are you not making 1.5?
I don't know.
Yes, you were, because I know what Red Dog was making. You know, like, so those are good days. Yeah. Those are good times. So, Dylan, he doesn't want to talk about his Honda contracts ever. So, you know.
No, it's for me, no one needs to know how much everyone makes. All anyone needs to know, because everyone looks at Supercross and motocross as an AMA and Feld pay out a whole lot. When I would win Supercross, it was from AMA, it was $12,000.
Right.
So
it's still 12.
That's what they need to know. Like, honestly, that's not a lot of pay.
Right.
So you got $12,000 to win. When I won the 250F class, I think it was $2,500.
Yeah.
A win.
Right.
I don't know what it is now.
Dylan, what were you getting to win a 250 Supercross?
From Feld.
From AMA.
Did it go up to at least 5?
No. Oh no, it's not.
No, not 5.
Oh no.
Only the shootout. The shootout is I think it's 8,000.
Yeah.
No, one win is 250. I think AMA is 4,000. I think.
So they went up.
I don't remember.
So they went up a little bit.
I think mine was 20. I think mine was 2,500.
I believe it's still 12 to win a 450 Supercross.
Yeah. So I mean, that's
right.
Really if you look at it, the big picture, that's not a lot.
No, it's not.
You know, and everyone needs to understand, like, that's where everyone kind of fights with the whole money thing. Is that?
Listen, Dylan. Davey was making really good money as a 450 rider. That's all I'm going to say, because I know what Tim Ferry was making, and you were probably making more. All right? Okay? DV, well, you know what DV was making.
I'm surprised because I never look at the AMA bonus. I only look at the factory bonus.
Yeah. Dylan has his AMA money in his couch cushions.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't.
I gave my mechanic 10% of everything I ever made. So AMA bonus included in that. So I knew everything.
You gave Carlos 10% of your Honda money too?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Dylan! I should have been a mechanic for Millsaps. Jesus.
I mean, you guys, when a mechanic at the end of the day works, I know you're not risking your lives, but our lives are in your hands.
I know, but I never had a rider pay me that much. That's good for you.
But dude, it's like we put in what? How many hours a day do you ride? 2, 3 at max.
Listen, you're preaching to the choir here.
I'm just saying that's kind of how I was raised,
right?
You know, and Scuba the same way, and
right.
You know, I gave him 10% of everything, you know, that I made in 13, but he deserved it. Carlos deserved it tenfold. You know,
right.
I just couldn't afford to do more than that. So
speaking of your mechanic, how's Alex, Dylan? You get along with him well? You like him? He's a good dude. I know him a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. We had a lot of fun. He's much different than most American people in the industry. I think it's because he's from Minnesota.
Yep.
And it's fun. Like the good thing is because he's different, he understands me more, and he understands my life more. Like coming from a different country and being alone here with my wife. You know,
right?
It's something different. Like not many people can really understand what we live. So on day one, he tried to understand that, and always try to understand when I talk English not correctly, you know. So,
Yep.
So it's good. Not many people do that, and I'm glad he's good for that.
Awesome.
For the ride, he's good mechanic too.
Yeah, he is for sure. Paris Supercross, Dylan. Do we know yet? I saw the Lawrences are in, and I talked to Eric a little bit. You want to go, or what's your thoughts on Paris?
If I want, yeah, for sure. I wanna do a lot of race. I want to race Paris. I want to race the nation. But do I can? I don't know. It's a long season, you know. 17 Supercross, 12 motocross. At some point, the body needs to rest, and then you know, I had only one podium this year in Supercross, and I was really, really sad about it. I was looking for more, and I really want more, and so I'm gonna need to work a lot this winter to be ready for the Supercross next season, and that's my priority. So we're gonna need to sit and talk with the team and all the people around me, and take the best decision for me to be the best for the first round of the Supercross 2022.
Go ahead.
Have you ever ridden a Supercross track in the South? Like at a practice track in Florida or Georgia?
We used the farm before Daytona, before Orlando, Atlanta. We stayed already here in March for a couple of weeks. So we did ride the Supercross track at the farm, and was good.
Yeah, you're not going to get much better than right there.
Right.
So it's pretty good there, man. I'm not going to lie. You're going to have a hell of a time.
Yeah. I did ride your track too. One day the farm was too muddy, and Martin Davalos he invited us to ride the track, and it was really hard pack.
That was really hard pack, yeah.
Yeah, so the one at the Red Barn, right by Ricky's.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that place is. I mean, that's red as it gets.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I went to Yogi's place back in the day. That was pretty red as it gets too.
Bainbridge or his Climax place?
The Climax place.
That's the place that I bought.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, you bought that place?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. I went there in like 99 or 2000, way back when.
Yeah.
So Yogi was factory Honda then.
Yeah.
Dylan, I wouldn't like living. I think if I'm a rider, I love the tracks and the dirt and the property. But man, I don't know if I like living out in Tallahassee. Like, where Tallahassee's like an hour away, or how far is it? 30 minutes away?
Well, you got to think, driving back there, you drive as fast as you want.
Okay.
You know, and there's only like 2 stop signs to get there.
Do you fly out of Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And you can get anywhere out of there?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Dallas.
Yeah, okay.
You know, Miami.
Right. Okay.
So
you got a connection no matter what almost.
Yeah, always.
Right. Okay. Well, man, it's out in the middle of nowhere, though. Seems like it.
Tallahassee's, I mean, for me, Tallahassee has everything, though.
That's where you were born and raised, though.
No. I was raised there.
Sorry. Born in Florida, right. Tampa area or something.
Orlando,
right.
But yeah, I mean, Tallahassee, I had a house there, and I lived there. I loved where I was at. You have restaurants all right there. You got Bonefish, which is nice.
Okay.
But I know my wife's probably listening right now too, because she knows that I love that place.
You go back there.
But I mean, he's living in Tallahassee. Like, the commute is not bad.
How far are you, Dylan, from the goat farm?
From the what?
From the goat farm. How far are you?
30 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you're in Tallahassee, basically, Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, it's a big city, I guess. Thanks for coming on, Dylan. I really appreciate it. fantastic summer so far, man. It's really been a joy to watch you come through the pack and get these guys late and win, and it's been something else, man. So congratulations on all that success, and keep it up. We'll see you at Southwick this weekend. Thanks for coming on.
Good luck, boss.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I will try to keep doing this.
Yeah, keep doing that. We'll check in with you later in the summer. We'll get you back on. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. That's Dylan Ferrandis, brought to you by Vortex Racing. Of course, great guys down there. Dylan Ferrandis using Vortex Racing sprockets on his bike. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. The first and only job board built specifically for the motocross industry. The job of the week this week, outside sales for seven moto gear. 7MX is looking for outside sales. Is full-time independent sales rep in multiple territories throughout the United States. The ideal candidate would live central to the territory and have great knowledge of the local dealer network. So please check that out if you're looking to get involved in the industry, sell some 7 gear. And Malcolm Stewart crushing it with 7. So you'll have easy way to get in there. So thanks to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com for coming on board. And also thank you to the folks at Maxima USA. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima USA, whether it's Mitch Payton and the Pro Circuit team, which David Millsaps could have rode for back in the day, or it's the guys now at Adamson, Cirillo, Tomac. Maxima's got the new 4-stroke moil with the Peak technology in it, the Peak system, and it's unique and exclusive to Maxima. Use the code PULP20 to save. Maxima USA 927 as well for 2-stroke stuff. It's the #1 selling performance 2-stroke oil in most markets around the world. I love the SE1. I love the foam filter oil. I love the chain lube, MPPL. It's all great stuff from Maxima USA. Use the code PULP20 to save at Maxima. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. And Fly Racing, flyracing.com, man. Let's get this man on the line. He went to Italy this weekend representing Fly Racing. And when it comes to the Formula helmet from the folks at Fly Racing, they do a great job. Jason Thomas, what's up, JT? JT.
He's walking. I put it in the notes, but he said he needs like 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll get back to him. Hold on. I can do that, and then I can put him on hold. Okay. So talk to JT a little bit about Italy.
Great radio.
And everything that's going on from there. Fuck you. A-Ray's got a question. A-Ray says, I have a question for Steve. What do you think someone in 07, 08 like me or Cade would have made had we raced? Nothing still.
That's messed up.
I don't know. No, that's a good question. The purse money's the same as we've established.
The purse money's the same. The field.
I feel like there's more teams now than there was back then. B teams, like A-Ray teams.
Yeah, there's way more teams now.
Right.
But the field was deep back then. So for him, like, it would have been almost the same.
Yeah, and I feel like he would have been more like, because there was like guys in box fans back then, like privateers in box fans. There wasn't semis everywhere.
No, I think the box fan was kind of faded out by then.
Well, okay. I was in a box fan. Nick Way, 02.
But you said 07.
Yeah, true.
So
good point.
I get, what was it? Primal Impulse was a Suzuki, right? He was a box fan. That was a box fan.
Yeah, that was. But that was way before then. Yeah,
yeah.
Like you said. So I don't know what does A-Ray make. I don't know. What's A-Ray make now? Does A-Ray make $50,000 now?
He has to.
With purse money, $50,000.
With purse money, everything. All year, everything, more than that.
Yeah.
He's probably. A-Ray don't quote, but probably in the 65, 70.
I would think so. Yeah.
So. He would probably be just maybe with everything, maybe just over the 100 mark, maybe. With if they had social media back then, hands down, because he's good at it.
Right.
But
right.
There was no social media back then.
No, there wasn't.
So who knows?
David Millsaps in studio, brought to you by Decal Works. Please check that out. Use the code PulpMX at decalmx.com to save. Get yourself some custom graphics, everything else. You're heading to California for this, right?
Yeah.
For racing.
For training. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, my son Dane, he's racing this weekend at Paula for Moto for Kids, and then, but I'm going there for training tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and then obviously Carson flies out Friday.
Mumford coming on later, by the way. Looking forward to talking to Mumphy a little bit. Let's see if JT's there. JT, you there?
Yeah.
Fly Racing Zone. Jason Thomas on their way back from Italy. JT.
Yeah, I'm in Salt Lake. It's been man. What a day. I don't even know what planet I'm on.
It's a lot of flying, man. Hey.
God, I forgot what it's like.
Yeah, really. So we're talking about salaries here. Millsaps is...
God, dude. Again.
Well, I just want to ask JT. I pretend you're not here. He says he doesn't know, JT, which is BS, but let's say he really doesn't know.
Okay.
Millsaps in his Honda days is pulling in 1.5. Do you agree or not?
From Honda or total?
Total,
I would say yeah, all day.
Right. Okay. Thank you. He says he doesn't know. I just wanted to, yeah.
I think pre 2008, I would say yes. I think everybody went through a pretty significant downturn in the 08, 09 range. So if you're talking like 07, 08, before the 09, I think everybody took a pretty big pay cut for 09. I would say yes.
Now, he's also claiming, and I'm not saying he's lying here, this is amazing, JT, that he says when he was making just over 100 at JGR when he got second in the points. Can you believe that?
Salary?
Yes.
Come on.
He had to take a cut because James came on.
The truth, you guys want to know the truth? My contract was $150,000 for 2012.
Right. That's such a deal for JGR.
Yeah, but that's not counting gear and...
No.
Okay, gear.
No, that's counting...
Just gear. And gear alone back then, because you got to think, I was yearly, so 2011 was the year before. So I was up on everything for 2012, and I did terrible in 11. So my contracts for 2012 were terrible.
Right.
And,
Corey Gibbs got a hell of a deal.
Yeah. So,
$150,000.
so did Frank and Mark from O'Neill.
Right.
And I know that if they're listening, yeah, you heard me. And, I think in 2012 I wore, was it 11? I don't even know what boots I wore in 12.
When did you wear Scott? Was that Honda?
10.
Was that Honda?
2010, yeah.
Okay.
That's when, so No Fear went bankrupt halfway through 9.
Okay.
And then I went to One Industries, and then One Industries wanted all of their money back if I switched brands for 2011.
What?
Yeah, it was Neil, I guess, ran it back then.
Yeah.
So we said no.
So they said, we'll give you gear for this half of the year, but if you don't sign with us for 12, we want all the money back?
No, so in 2010, they wanted to do a 2-year deal, but the second year was optional.
Yeah.
And if I switched companies, which I did JGR, so that was already shift.
Yeah.
I had to give them all of their money back from 2010.
That's ridiculous.
So I'm like, yeah, let me sign that one for you.
Right.
So, but yeah, no.
Even though you wear the gear and you rep for us and you do your job, we still want that money back.
They wanted it back.
Right.
So
this is America, and we don't do that.
Right.
No. So, but 2012, I barely made. Honestly, that's why I couldn't stay in North Carolina.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
You had California House, and
that's all I had,
right.
And I literally at that time frame. Because
Corey Gibbs got a hell of a deal.
I told you I shook his hand.
Right. Yeah.
So, and he tried to up it halfway through, in the start of outdoors, because he knew James was going to come back. Obviously, he tried to up it to make it better, just to sign me for the following year.
Yeah.
But I was already in that point of I'm gone.
Right. JT, how was Majoria? Looks like it was muddy second moto.
Yeah, it was great. It's hot there. It's summertime in Italy, so hotter and more humid than I haven't been to Italy really in the summer very often. I went to Altobiano a couple of years ago, but it wasn't brutally hot there. Generally when we go, it's the fall.
Dude, when I went to Mantova, it was so fucking hot that year.
Really? Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, and I'm sure that's normal, but for me, I just haven't been there for that very often. So definitely a different experience, but it was great. You can kind of see their series coming back to normal. They only had 1,000 fans there, so it was significantly different than when you and I were there in 2016. Just the atmosphere and everything was a lot different. No real people, but everything else looks the same. But it did give a lot of time to walk around and talk to people because there's no real crowd and it's pretty mellow. It's almost like a local race type feel. Almost, you know what it felt like? It felt like kind of Canada where everybody's kind of hanging out because there's really no fans. There's no one bothering them. They can kind of cruise around without getting stopped for autographs every 5 seconds, So, yeah, really cool atmosphere and a good weekend. And the racing was just, pretty wild.
Three-way tie for first overall in 450s. Three-way tie for that. That's crazy.
Yeah, everybody was worried about rain all day, and it didn't show up until super late. So that was really nice. I'm sure the 450 guys didn't think it was so nice, but I don't know if you saw the picture of Paul Jonas after the race, but the guys that took their goggles off just got absolutely annihilated with, mud and rocks and all kinds of stuff.
But I thought you had a rule in GPs where you had to pull in for goggles. You couldn't ride without them.
Yeah, I don't know what the rule is. They did set up a makeshift goggle lane at the last second.
Right.
It was not very effective.
Okay.
It wasn't even really a lane. It was just kind of this little area, and guys were crashing trying to get into it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was pretty messy. I think they kind of put it together at the last second. But yeah, several of the guys like Caroli, Jonas, they never got goggles. So clearly it wasn't mandatory.
Yeah, you remember that rule though, right? You saw something come out a couple years ago. Yeah, it was like a mandatory thing. Wow. So it looks like obviously the second moto was pretty muddy, but even in the first moto, Geyser couldn't do much, man. Not as invincible as he was at the first couple.
Yeah, I mean the first round he was on a different level than everybody.
Yeah.
And then the second moto at Matterley, he was certainly better than everybody. He passes Febvre in the last lap for the win. And then this weekend he was more one of the guys. He didn't have a huge edge. He didn't get pole on Sunday morning. He doesn't win either of the motos.
Yeah.
And you see Jeffrey kind of reel the points back in. So I don't know if he just got off to a hot start and this is what we're going to see. But yeah, he just seemed a little bit more human than he did, certainly in Russia anyway.
Right. Yeah, some good racing for sure. Looked like.
What do you make of Herlings' ride? Both motos there. He's definitely not going to run away and win by 30 seconds, but he definitely seemed like he's finding the old form a little bit more quickly than I thought he would.
I haven't watched it. I have it on my CBS thing to watch. Or I have my DVR set to it, but so I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, the first moto he's kind of hanging around there, nothing too crazy, and then with crashes and you get into that like charge mode where you forget about everything. You're not thinking so much. You're just instinctual kind of riding.
Yeah.
And you just see him pick the pace up, and he's just ripping off like the fastest sectors of the race over and over and over. He sets the fastest lap times of the race, and you just he goes into this different dimension that I haven't seen this year at all. And then you go back to last year, and we didn't see it all that often. So I think that really kind of just triggered something in him, and then he comes out and wins the second moto. So I don't know if it was he just kind of found it. Sometimes they just flip the switch and whatever was holding him back, he found. But there was definitely something going on where, he just literally took 2 or 3 seconds a lap off of his lap time out of nowhere, and then he was able to carry that into the mud in the second moto. So
wow.
Pretty interesting storyline there.
Yeah, and he's just going to get better, right? So, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, they go into a weekend off, and then they go into a four in a row stretch, similar to what we do in America. We've got 4 in a row coming up here, so pretty pivotal time. But I think most importantly for Jeffrey, he's got 3 sandier tracks coming up, 3 out of 4 in the sand. So he's got a chance to really leave a mark and kind of change the momentum of the series a little bit and shift it away from Tim to where Tim definitely felt like he had a stranglehold on the series going into Majora, and then it doesn't really feel that way now.
Did you see Lewis at all?
I did, yeah, briefly.
Okay.
I was between talking to teams, trying to, expand Fly Racing's footprint over there, and then all the TV stuff. I didn't have a lot of time to hang out, but I did see him, and I saw Adam Wheeler, and all the normal, regular crew over there.
How was the snacks in the gold tent there, the gold pass tent? How were the snacks?
Yeah, so it's a little different. They don't have the full VIP tent that spectators can buy, but they did have the restaurant set up. So for myself, it was still very similar, but you didn't have all of the general admission crew that could have bought it. But it definitely is nice. To have a place to go where it has real food and a place to kind of hang out is, man, it's a godsend for people like you and I that don't have anywhere to go.
Can you get me into that thing in Finland?
Assuming Finland happens, as long as you will put on a disguise and a costume that looks like someone else that's a part of Fly Racing, then I think we can pull it off.
Okay, fantastic.
And just write good things about MXGP. I think that's probably the biggest variable, as long as you say nice things, because they're going to know that you are not Bruce Perry, our international sales manager.
Okay.
But as long as you write nice things on the back end of it, I can talk my way out of it.
Okay, fantastic. Good to know. Well, Giuseppe's not there. It's David now. Maybe he's a fan of PulpMX. I don't know. Millsaps,
I would say the chances are low. But we're going to work on that relationship.
All right, sounds good. MX2 is so Vial didn't race again, and
He tried. He rode like half of the first moto.
Right, and it seems wide open, man. It seems wide open.
Yeah, that series is, it's totally up for grabs. I still think there's a really strong chance Vial ends up being your champion.
Really?
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think, with another weekend off, I think he'll be fine when they go to Austin 2 weeks. And I think he's just better. And that class is going to be so all over the place. For those guys to be consistent at that age is a really big ask. And I think Vial has that because he starts up front. He's your defending champ. So I think he's gonna start from pretty far behind, but I think he's gonna reel off a bunch of wins. And guys like Guadagnini, Renault, these guys, Benestant. We already saw that this weekend. Like Benestant crashes on the start of the second moto. Ferrandis crashes the second moto. I just think they're gonna make life pretty easy for Vial. And by the time we roll into August, September, October, and then assuming we race into November, December, I think he's gonna have so many opportunities to make up points.
Right. Oh wow. Okay. What else I got? That's about it for the MXGP stuff. Let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-out, shall we?
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Question from Twitter. How many messages did Weege send JT with things to fix on the MXGP broadcast? Because you did do the TV broadcast with Paul Malin.
I did. He didn't say anything, and then he tweeted back and said he doesn't spend his life criticizing others, and then I wrote back that he doesn't spend it all.
Yeah, fantastic. You're absolutely right. All right, X-Brand Goggle tear-offs, the number one brand out there in goggles. If you don't wear X-Brand, you won't win. Josh Strang won in GNCC, Davey, like a month ago wearing X-Brand goggles. Alex Ray was terrific when he wore X-Brand. Freddie Noren, X-Brand. Chiz, Florida's own. Kyle Chisholm, still racing with X-Brand goggle tear-offs. Pulp Show 21 is the code to save. If you want to get a deal on X-Brand, eksbrand.com. Great goggles. These questions are submitted by a Swisscore. Do you know who that is, Davey? JT?
I do. Yeah, he's the producer of my own Barry podcast, Industry Seating.
All right, you have 30 seconds. Millsaps, let's go.
Friends.
Swisscore and friends.
And friend.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's do this, Marks.
Steve.
Yep.
You have to choose one. Attempt 8 seconds on a PBR bull or the leap. Which one?
Oh, the bull. Yeah, the bull for sure. I mean, you're only falling from 6-7 feet, right? But then again, like, dude, I've heard from people who jump the leap, like, seriously, it's not any skill. It's just follow go this fast, and you will clear it. Right, Davey?
Sure.
So
I think this year was pretty tough.
Yeah, not this year.
I would not want you to try it this year.
But I'm saying generally speaking, like people who have jumped it the first time are like, yeah, man, I just followed this guy off of it.
Yeah, I get that, but yet you still have to have some skill of jumping, which obviously.
Yeah, I'm not good at jumping.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, right. So.
Especially not jumping the jumps at Western.
Yeah.
First step is admitting it.
So I'll go
Yes.
I'll go PBR bull.
Okay. Davey.
Yeah.
In an average year where there wasn't much testing, how many thousand times did the forks come off of your bikes for a settings change?
God. I've almost 1,000.
Does he think this is Chad Reed or Davey Millsaps?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
At a Honda? Are we talking about just at Honda days? Yeah. I mean, God, dude, at least 1,000 through the year.
Right.
So
think about that, right? 1,000 times. 29 races, 1,000 times.
Oh, easily.
Right. During the week and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
JT, why can't you eat sugar-free ketchup?
I guess I could. I haven't had it in so long. I really don't care anymore, so I don't crave it or miss it or anything. So technically, I probably could. I haven't looked into it too much, but I don't even really think about it anymore.
13 seconds. Good job. X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions everywhere.
Steve, who wins the MXGP title?
I said Hurlings. I said on the pre-show Hurlings. I just think he'll get better. A Gumby Geyser, I think he doesn't get pushed the last couple of years, and Hurlings will push him, and then he'll make mistakes. I'll go with Hurlings still.
Davey, same question. Who wins MXGP title?
Hurlings. Straight up.
JT, we just had Ferrandis on the show, and he said Jeffrey Hurlings is the best motocrosser in the world.
Oh, All right.
No, fastest.
I think
fastest. You say
fastest.
Fastest. Okay, fastest. Yeah.
Huh, okay. I still think Geiser's going to make this thing really interesting. I don't know what's going on with the 21 Honda, but it's taken a lot of that chaos out of Geiser's racing. And that was always the concern for me, was that he would crash his way out of a series. I don't really see that happening. The bike just looks more stable, and I don't think he's going to throw away a lot of motos. So I think Geiser may win this thing still.
All right, next question.
JT, do you have any pull in Europe being a German Supercross champ with chicks?
No. No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
2-time German Supercross champion. Don't forget.
You know, it's funny though. If I do go, if I go to Germany, there are definitely a lot of people that know about it and followed it closely and remember those days very well. But not very many females, unfortunately.
All right, Steve. When does Yamaha start to give team orders to AP to help Ferrandis?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, and I've always said, like, last race, last moto, that's it. That's the only time you tell people to pull over. You agree, Davey? Like, if you're on a team?
No.
You do it a lot?
I don't agree. I got told a lot.
And you didn't do it? Or you did do it? Like
I did it a few times.
Yeah.
And they didn't cough up on their end.
Oh, bonus money, you mean? Oh.
I gave up a few. I actually gave up almost a win and a few podiums for it. And they didn't cough up on their end, so I didn't do it again.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I thought there was kind of like an unspoken thing. Like,
yeah,
you
so
know?
did I. I mean,
yeah.
They're like, oh, we'll take care of you, and they didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's jacked up. Right.
That's bullshit.
You should totally, if you do that and give up a podium spot, yeah, you should get paid. All right.
Davey, what was his most outrageous expenditure as a pro rider? What was your most outrageous expenditure as a pro rider?
God. I mean, realistically, I don't even know. I mean, I didn't.
You ever buy a watch like Wyndham had? You ever buy one of those watches?
No, I did buy an expensive watch. Yeah, it was like a $20,000 watch.
Okay.
But not Wyndham's. Yeah. But I gave it back. My motorhome probably was the worst buy.
Yeah.
You
guys always lose money on those.
Yeah, that was probably my worst buy. I didn't really buy anything crazy except for properties and I never had like a cool car. I had an M6. It was the only car I really had.
Right? Yeah,
that was about it.
All right,
JT. Last one.
What was Wyndham's watch worth?
I think 150.
Yeah. God, I think it could shine. It could catch
the
your
Rolex,
eye, and shine you out of a stadium. You would need eye surgery if you caught.
I think it was over 150.
Damn. All right.
Wow.
Talking about baller.
Yeah.
JT, last one. What's the scariest national crash you were in over your career?
That's a good question. I didn't have any huge ones, I don't think, outdoors. I mean, I definitely had probably some big first turn crashes. I'm trying to remember anything really, really bad.
JT didn't hang it out. JT didn't hang it out.
Sure I did. You had to.
Nah, you hung it out only until you were comfortable. JT's whole thing was, listen, this thing is 30 minutes. I'll get you at the end.
Yeah, but you're still going to, you still have to push your limit to do well, like no matter what. Whatever range your finishes are capable of, you're still trying hard. I had a big crash at Unadilla one year. My bike locked up on the landing of right where the section where Stu and Ricky got together. Right before that, there's a big downhill, and my bike locked up on the landing, and I flipped about 25 times down the bottom of the hill. So I don't know though. I don't remember a ton of big ones. Definitely some practicing, but thankfully nothing too crazy.
Do you remember one for you, Davey? Outdoors?
Yeah. Redbud.
With the femur or no?
No, femur was Supercross.
Oh, okay.
Redbud.
Oh, Bud's Creek? Didn't you crash at Bud's?
Oh, take that back. Correct.
Right, Bud's was a bad
where I
one.
lost my kidney, broke my back, broke my thumb.
Was that one bad though? I didn't see it.
I heard it was bad.
Okay. What about the Redbud one?
I was 08 Redbud, and I was right in front of Burner. You know the big triple step up they have there on the far side now?
Yeah.
And you go around that tree.
Yep.
Well, that next part that you come all the way down that hill,
it
used to be really long, and the hill was actually really big.
Steeper, I think.
And we were going wide open. All of a sudden, I'm staring at Burner, facing backwards, and boom, that was it.
Right.
And I literally flipped all the way down the hill, rolled through the banners, like everything.
Yeah,
rolled through it all.
Kept going.
Stood up, and then I got right into John Ayers. Mule, and he drove me back. That was it. Like that was it. That was bad.
You weren't even looking for your bike.
Snapped my bars. Everything was bad.
Right.
And then I didn't race for a few rounds. But besides, I mean, obviously, I forgot about Bud's Creek.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
False neutral at the face.
That was on the finish line thing.
Before the finish line.
Before the finish line. Yeah.
False neutral at the face, and it was actually really big then. And I guess I jumped off, and I missed the whole landing. I landed on the flat.
Oh boy.
So, I mean, I don't remember it, but.
Okay. All right.
Didn't hurt then.
X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. You know who's got titles with X-Brand? Jessica Patterson won titles with X-Brand Goggles. Florida's own.
Florida's own.
Right?
Yeah.
Just so remember, you need to recognize that, Millsaps. Pulp.
The MXGP title questions and the PBR Bull questions were submitted by one Zach Osborne, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, Zacho
getting involved.
Zacho, he's got time on his hands.
You can't see him on a PBR.
No.
He'll jump the leap.
He would jump the leap over that for sure. Matthew's on 2, JT. Matthew, what's going on? You want to talk to Jason Thomas?
Yeah. After Jet won the first moto on his podium interview, he was saying that he was pretty uncomfortable on the bike and that he wanted to make some pretty decent changes. So I was just wondering, how much would his mechanics push back on that and say, hey, dude, you just won the moto. We don't really need to make any drastic changes, or would they kind of do what they had to do to make him comfortable?
I think it'd probably be compromised, right? He's going to tell them what he doesn't like, and I think they're not going to let him get crazy, but they're also going to try to listen to his feedback and then try to make smart decisions. You know, I think it's interesting for them because he's 17, about to turn 18. I think they have to weigh that always and make sure they don't get too crazy. You know, where if he was 30, they would probably trust his input a lot more. So, yeah, I don't think they would completely dismiss it, but they have to use their wisdom and then his feedback and try to make the smartest decisions.
I had a retired great rider, won 6 Supercross and Motocross titles, may or may not have ridden for Honda, tell me that he didn't like Jet saying that on the podium about how his bike wasn't working. I'm fine either way. Like, I get it from that point of view where you're like, dude, my bike, I couldn't barely hold on, you know. But I also, as a media guy, I want honesty, right? And if you felt that way, then that's cool. Like, it doesn't mean it to me. Like, the retired champion guy was making it like, oh, you're kind of disparaging the bike a little bit, but I don't feel that way as a media guy.
Don't you think that's a very American thing where the guys don't say anything? You know, because I know you don't watch MotoGP, but they're really forthcoming with. Oh
no, I know that. Even road race guys, in America are that way.
I was pretty.
Were you?
I was pretty open about my bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
But I think MXGP they do the same, right? If things aren't good, they tell you they're not good. Yep. It doesn't mean that a production Honda 250 is not good.
Right.
That bike is so far from anything that you're going to buy.
Dude.
But yeah, I think that's a very American characteristic, is not saying anything, where everywhere else in the world they're pretty open.
Yeah, there's been so many, even American road race guys are like, look, man, I knew I wasn't going to do good today. My Michelin was no good, or my Bridgestone was, you know what I mean? Like, straight up.
But I think Formula One, too, I know it's car racing versus motorcycle racing, but they're very open. Like, if Lewis Hamilton has a bad day, he'll just say the car was nowhere near what we needed today. Like, it was impossible to do well today.
Right.
And that's just accepted. That's just how it is.
I remember I wrote a story about when Bridgestone was pulling out of Supercross, motocross, and they had the fronts that were so good, right? You guys loved that front.
They had the front and the rear.
Yeah, and I wrote a column about these guys.
Yeah.
You guys, riders, are going to, like these Dunlops are nowhere near what they need to be for what these guys are used to, because I talked to you guys. Not you. You probably weren't talking to me, but other riders. And I got torn apart by the Dunlop guys. They were so mad. And I'm like, dude, I didn't make this up. Every rider in the pits is telling me this. You know what I mean?
Back then.
I think.
Go ahead, JT. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when Bridgestone pulled out of the sport, Chad legitimately cried. Like, I think
I mean, you're talking 2.5, 3 seconds a lap almost on an average practice track.
They were good, yeah.
But I mean, Dunlop now is pretty sick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
but I'm just saying, at that time, you know,
but for him
they had ways to go.
Yeah, but for him coming up there and saying that his bike is bad, I mean, why do you want the blame on you when you gave it your all, but your bike didn't allow you to go or ride to your potential.
Go harder.
So it's like you kind of have to look at both sides. You know, I get the fact that you're knocking the bike, but you're not technically knocking the bike. You're knocking your setup.
Yeah.
Your setup that you chose for that race or someone chose for you, whatever it may be, that's what you're knocking. And so be it. You know, it's, hey, he's won races. He's obviously doing great. So what if you say, hey, you know, I guarantee you no one's going to go out and not buy a Honda because he said that his bike didn't work good at one race.
Yeah, I like it, Matthew. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Yep. Yes.
All right, JT. Thanks for calling in. You got one more flight, and then you're good. So.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to sleep. Am I going to? I don't know. My body has no idea where I am right now. I mean, I've been traveling for like 20 hours right now. Yeah. So, yeah.
Good times.
I don't even know where I am.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please check them out on the web. Thanks for calling, man.
See you, JT.
Hey, guys.
All right, see you. That's Jason Thomas. John's on 3. John, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
So, I've been calling in and listening since the beginning, and back when, 3-4 episodes after Paul Lindsay left and Kenny was with you, and Paul was saying his crack up fresh Red Bull or whatever the fuck.
Yep.
I had an idea because Grant Langston went over the bales, the tough blocks on a corner, just right onto the concrete. So I emailed Davey Coombs and called into you guys and said, put some tough blocks there, leave some space for photographers, whatever. And Kevin Windham was on the line, and he said, how about some nets? So I think everyone should maybe swing from Kevin Windham's nuts when it comes to the net.
Okay, so you're saying Windham came up with the nets.
I think he did, and we did it on the air because I called in.
Okay.
We'll have to go back and check. Wow. I don't listen so much, but let's do this. And you're still driving that home, and it's very safe, and it's a better idea than I had, and I commend you for it. But I just thought I'd bring that up and bust your balls a little bit.
Well, fantastic. I'll have to go back and listen. I remember talking about the nets for a long time and thinking about the nets, so. I mean, listen. If I got to give Windham the credit, I got to give Windham credit. Like, I'm not scared about it. Like, whatever, it's a great thing.
Or even have a reason to pull him off the shelf and get him on the show again. We want to hear. We want to hear from him again.
Yeah, we'll do. I'll see what I'll see what he says. I'll hit him up.
All right, another real quick, another cool story of not really cool. I was at a damn event with my wife. She's here with me, and she backed a Tundra and balanced it on this deal. Is that Davy Millsaps? I think I heard his voice.
Yeah.
Or is that? Okay, good. So she backed it up and won Davy Millsaps' helmet. We were stoked. And then some energy drink looking guy for JGR. I think you were teammates with Brayton at the time. He said, no, we're not giving his helmet away. We're giving a jersey away. And it was a Brayton jersey. And I like Brayton too, but I'm just honestly more butthurt because I lost out on a helmet. I love Millsap just as much. But
heartbreak.
Hey man, you can't come up to me. I would have gave you one.
Yeah,
dude. I don't have any now, but I would have given you one back then.
Right.
Dude, I saw you walking around. You're very, very a lot taller than I thought you would be.
He's a big treat. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, thanks to JT, Dylan Ferrandis, Phil Nicoletti for coming on. We still got Carson Mumford coming up. We got more questions. We got more Redbud talk. Go to commercial break here. I'll be back with the great Davey Millsaps. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Love this guy right here. Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride. Only at motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green.
Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning, may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
PulpMX superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, When it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex Piston Kit today.
Have Davi Millsaps in studio. We got Carson Mumford coming up. We may have a celebrity caller coming on later in the show. So, Davi, the reviews are in. People are digging you on the show. People seem to like it. So,
man, I like being here.
We may have to do like a regular Monday night thing. Every Monday, you're just driving up here.
Every Monday.
Every Monday.
Let's just add more to my drive.
Yeah, why not? I want to thank the folks at Art of Sport, of course, one of the fastest growing new body and skincare brands on the planet. Kenny Roxon's a part owner in this as well. Artofsport.com, all products under $10. Artofsport.com, you can find them at Target stores, you can find them at CVS, at Walgreens, all sorts of stuff like that, places like that. The products are formulated with natural botanical ingredients and keep you smelling fresh all day. Use the code PulpMX at Artofsport.com to save. Yeah, we got a code for these guys now. PulpMX at Artofsport.com to save. Thank you to those guys. And Davey, I don't know, I don't want to get too personal with you, but if you have...
We know you don't use that.
If you have issues down there with grooming...
I'm using it. I have one.
You have a Manscaped?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I have a Manscaped.
You have a 4.0, or do you got the other one? Or?
I got the OG.
The OG one?
I got the OG one.
Oh, okay. So Manscaped. They're on board.
I got Art of Sport. I got Manscaped.
Oh, man.
I got it all.
Did I give you some Art of Sport last time you were here?
No. Okay. I bought it.
Fantastic.
I'm like, hey, man, it has no aluminum. I went after it.
Well, listen, exactly, right? It's got a plastic guard on it. You're not going to...
But that one, that's amazing.
Yeah.
The Manscaped, hands down, is amazing.
Wow, I promise you we didn't set this up. We did not.
No, that was organic. That was
This
sweet.
is organic. The 4.0, Lawnmower 4.0, you heard it right. It's their 4th generation performance package. And, man, it's fantastic. It's great stuff. Take care of your business down there so that your lady will enjoy. Or if you're a lady, take care of your business and your dude will,
I mean, it definitely makes a difference.
It's got the advanced skin-safe technology involved in it. It's got a 7,000 RPM motor, so it's probably like a KTM 50, 7,000 RPM.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. It's waterproof. You can take it in the shower. It's fantastic, man. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code PulpMX at manscaped.com. 20% off, free shipping with the code PulpMX at manscaped.com. Escape the shrubs and weeds this summer and shine with Manscaped. Thanks, Manscaped. Do we have any reviews over here?
Big fan. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice. The light is very handy.
The light,
yep. The light is handy, must say. And your chick should be flossing, but not like that. So trim your shit.
Wow. Yep. I like that. Good, nice little coat.
I don't know about all that, but
Tallon?
I'm still waiting on mine.
What?
I think Tits got mine. I don't know what happened.
No, Tits didn't get one. I gave you one.
Oh no, Tits ordered his off Amazon.
Yeah.
I haven't got mine yet. I think you must have sent mine to Darkside then.
No,
I won the poll and I never received the product.
I have one for you.
Okay.
I thought I gave it to you. I have one for you.
Yeah.
Loose program.
Very loose program.
Hey, I have the 2.0. So mine
you need to get the 4.0.
Can't afford it.
PulpMX
Can't afford it. Do we need to break down your contracts again?
Can't afford it.
Use the code PulpMX to save 20% off and free shipping from the folks at Manscaped. Davi Millsaps uses it. I mean, what else do you want? Fantastic to have those guys on board with us. 702-586-7857 if you got a question for Davey. We got a bunch of Instagram questions, and a bunch of them involve your locker. And listen, we covered this on your last appearance. We're not getting into it.
Someone was DMing about it, not DMing, but posting about it. Just last week, I was going back and forth with them.
We're not getting into it.
I mean, I can't even say it.
What? But
the piece of paper that I signed says I can't state what was in there.
But the last show, I feel like you did a good job on here talking about it, and we're not going to get into it again.
It's clipped and on YouTube.
Is it really?
Yes.
Just that segment.
Search PulpMX Davies Locker.
Okay.
And I clipped everything he said from the last show, and it's in its own little video, so
good.
It makes it nice and easy.
Good. Yeah. So I'm going to ignore those ones. We're going to ask you other ones.
Okay.
Looking for 2 epic days to rip bikes, slam a few ice cold cruisers, light a bonfire, and enjoy the best sport in the world? Then you need to check out the Verb Moto Dirt Bikes Are Dope Shred Tour. The epic weekends feature absolutely zero racing, just 2 awesome days of riding with free hot dogs, a ton of free swag from motorsport.com, and more. The next date for this incredible series is MX207 in Lyman, Maine, July 17th and 18th. So July 17th and 18th, 12 days from now, Lyman, Maine, MX207 Verb Shred Days. Go there, check it out. Go to verbmoto.com to learn more. Davey, let's touch on 250 class. We talked 450s at the beginning of the show. 250 class, like as we roll on here, it just seems to be Justin Cooper, Jet Lawrence. Hunter's a tad off those guys. But to me, and I think J-Mart will play spoiler once he gets a little better.
Yeah.
But I think Justin Cooper and Jet Lawrence are showing right now they're the guys.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
But Hunter's fast.
Yes.
Hunter is really fast. I don't know if he can go the distance where Jet can go the whole 30+2, both motos.
Yep.
Cooper bounces back and forth quite a bit too.
Yeah. I feel like Cooper's steady, and you're going to know what you're going to get from him. Good starts, and he's steady. But Jet has the moments of brilliance and maybe some moments of mistakes.
Granted, the first moto at Redbud, I think J. Coop would have won.
Yeah. That would have been
if
interesting.
he didn't have his crash. But I mean, he's fast. He has the raw speed for sure.
J. Coop?
Yeah.
See, I think Lawrence has more raw speed.
I didn't say he had more. I just said he has raw speed.
Yes.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm the media. That's what we do.
Don't put words in my mouth. You did that my whole career. Not right now. But no, hands down, Jet. Yeah, Jet rocking 18. Yeah, he's fast. But he rides the bike really, really good. He flows. He has that. It looks effortless when he rides, type of deal.
Right. Does he remind you of anybody from the old days or anything, or anybody you know?
Yes and no.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think Jet is taller than Hunter?
Do I think Jet is taller than Hunter? Yes.
He's not. But the way he rides, I said the same thing.
I've never actually seen either one of them.
No, but so I was talking in Supercross. I'm like, dude, Jet is taller. He can move the bike around. Like he uses his more body English, right? And I just assumed because he was taller, and they stood up. I was talking to them. They stood up. They're the same height. But the way Hunter rides is compact, very little movement.
Yes.
And Jet's loose, right?
Yeah, Jet's kind of just like lanky, tall and lanky a little bit.
Right.
And he rides the bike really well. He obviously is very smooth.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look like he's putting a whole lot of effort into it, which kind of reminds me of K-Dub.
Okay.
But then you have J. Coop, who when you watch him, like you're like, man, he's going fast. We're kind of like where you watch Jet, you're like, there's no way he's on that pace. But then you look at lap times, it's him or he's faster.
Yeah.
So he just has that riding style.
It's early, but do you have a favorite for the championship? I mean, do you have one guy that you prefer over the long series than the other? Man, to me, it's a toss-up.
To me, honestly, with the 250s, I just like the racing for them. I don't really care which one wins.
Yep.
It's more so like I just think it's good racing.
Right.
Especially when J-Mart comes in.
Yeah, J-Mart will be a factor here.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
When J-Mart comes in, and then you already have J. Coop, you have Jet. I think when Hunter sets back up, I don't know when he gets, whether it be needs more rest or maybe gets in better shape. I think he's going to be battling his brother right there with him, pretty soon. But because he has the speed too.
Mm-hmm.
He has the speed. So, and we've all seen it. But I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I mean, I'm hoping that Carson, steps up soon. So besides that, I don't know.
I feel like this weekend wasn't good for Carson. He's coming up here. But up until the first 6 motos, I wrote this, I think, he's having the best season that no one talks about. Like, I thought it was good. Not great, not amazing, but it was a good 6 motos.
Yeah.
The one high point was 8th or whatever. That was
7th.
Good. 7th. That was good. He passed a shit ton of riders in every moto.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He hasn't quite gotten off the line. So up until Redbud, I was like, hey, Carson's having a good year, just nobody's going to talk about it right now.
Yeah, I mean,
so, yeah.
And that's how it's going to be until you're up there. I mean, the second moto at High Point, he was talked about a little bit on TV. But again, you know, first moto, he pulled his goggles. He crashed second turn, pulled his goggles off with 4 or 5 laps in. He pulled his goggles off. Went from way back to 13th with no goggles.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's pretty tough to do with no goggles.
Right.
But all in all, I mean, when he gets up into the top 10, top 5, and starts being there consistently, then he's going to be talked about, hands down. So,
we didn't even talk about RJ Hampshire, who won the damn race this weekend.
Florida boy.
Fell 3 times in both motos.
Yes.
Dude. He sends it, man.
I mean, obviously I've known that family my whole life. And I was telling actually his wife.
How did you know them? Because his dad used to race, right? But
I'm from Florida.
But
he's Florida.
Still, did you know Vince Devane?
No.
Okay, well he's from Florida.
Yeah, but
and
you
he
got
raced.
Ricky Hampshire, which is his dad.
Yeah.
Then you have Marissa, who I raced against, which is his sister, and then there's her younger sister, and then there's RJ.
Okay.
And then but I used to watch Ricky race all the time.
Okay.
You know, he was a pretty badass back in the day.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've known them my whole life.
Okay.
But yeah, RJ crashed so many times.
He gets a little mad at me because what I say on my shows, and you can relate to getting mad at me. I said RJ went RJ, which means he just pinned it and ate shit and then got up and went super fast.
Yeah, it almost looks like he gets so excited,
right?
You know, and just goes overboard for just a little bit. If he could tame that excitement down and ride how he was riding, I honestly don't think he would really ever crash, and I hardly think you'd see him off the box.
I had a top 450 guy tell me that RJ, he just goes into every corner like there's going to be ultimate traction. He goes into every corner like, fuck it, this is going to be great traction, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, I mean, well, his front end tuck, I think his front end tucked the one before the tabletop, that left-hander.
Yeah, the left-hander.
I think his front end tucked there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all in all, he's wide open.
He is.
There's no in-between for him.
No. And, dude, his first moto, dude, he was on it. Like
I can't believe he went down that many times and still came back. I mean, that.
Yeah, he's great.
If that didn't take the confidence away from other people, I don't know what would.
I mean, if he can just calm it down, and just, he's got everything he needs, right?
I mean, yeah.
And I don't even think his bike's on the level of the Star bike. I think that Star bike has a little edge on everybody.
The Star bike's fast.
Right.
The Star bike's fast.
Yeah, and so lots to talk about when it comes to 250 class. So what I mentioned earlier at the top of the show was Austin Faulkner. It's not going well, right? And he hasn't raced outdoors for 2 years, injuries, but this year he's in outdoors after coming off a Supercross season where he got hurt again. He makes a lot of money. He's a factory rider. No, but there's pressure on Austin. Like, hey, he has to deliver, and he hasn't delivered because of the contract, because of his status, because of his past. If he comes to you, if Austin Faulkner came to you and was like, Davey, what do I got to do here? What do you do for a kid like that? What do you tell him? What do you do?
I mean, obviously, that Austin name floats around the pits quite a bit with everything he has going on. People in his corner, parents, whatever it may be, girlfriend.
Yep.
It's obviously I know his trainer.
Yep.
And he's a great guy, and he has a great team. But something's not working. Something is off for him.
What do you mean you know his trainer? Isn't it Robbie Renard?
Yeah.
Oh, team. Is that team in Oklahoma?
No, I love his trainer. His team, like his
Pro Circuit. Got it.
Circuit.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Stay with me here. And then it's something isn't right, and something's not working. And I'm not saying that it's Robbie. I'm not saying that. Obviously, we know it's not the team. Maybe it's just him. Maybe it's him mentally. Maybe something's going on. Parents and everything else. And obviously, I've been through stuff like that too. But he needs to flip it around now before it's too late. And the way that he's going and the way that everyone keeps talking about. I've never talked to him personally, so I can't tell you.
Yeah.
And I'm only hearing hearsay.
Yeah.
So for me, looking in, it would be more so getting a hold of him to get him on the straight and narrow, and figure out whatever is bothering him and get it right. Take him away from where he's at and pull him away from any distractions so he can actually focus on himself and his racing. And right now I feel like he's bouncing all over, or something's going on, and then you hear some about he's living over here, she's living here, they're together here, they're doing this, the parents aren't allowed here.
Right.
And I'm like, that's to me, it's just all distractions.
Yeah, all stuff that.
And he's
especially for so young, right?
He's what, 24, 5?
No, I don't think he's that old. No, how old? Find out how old Faulkner is.
And then I think he's in his mid 20s, or 23 maybe.
I think he's 22, 23. Yeah,
okay.
But anyways,
it's still. At what point do you say enough is enough?
Right.
So I don't know. I would. Yeah, if I got my hands on him, it would be more so taking him away from taking the distractions away from him.
Hey, kid, we're gonna ride, we're gonna train, we're gonna go to bed.
Yeah, we're gonna. It would almost need to be babysitting, hands down.
Yeah.
And but you know what? Something like that who has
he's
that
22.
kind of talent.
22.
Okay, so he's young.
Yep.
Yeah, he needs to turn it around now.
Yeah.
So.
It's been a struggle for him, and look, I don't. He's taken 2 years off outdoors. He's missed a lot of time with Supercross and injuries. So I'm not expecting. When I say struggle, it's not like I'm expecting top threes. He should be though top 5, top 6. He can't even really do that right now.
He should be top 3.
Wow. Okay, but
for his talent and the field that's there, he should be top 3.
Yeah, if you're Cowie and Mitch, you're just going, man.
And the bike that he's on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You're absolutely.
And like I said, it's. No offense to him, but having flashes of brilliance every so often is not going to continue to get you a ride every single year.
Right.
I don't care how many races you miss. There has to be something.
Right.
So.
Okay, we got some calls. Tyler's on one. Tyler, what's going on, man? You got a Race Tech rant?
Yeah, I do, and don't mean to call you out a little bit, Steve, but it has to do with the Zoom press conferences and happened all through Supercross.
Okay.
And all through Pro Motocross.
Okay.
Is, for one, people with these green screens, like PonyPod, like Darkside, these insane, whatever you want to call behind it, just advertising shows, totally unrealistic, looks ridiculous.
Like, you mean as far as their backgrounds? Their backgrounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the people on the opposite spectrum, like you, who can't even put their face on there. So you just get that stupid little anonymous picture. Like, I get they have to do it this way because of COVID and everything, which honestly, if it never went back and it always stayed this way, it's probably good because it's easier on the riders, maybe even easier on you guys for not having to go in and attend them. But just put a little bit more professionalism into it.
Well, for me, Tyler, it's like, why do you need to see my face? Like, I'm just asking a question. Like, I'm not the guy to I'm not like, hey, look at me. Like, I don't know. I'm just asking a question, right? Like, getting in and getting out with a question asked.
Which would be fine if they kept it on the rider the whole time.
Right.
But, like, okay, since your show, you brought it to a whole new level when you started doing it with all the different camera angles and the whole live feature to it.
Mm-hmm.
It adds a whole new, way it looks way more professional and just a better-looking show. So, I watch the press conference, actually watch it, on YouTube, just like I watch the show live.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That's just kind of my whole thing with it.
Okay, Tyler, hold on a second because we have Darkside here. And Darkside?
What's up?
Tyler says your background is ridiculous.
Well, when you have a background on Zoom, it almost always looks like shit anyway.
So why are you doing it then, Darkside?
Started doing it in Supercross because Sean Brennan, actually Nick over at the Moto Limited show was doing it, and it looked really good. And Sean was talking about how good that looked and professional. So I was like, well, shit, Sean Brennan at Feld thinks it looks good. We need to do the same thing.
Okay.
Instead of just having a random background or whatever. So
right.
But where I'm at right now, I have really bad Wi-Fi, so it's not a great picture. He's not completely wrong.
I don't remember what your photo was. Was it a pony, a luxurious pony, or what was it?
No, it's our show logo with some of the big sponsors, our sponsors.
Well, first of all, I don't even know how to do that, Tyler. So you won't see that from me because I don't know how to do a fake background. And if I did a fake background, I'd maybe do it like I was in the clouds, like God or Jesus in the clouds or something. I don't know.
Put yourself in a Van Halen album cover?
Yeah, Van Halen. Yeah, I put myself in a Van Halen.
Gotcha.
I don't know how to do it, Tyler, but I mean, I don't know. The way I feel like, okay, first of all, too, the computers are on my laptop is on my lap when I'm in the press conferences too. And like, dude, it's not a good look to be zooming up in my double chin face, fat face. Like I've had the camera on and been like, oh, dude, nobody wants to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I'm sitting right here. I get it.
Right? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Davey. Yeah, absolutely. So he gets it. But Tyler, yeah. So okay, so that's the rant.
Yeah.
Fix the backgrounds.
Yeah. And then just one thing to Davey.
Yeah.
When he has people come and work on his house here in Havasu, I'm a Havasu local, and I met this guy who's kind of through a guy at a bar.
Okay.
And he took a bunch of pictures on, I think he has a Suzuki in his garage.
Davey?
Just cover that thing up. This guy's at the bar going around showing all these ridiculous pictures on his Suzuki.
It's just a Suzuki.
Isn't it what's the Rockstar bike?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just a Suzuki though. I mean, it's just
a dirt bike in a garage.
Yeah, it's just a dirt bike in a garage.
But Lake Havasu is like Moto Bro Central. They get too stoked about that.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I promise you, they come up to my house, they're not gonna be stoked.
Yeah, but the whole point about a guy showing your bike off in a bar is, do we care about that?
I mean, it had to be either someone who did garage doors that was inside my garage.
You called it.
And he was a fan.
Oh, okay.
And he even told me he was a fan.
Okay, all right. So okay.
Yeah, so I mean, to me,
right.
I get it, and dude, honestly, when it comes to fans and they're fans of mine, obviously in Havasu, everyone is motocross fans. And when they get so excited that they come and work on my house and they see my bike and they love it, like that to me is something that not everyone gets a chance to do.
Right.
So
yeah.
And it's your race bike?
It was my race bike.
It's
the one I won Anaheim 1 on.
Right.
And San Diego.
Right.
So I get it. Like, yeah, he's probably just showing it off because, he thought he was cool being at my house working on my garage doors. And I get it. And it's not there anymore.
As long as he's not going through Brittany's panties.
It's not there anymore. That's my garage. My garage isn't attached to my house.
Okay, all right, yeah. Don't let anybody in your house. That's creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. My house has been under construction forever.
Oh, has it?
So, I mean, there's people there every once in a
Because you
while.
have so much money, you keep adding to it.
Look, man, back to the money thing.
Yeah.
And my entire 15-year pro career, I did very good. I have a family. I have a house that, one house, one piece of land. That's it. And I have
2 houses.
I have a car. Or I have a truck. My wife has a car. And I have a side-by-side. And that's all I have. And I have a motorhome. That's all I have.
He's just listing it. Oh, and I have this.
So,
and I have a gold chain.
I don't have it. I don't have any jewelry. And I have a Garmin watch.
Right.
I do, but my guys use Polar. And then all in all, it's I did well enough to survive.
You won in this game of motocross. That's what you should be stoked of. You won. People don't walk away.
Did you get rid of the Nordic?
I sold the Nordic.
What's the Nordic?
My boat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. It was too good of an offer not to sell.
All right, Tyler. Well, Darkside, Tyler wants you to fix your background. Darkside.
I'll work on it.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Darkside, what's going on, man?
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
That's Darkside, everybody.
Forgot about that in the week off.
Can I have a Manscaped review?
Well, first, Steve, did you ride your mountain bike today?
Yes.
Well, I'm excited to tell you that Michelin Bicycle Tires is a proud sponsor of the PulpMX Wrap-Up Show.
They are.
If you'd like to ride the same Michelin Bicycle Tires and mountain bike legend Cam Zink, check out bike.michelin.com.
But that's the same as your recorded ad. I wanted something different. I don't want the recorded ad over and over, Darkside. I want something. I want you to throw some pizzazz.
Ad. There is no recorded ad. Not anymore. It's been gone for a month.
Okay, good. Good to hear. Well,
all right.
Spice it up a little bit. Spice it up. Spice up the ad. Say Mathis is using Michelin mountain bike tires, and Randy Richardson has an E-Wild series. Spice it up.
Okay. All right.
So
well, the Manscaped, the lawnmower, the weed eater, they're good products, man. They're awesome. I appreciate you sending them to me. They work well.
Are you happy with the way they work? Now you don't have a chick, right? We're still.
At the moment, no, we're still.
So you don't even need to groom right now down there, but
Well, you never know.
No, you got to be. Yeah,
never know.
If you
Still
stay
get
ready,
prepared.
you don't got to get ready.
Exactly.
In the words of Nick Way. Right.
I used it to carve all the sponsor logos like my front fender.
I bet. Who's on the wrap-up show this week, Darkside?
Oh man, Greg Albertson and Logan Carnow.
Oh, wow, heavy hitters there. We have
they ran into Greg out at the most recent Verb Moto Shred Day, and I asked him to come on, and he's in.
Millsaps.
Yeah.
Darkside's on the line here. It's a guy from Texas. He crashed Damon Bradshaw's bike one time. That was the intro.
Yeah.
But he does a wrap-up show of this show every week.
Yep.
So that's just FYI.
I'm kind of putting those together.
Right. So he does a wrap-up show of our show. So it's great.
Yeah. That's whatever floats your boat.
Millsaps not stoked on the wrap-up show so far. So.
Hey man,
I didn't say I wasn't stoked on
it. Paid me
it.
big bucks to do it.
Hey, it's just that's
Hey, Darkside, don't talk about money. Millsaps gets mad about that.
No, well, I mean, I'm open with my contract.
Yeah, he's open with his.
I'm open with my contract now too.
Yes, absolutely. What else, Darkside?
That's really it, man. Just calling in to talk about the wrap-up show, and glad Davi's on, man. I had your guest lined up last week on my show, so I've already talked to Carson, so I know everything you're going to ask him, but bring it.
Oh, you had Carson on Pony Pod.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I had Dylan and Ferrandis and Carson on last week.
I'm whatever guests you have on Darkside, I'm going to have them on after every show. No, clearly you can see that I don't know what's going on with your show because I never would have booked.
I'm sure you don't.
I never would have booked the exact same guests 1 week after your show, but
yeah, well, I'm not. I know you don't listen. I'm not delusional about that.
I listen to sports podcasts. Do you listen to podcasts,
Right?
Davey?
No.
Do you listen to podcasts at all?
No.
Nothing?
No.
I think you would be into that. So music, you're a music guy? Like driving?
Yeah.
Music.
My wife keeps saying I need to get Audibles and just listen to books, and so I downloaded the app and I just did a preview of a book, and I started listening. I'm like, it's gonna put my ass to sleep.
Really? Okay.
I'm like,
my wife listens to books.
I can't.
Yeah, she's into it.
No.
So I listen to sports podcasts, a lot of sports stuff. So
I mean, everyone keeps talking, the Joe Rogan podcast, everything else. But yeah, it's fantastic. I've listened to clips of it.
Yep.
But I just can't. I can't get into it.
Right.
And if I'm driving, especially as much as I have been driving, I have to stay awake.
Right. I really would have put Davey down as a weekly PulpMX show listener.
Yeah, that's shocking.
I really had him down as
shocker.
Like texting me saying, I can't believe that Cheyenne Harmon said that.
I mean, I didn't even listen to the one I did with you.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, you heard everything that was on there.
So I didn't need to listen to it.
Right.
And then I haven't listened to one since. No offense.
No, that's fine. Speaking of Michelin bicycle tires and Guts Racing, also on board. Seal Savers, all on board the wrap-up show. Thanks to the guys at Michelin, motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer. Follow at Michelin Motorcycle Instagram, and also follow at FMIP222 on Instagram. It's the best. Randy Richardson. You ever work with Randy? Were you gone from Suzuki then with Michelin's? Were you?
I forgot his name was Randy.
Oh.
That was I never. So yes,
you were gone. You were They were gone. They were gone.
So they were there, and then my first year there, it was Hepler and I.
Yep.
And Nick Way, and
so
Sean Hamlin.
That was Dunlop's.
That was they brought Dunlop in. They brought Michelin in. They brought everyone in.
Okay.
And everyone chose Dunlop over Michelin.
Okay.
But yeah, I met Randy one time at Loretta.
Fantastic guy.
Yeah.
They got the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire. They got the Michelin Starcross 5s. They got the Michelin Power 5 for sport bike guys. V-twin guys. They got the Commander 3 Darkside.
Yeah, boy. Michelin killed it.
When
I had a motorcycle, I was running Starcross 5s.
You don't have a bike anymore?
No, I sold it about a month ago to get a new one, and then I ended up having to buy a house. So that money.
I thought
you had
out. 2 bikes. You had an old beat up.
I still got the 06, which it needs some wheel bearings and a couple things, and I'll have a bike to ride. But it's put up at the moment.
All right. Okay.
It's got Starcross 5s on it though.
Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right,
hey, let me ask. Can we add a drop round for fantasy, please?
Marks.
I mean, considering the week that I just had, I would very much enjoy that.
Unbelievable.
No way it was worse than mine.
But no.
I'm on.
Steve's was pretty bad.
I am absolutely a tire fire with PulpMX Fantasy, and I vowed to do better outdoors. I just.
How's that working?
Not good. And thanks to Davey Millsaps' guy, Alex Ray. Don't know why I did that, but
that's
I went from 72nd to 7200th with 6 zeros.
Speaking of
Saturday, fucking zeros.
Speaking of A-Ray, we got fake A-Ray on the line. What's up, fake A-Ray?
Steve.
Yeah.
How we doing?
Good.
How bad was your weekend in fantasy, actually? I got to know real quick.
Oh, I don't know, Marks. 170?
Well, you got 256.
Oh, I got 256. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
You were in 7200th place.
7200th place.
Okay, that's rough. I'll stop my self-loathing. Listen, Steve, I'm upset, and I think I might have a solution. We've talked about money a lot tonight. We're going to talk about some more.
Okay.
There's a situation in motocross that's shrouded in secrecy, and I'm not going to pry for details, but I have a proposition for you. If I'm Tyler Keefe, okay,
yep.
I'm calling Red Bull. I have a one-man 450 program. I'm calling Red Bull. They're going to write me a blank check because they're good for it. And then I'm taking that check to Florida, and I'm not leaving Florida until I have a signed contract or a fucking restraining order from Blake Baggett. I do not understand how or why it has been allowed to happen that he is not on the track this year. What's going on? Are we really supposed to expect that the guy's just driving dozers and
I don't think he's in California. You have to go to California. Blake's in California.
Okay.
Blake's in California. I don't think he wants to race anymore. I think he's done.
So he's out. He's just gone.
Yes, I heard he was thinking about outdoors, and I don't think he wants to race. So whatever. Definitely, he quit the Butler Brothers team probably over money. There's no other reason. He had an existing contract. And they probably weren't paying him, so he quit. And then I think everything's figured out as far as that goes. But he can ride, and he's free to ride. I just don't think he wants to.
But he's in California, so Chupacabra Ranch is no more, or he still owns it. He's just not there.
I think he was trying to sell it.
Yeah, he was trying to sell it.
I don't know if it's sold, but yeah, I know some. He approached a couple teams about it.
Gotcha. Okay,
so, yeah, I think he's done. I mean, Blake's, 27, 28?
I don't know. I'm staying out of this conversation.
Is he really?
Yeah. Davey's staying out because he probably knows more.
Davey's uncomfortable. I get it. I know that there's a lot. It sounds like there's a lot of shitty details around this whole thing. It's disappointing, right? Guys he's got the number 4.
Yeah.
Guys pulls a stew and he's up and gone.
Dude, he won a Supercross 2 years ago. He won a National Moto last year. No, the year before.
Yeah. I mean, he's still in it. Still could have, produced, but. Yeah, I mean, not that the 450 class this year hasn't been interesting because we've covered that. Obviously, it has. But hey, just trying to find out where the guy went. But yeah, thanks for the time, Steve. Right. I appreciate the insight.
No problem. Thanks.
You guys have a good show.
Blake's 29, so yeah,
Blake's old.
yeah.
He's only working with his dad.
Right.
But yeah, I think he won a moto last year.
No, we didn't go to High Point last year. So he won High Point. Did he win a moto last year?
I think a moto.
Yes.
Did he not win Redbud a moto last year at Redbud?
I don't know.
No?
If only we had the power to look that up.
If only.
Yeah, I think he won the first one.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Okay.
I think he won a moto.
Okay. What's up, Dark Side with Blake Baggett? What do you think?
Well, at Salt Lake City, I talked to somebody that's tight with him, and as I tweeted, and you made fun of me, he does want to race, but he wants to get paid what he feels like he deserves to get paid, which at this point might not be likely.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Who has an opening that would hire him that, you got Ferrandis moving up and Sexton moving up and AC moving up the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He gets injured a lot. He's 29. Moto 2
look
Redbud.
how good the field is right now, and he's been off the bike for so long.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know. I don't see it working out for him. I don't see a future for him as far as that goes. So.
I texted Keely last week to see if I could get anything, and she just said we still can't talk. So
right. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Darkside. Check out the wrap-up show this week, everybody. It is the #1 wrap-up show in the sport.
Damn straight.
Thanks, Darkside.
See ya.
Ratcliffe, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve. Have you heard of the e-bike race that's happening at Boot Lake Canyon?
I have. I saw the thing come across my email. Yeah. When is it? I think I'm on a race. I don't think I can do it.
It's September 25th, October 25th, and November 25th. It's a championship.
I can do the October one because the September one I'll be in Des Nations. But I can do the October one. The first one didn't go well, Ratcliffe.
Well, 2 batteries. Just get a switch out.
No, I know.
I
would have to do that. I would have to take about 2-3 minutes and change the battery out. So
was the first race in Bootleg Canyon?
I don't know. Oh, the one I did? Yes, was bootleg.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bootleg.
Was bootleg.
Yeah. So it was
I'm still trying to get the details on the race, and if it's like long enough that I'm going to need 2 batteries, or I'm going to try and do it.
Well, the Levo guys are fine. They got a bigger battery, but yeah.
I've got a Shimano with a 500 watt, so I'm like,
oh, you're done.
Bring the extra battery.
Yeah, you can't make it.
I'm done.
No, you can't. You can't make it.
Guess how I'm training? I'm riding it like 10,000 feet with the bike off.
Oh fuck, dude! I mean, Superman over here.
I figure it might work. I don't know.
Yeah. I would like to do one race for sure. I'd like to avenge myself and just finish. My battery.
I just want to ride in a race with you.
Which battery? Cool. Yours or the bikes?
No, the bikes. Yeah.
Davey,
so, yeah,
have you ridden any
super
e-bikes?
Small. Yeah, I have a Levo.
Bikes. You love mountain bikes.
I have a Levo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. What kind?
The Specialized Levo.
Full 29er or like the new one with the mullet, or
just different models.
Well, yeah, I was the expert back in. I think I bought it in 18.
Okay.
So
yeah. Does it have the power button on the top or the side?
Top.
Oh, yeah. So it's the newer ones. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Are you gonna show up, Davey?
Let's do e-bike race together. Me and you.
In October?
Yeah, in October.
Where?
In Boulder City.
Bootleg Canyon.
Yeah. So let me just drive forever to go do.
It's 2 hours or something.
Maybe
dude, we can hang out together.
Yes, that's what I was getting to.
Okay. Thanks, Ratcliffe. We got to go. We got Mumford on the line. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Hey, Vertex Pistons. Did you know, Davey, that every 2-stroke KTM Husqvarna and gas house comes with a Vertex piston in the engine from the factory?
Pretty badass.
Did you know that?
Nope.
Did you know that 65 years ago, Vertex was founded in a small workshop in northern Italy?
Nope.
Did you know that they're an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, and gas, but also more exotic brands like Beta and TM?
Nope.
Wow. Sales at pivotworks.com, and this is common knowledge. Everybody should know this. Sales at pivotworks.com. Get a full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons and replica, high compression, and GP-style configurations. VertexPistons.com. Email sales at pivotworks.com to get a deal. Let's welcome our next guest of the night. This man, he's a friend of the show. He's been on a few times, but never with his coach and trainer, Davi Millsaps. It's Carson Mumford. Mumphy, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
Just trying to get some, contract details from Davey tonight. But,
Me too.
What's going on, man? So we were talking about you earlier. Red Bud wasn't great, but those first 6 motos, Carson, and I wrote this and said it. I think they were you were the rider that was doing the best that no one was talking about, because outside of that one High Point moto, you hadn't gone to top 10, but you were moving forward and passing a ton of dudes. So up until Red Bud, Carson, have you been happy?
I mean, it's tough. Like, obviously, you can be happy with your riding and stuff, but the end goal is just to have good results. So, I mean, it's stuff that I can build off of, and, I can kind of keep my head higher during the week, just knowing that I've been riding with a lot of heart and, putting on some good passes and riding pretty good. And, I'm not struggling with just, like, going out there and riding like myself, but I definitely do want to have better results.
Can we get some better starts then, Mumphy?
I'm trying. And I
Millsaps,
keep finding myself
does Millsaps coaching clinic not cover starts? Is that extra money?
I don't know. I thought that they just came with the neck donut.
Okay.
Apparently they don't.
Hey, Millsaps, do I have to pay to let you do the starts for Mumford? Like, is that extra money?
Yeah, they'll be way worse with how much I weigh.
No, but go ahead, Carson. So, Red Bud just wasn't good, but.
Yeah, I was a pretty terrible start the first moto, but I tucked around the inside like I've done a few times at Red Bud, and then I went to drive it in deep into the second turn and go around a bunch of people, and I got cut off, and as soon as that happened, I just tapped my brake, and my bike stalled. I think I just didn't have the clutch in or something. Pretty rookie move. I went to bump start it and didn't, and then was just getting ran into, so I was dead last.
The old I'm gonna try to bump start it, and if it works, I look like a hero, and if it doesn't, I look like a zero, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I was literally dead last, and I was like, again, because same thing at High Point. I had an okay start and crashed in the second turn, and it's just like it's gonna be a long moto. So I only caught up to 18th or so, and then second moto, kind of same thing, but it actually worked. I went around the outside the second corner. I was still pretty deep in the pack, but was making a lot of passes. And at one point, I think I was in like 12th or something, and then crashed, went back to 15th, and then worked my way back up to 13th. So again, it was like I rode good, but like how happy are you going to be? You know.
I think you hit 10th.
Yeah.
When you passed Fullen, you went to 10th.
Yeah, I don't even think I came around yet for the timing scoring to show it, but I just passed him.
Right. Did you try the leap? Did you even think about trying it?
Not even close.
Right. Okay.
I just stick to trying to scrub it and stay low.
Right. Yeah. No, that's probably for the best.
I actually came around first lap of practice, and there was red cross flags, and I seen Forkner picking up his bike on the first lap of practice.
Yeah, that was a rough deal. He cased it about as hard as you can case it.
Yeah, and that thing's not forgiving at all. You drop out of the sky.
Did you guys see the Instagram? Davey, you wouldn't have, but maybe Carson did. It was going around. It was Bryson Gardner and his crash off the leap.
No, but I was sitting in the semi, and I saw them towing his bike back with a mule, so I can imagine it was pretty bad.
He cased it, and when he cased it, I don't know, like a radiator hose blew off, and then he just endoed, and there was like smoke everywhere. It looked like a bomb went off.
No, I didn't see it.
And it was like, it was ugly, right over the bar. It's just,
jeez, man.
So
is the leap bigger nowadays than it used to be? Because I remember seeing videos of 250 guys jumping it.
Yeah, but the run was bigger back in the day.
Yeah.
So now they took away the run.
But even last year they jumped it.
Yeah, but the turn was terrible.
Right. Yeah.
The turn was terrible this year, straight up.
Did you jump it last year? No, you didn't, Carson?
No, I don't think any Hondas touched that last year.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe just the Star guys. Oh no, Troll Train did it. Troll Train.
Yeah, he did. He barked it.
Yeah, on an RMZ. So, it can be done. Troll's only 130 pounds.
Is he that much?
Yeah, I would think so. He's pretty stocky. He's a stocky troll. Mumford, so we got to get Millsaps training facility here to work on the starts.
No.
Yep.
It's not that.
Okay. Do we need more horsepower? Do we need to run a big bore? Can we do a big bore?
He has killer starts.
Right.
He has killer starts. If you go watch any of the starts up close, like he has killer starts.
The jumps are good and
jumps
everything.
are good.
Right.
Sometimes he pulls the full rookie amateur move and misses shifts,
Right.
But that's just everywhere on the track sometimes, not just the starts. But honestly though, like if you watch so far every one of his starts, -1, I think he's had amazing jumps, and he just
swallowed up.
He gets swallowed up.
Right.
So if it wasn't obviously for him getting swallowed up, he'd be near the front almost every single start, hands down.
702-586-PULP. Give us a call if you want to talk to Carson Mumford. Brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Davey, what do you like about working with Carson? What's attracted you to working with him and kept it going now for, I don't know, 3 months or something, whatever it's been? What's it been like?
Well, I mean, I got the call it was April, I believe, and right before Atlanta. And then he got hurt in Atlanta.
Yep.
And he didn't do much for a little while. And then I came out before Paula. And then he called me when I was driving back to Cahuilla for my son's race. He called me to ask me if I'd take over the whole program. So that was leading up to Paula.
Yep.
And honestly, I talk to Carson all the time, talk to my wife about it all the time.
Yeah.
He's so young, and there's so much talent that he doesn't even know he has. And you see the bike skills that you can see the bike skills and what he can do when he's told to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there.
Yeah.
It's just trying to put it all together for him and to basically make him or get him to believe in himself, like what people around him do. But honestly, like working with him, it's more so it's fun. Like I said, he's young, and you can kind of mold him into someone that can succeed in this sport and help him mold, should I say, or help him grow into someone like that.
What percent you talk to him about the mental game of racing? What percent you talking about the how to ride? Like, hey kid, keep your elbow up here. Hey kid.
Honestly, with him, I would say he is more than anything mental than anything.
Right.
He has endurance. He can go the full moto. He can do any kind of lap I put in front of him except for a 40-minute moto. But that extra 2 laps kills him.
Every time.
But But for him, it's all mental for him. Like I said, getting him to believe, and that's where he belongs. Getting him to believe that he can beat those guys and that he can be up there with those guys. So, it's the mental side of things is tough.
Absolutely.
But it takes also. But you got to look at the whole picture. It's not just, hey, you can do it, go do it. It's okay. Well, he has to believe in the program. He has to believe what he's doing is working, and he has to believe that he's in shape and he's good enough. His bike's good enough. His nutrition, everything else is good enough. The whole picture.
Yep.
To actually have that full mental strength of, you know what, fuck everybody else. This is mine.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
Like, to feel like such a badass, I feel like you have to have the whole program, and that's what I'm trying to get out of him. And it just takes a little bit of time. It's not an overnight thing. It doesn't happen right away. It takes a little bit of time, but when it does happen and it does finally just hit, it's like I was telling him, I even told him to his face, like, he's going to be dangerous when he decides to flip that switch and everything's working right. He's going to be dangerous.
And Carson, I've talked to you about this a little bit. Davi's definitely kicked your ass early on, right? Like, as far as that goes.
Oh yeah, it's a good time for sure. Davi's staying here pretty much full time, and I'm not a morning person, never have been, and that's kind of been changing lately. It's it's pretty much the standard. You got to get up at 7, and we're out the door at like 7:15. We're going on a bike ride every day, and I hit snooze on my alarm clock the other day to get up at like 7:05, and of course Davi's at my door, banging on the door. Let's go! What are you doing? Let's go!
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's a good time. Like, I definitely learned I needed to be in better shape pretty quick, and I'm still learning, but it's good. I mean, you only get a couple of chances at this stuff, so you might as well suffer it out while you can.
I always tell people, like, young racers are like I work hard. I do bicycle rides. I ride a lot, right? And you think you're in good shape. Like, you just think you are, because you are working hard compared to a guy like me or a guy like the guy in the corner or whatever.
We're in shape compared to you, yes.
Right. But when you get the really elite motocrossers, when you see what they do, you're like, that's another level. Right, Carson? That's another level.
It just consumes everything.
Yes.
Like, you have to do a bike ride here, bike ride there, and in between then you're like, well, I don't want to go outside and do anything because I know I'm going to have to go suffer, and I just want to rest. So it's just like pretty much your whole life goes into it.
Yeah.
And, not that it's not fun, but before it's almost like I was just kind of just doing it, and I thought I was working hard like you said, but I was having a lot of fun with it and maybe wasn't taking it as serious. So it's good that I got Davey in my corner, and it's good that we're figuring it out.
Yeah, it's like what you eat. It's when you sleep. It's when you rock.
Yeah.
Like, everything's got a purpose. Everything's got a
And then once you get into the routine, and the thing for me is Carson's never had the feeling of what it was like to be out of shape and then have to go to be into shape. So that transition from out of shape to in shape sucks.
Well,
it sucks.
We had a story of A-Ray crying at a mountain bike race.
It legit, it sucks. It tears you apart. It breaks you down.
Yeah.
But when you come out the other side, that's when you have that. It's such an amazing feeling of being in shape.
Yep.
And having that feeling is what I'm waiting for with him. It's going to take a little bit of time, but that's going to be amazing. That's when everything will start to turn around for him, like click in his head.
Right.
And same thing like what happened with A-Ray. That's why I choose to not get into shape, because I hate that feeling right now. So I had to do it every year.
Right.
But it takes time. It takes effort. It takes suffering. But all in all, I don't want to ever bury him. That's not the goal of this. The goal is to just get him in a routine, because when he's in that shape and he's feeling so good, he's going to want to do this routine because it feels good every day. And when you don't do it, something's off.
Right.
And it just takes time. But honestly, he wakes up at 7. I'm up at 5:30. I'm up at 6. Like, I'm waiting to knock on his door. You know what I mean? It's. I've already had 2 cups of coffee before he even gets out of bed. But
yeah, I'm getting older, and I'm turning into a morning guy, and I never thought I would. And I'm up at like 6 now.
I'm getting worse.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, I could sleep until about 6:30, maybe 7.
Right.
I can't even sleep till 6. I'm up. I mean that, and I go to California at 4:30 in the morning, almost every week.
Yep.
So I'm up.
Right.
And
Carson, so we we've talked a little bit about the tracks through the rounds, and Colorado was like a happy accident where it ended up being super loamy or super rut cross. And High Point, they were thinking it was going to rain, and it did a little bit in your first moto, but it didn't for the most of the day, and that was a harder packed track, and you could move around a little bit. And then now Redbud looked to be a little bit more traditional American national. What's your thoughts on that, on the track prep?
For me, I like it when it's a little bit more hard packed, just because, it makes it a little bit more even for everybody as far as bikes go, and I can move around on the track and pass people pretty much anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like at Redbud it was pretty traditional, and it seems like it's pretty deep, and a lot of the inside lines are pretty much the main lines. So if you have to pass somebody, you have to go super deep into the outsides and rail it, which makes it a little bit tough. But yeah, I mean, I'm up for whatever. Really, I've never raced South Lake, so I'm excited for that. Obviously, it's going to be sandy.
Yeah.
I always hear about how it's not as sandy as it used to be, but I've never raced it, so it's going to be sandy to me.
But are you good in the sand? How do we feel about you're a high des kid, but that's not sand, but kinda is?
I got no clue, honestly.
Okay.
The sandiest stuff I've rode is like the Loretta sand section.
Okay.
That's it,
right.
to be totally honest.
That's the only sand track you've ever raced?
I mean, I raced WW last year.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, WW sand.
So,
that's
yeah,
sand.
I mean, luckily for me, I'm in pretty good shape for racing. Maybe not everything else right now as far as our training's going. I'm still getting into shape. But as far as the racing and motos go, I'm in pretty good shape. So even if it is hot, rough, whatever, I should be good, especially towards the tail end of the motos.
Well, listen, if you want to ditch Millsaps and get on my e-bike training program, come on up here.
He will at a heartbeat.
I'm all in on that. I love the e-bikes. Every day after riding, I'm like, let's just e-bike it, dude. I got some sweet jumps. Let's go ride the e-bike.
Yeah, I got some sweet jumps. Why don't you go knock on Kiefer's door? Are you going there tomorrow? Is that where you're going?
Tonight.
Tonight, but you're going to help Carson tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not going to work. I was going to say, Mumphy, go bang on Kiefer's door. He can't ride right now. He's super fucking miserable. But he'll jump in the Jeep and take you to some gnarly sand track he's got out there.
Honda Valley.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I've been out there when it rains. It is rough for sure. It's just like Nuevo and stuff like that. But the problem for me is if I'm going to drive all that way, I might as well just ride my track.
Okay. Yeah, true, right? We got some calls for you. You want to take some phone calls?
Yep.
All right. Coy, what's up, man? You got a call? You got a question for Carson Mumford?
Yeah, I got a question for Mumford. So,
okay.
I know that Mumford, I raced against you in Super Minis at Mammoth and Paris. And
did he beat you?
He smoked me every fucking time.
Okay.
Every fucking time. Me and my dad sit in the pits like, man, fucking look at Mumford and whatever. But do you obviously now times are different, but do you regret going from Team Green to going to Factory Connection? Because I mean, the 150s at the time, I was riding 150, and I would have liked to ride a fucking Super Mini that was Team Green style. Do you regret the move looking back at it now, or are you kind of happy what happened has happened?
I mean, it's tough to say, really. Like, it's always shoulda, woulda, coulda. Obviously, I've met a lot of people, gotten to know a lot of people. I wouldn't be working with Davi, stuff like that.
Right.
It did suck to have the team fold with having years left on my contract, stuff like that. I mean, in hindsight, yeah, looking back, you're like, wow, I probably should have went over there, considering I would probably still have a ride. My contract wouldn't be up.
Right.
But it's like, it's always just like, well, I could have done this, should have done this.
Right.
It's the same with even today. Like, I should have done this in that race, should have done that.
Yeah, I think that's life. That's life as is.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough, and who knows if I could have gone there, and who knows if I'd even be racing right now.
I could have been doing better than Faulkner right now. I'll tell you that much.
Oh boy, just coming in hot.
That's harsh.
Yeah, geez. I mean, listen, Faulkner's in a bit of a slump, but still a great rider.
Bro, I went to middle school with Shimoda. Shimoda came from fucking nothing, and he's top guy under the tent right now.
Yeah, that's got to be tough for Forkner to deal with. But Shimoda's riding good. Good for Joe.
Yeah,
he's crushing it. All right, thanks, Cole.
Hey, Mumford, do you remember back on parade lap in Mammoth, like 2015, 2016? I was the other 150 doing a stand-up wheelie, and then I was doing it right by you, and then I fucking like almost looped it out, dude. It was hilarious.
Up the hill?
I don't know if you. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I got one question for Davey too.
All right. Mm-hmm. What was in his locker? Or?
No Davy Jones locker over here. But Davy, I'm from Needles up north from Havasu.
Yeah.
No places to ride. I hate beating up my bike on the fucking power lines and the washes. Are we gonna get 928 like better, or is it just Western from now on out? Like, what do we got going down there?
Bring it on to Western if you think you got anything.
I mean, you have Western, you have Blythe, but 928 is ran by that family there. So, I mean, I can't really do anything with it. So
yeah, I understand. But
listen, if you're ready, come out to Western.
Hey, I'll come down. Oh man, I'm in the Army now. I haven't been riding in a while.
Well, I'll bring it. Okay, you don't stand a chance against me at Western then. All right, thanks, buddy.
One more thing. Is the progression that the Yamaha and Honda has made, is that all due to the Euro guys like Koldenhoff and Geyser, or is Star Racing and HRC really just kind of are they on their shit, for lack of a better word?
They're on their shit. They're on the shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because Sexton was always saying, man, we linked up with Geyser, we got what he was on, and then this, and that.
Yeah, I think the Honda guys have. I think the Honda guys. There's a lot of communication back and forth between those guys, but I don't know about the Star.
Yeah, I don't
Yamaha
think Star and Euro Yamaha, but I know. Yeah, I saw that.
Thanks, buddy.
I appreciate it.
Oh, a lot of questions.
You asked for it.
I guess I did. Yeah, I did. Carson Mumford on the show, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Hey, so Carson, are you going to stay, and obviously working with Davey, are you staying west the whole time? Or are you going to go east at all and base yourself anywhere out east, or is this just a West Coast thing?
I don't know. Me and Davey have been talking about that recently, and it's like we do have a good thing going in Cali, and it just takes a lot, I think, to move out there. Obviously, Davey knows a lot of people out there, and I think he could really help me with getting onto tracks and stuff. But
listen, I'll get you into Tim Ferry. It's not a problem.
Yeah. It'd be hard to get a practice mechanic out there. It'd probably be hard to get parts out there. Just little stuff like that. But I don't know. It's always been my dream to move to Florida and ride out there just with whoever. Honestly, I really like Florida. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just hard, especially where I'm at right now. It'd just be tough, and we got a good base out here. So I think probably for now we're staying out here until things change.
Because Ferrandis was on earlier and this is a very valid point. Ferrandis was like, dude, getting up at 3 a.m. West Coast time the morning of a national sucks.
Yeah, but when you have your whole team move out there, it makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
So, or when you're making enough money to be able to be in both places.
Right.
Yeah, that would be my thing. If I were to move to Florida or anywhere else, I would basically have to sell my house, sell my truck, sell everything I've pretty much worked for out here, and then go out there. And then if I ever want to return back here, the stuff that I would have out there wouldn't be as like I would kind of lose a lot of my stuff. Like I would sell for out there for not as much as I could come back here for.
Right. So are you happy with the team and everything? Look, it's not a factory team. Like you said, you could use a bit better motor. I don't think there's a slam on those guys. Budgets are what they are. Michael Lindsay at the Chaparral FXR team, they try their best. How's everything going with the team?
Everything's been going good. We've just been all trying really hard. Same with Cody. Like Cody's been killing it in the 450 class.
Yeah, that's my next question to you. Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, so I think that shows. We're both just trying our butts off, and same with everybody on the team. My mechanic Pedro, Cody's mechanic Tony, Michael Lindsay obviously he's trying really hard with everything. He's actually driving the semi to Southwick right now, so he's kind of just picking up slack wherever he can, and we all kind of help each other out. It's been good. Like you said, it's just it's still a satellite team, and it's hard to compete with. Obviously the Yamahas are ridiculous, but yeah, it's just stuff like that that's a bit hard sometimes. But really, I think we have a solid program, and it's going to get a lot better. Like next year, I think is going to be better than years after, and it's just been getting a lot better even since I've gotten on the team. I've seen the progression, and I think that's just due to hard work.
So when you're next to a Yamaha, Star Yamaha, does it depress you?
I wouldn't say it depresses me, but for me, it's just like, hey, I'll see you at the end of the race. Like I'm just gonna ride hard and just see you then.
Right. What about 450s? Is it too early in your career to think about jumping up?
I really don't think it's too early. I think it's just the same thing. It's just a lot. Like with parts and stuff, I think it's good that means Cody split for outdoors just because it's so tough on parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I don't know. I think I ride a 450 really well. Obviously not on Supercross. I'd probably die. But on outdoors, I think I could ride a 450 really well. I am pretty tall, so that would help. But yeah, I think it's good that me and Cody are split. We do burn through a lot of parts, both of us. So I think that's the main reason why.
Yeah, Cody Schock, your teammate, 450 guy, he's doing a great job, man. So. He's just I really notice him. Like he seems to be in terrific shape. He's going hard all moto long. Like every time I watch him late in the moto, the dude's on somebody or catching somebody, and yeah, man, he's been really impressive. Do you get along with him well?
Oh yeah, we're good buddies.
Yep.
And it's good to see. Like his starts are always pretty good. And yeah, his motos are always really good too. Like he's been consistently up there too, which is cool to see. Like, you can see a lot of satellite teams or it's tough it's the same thing as the 250 class with the factory guys. Like they have such an advantage. But yeah, he's always like on the bubble of the top 10. I mean, I'm sure he's going to get it here in a round or two, but he's been killing it.
Absolutely. He's been doing a good job. What's your favorite Millsaps memory from like when he raced, Mumford? Is there one that stands out? Is there what do you remember as a kid?
Oh God, he knows more of sayings and everything that I've said than I do.
Yeah.
I like the Great Outdoors 2005, I think it was. And he's on Suzuki and he's like sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes out of control, sometimes not. He's talking to Troy Adamitis about it. So my first day training with Davi, I took a video of me saying that to him because me and Derek Drake, we love that movie and we just say that all the time, even before we work with Davi. So I said that to him videoing, and he looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah,
he's never heard it. And I was like, oh boy, this is awkward.
You're like, oh boy, yeah, this is awkward. Yeah.
Yeah, because I still every day that I'm there, it's like I still haven't seen it to remember it.
Yeah.
But I mean, they tell me that I was drinking something that my mom had given me, so I'm like, probably somewhere, maybe, I don't know. But
that's funny.
I also like in Stone Spray Sandwich, they show him coming through the pack at Daytona. And they keep cutting to Davey, and one scene he's just yard sailing. Then he's coming through the pack, and he scrubs this double, and he catches his foot and does like a side knack. Then he nose bonks the landing and saves it. And I remember I was watching it with Davey, and I'm like, dude, what were you doing? He's like, I didn't even care. I was just sending it.
Oh,
that's when I lost the title that round.
Is that
when Troy took me out?
Oh, yeah. That was it. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's Honda though.
No, right? Suzuki.
Oh,
I crashed in the second turn, came from dead last to passing for third.
Yep.
And I was on fire that race, and I caught my foot on one of these little step up double things. And if you watch the whole thing, it's like I never missed a beat though.
Yeah, it just kept going.
So yeah, that was. I was watching it with him, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah. You're like, who's that guy?
I'm like, jeez.
On a super fast RMZ 250.
Yeah.
Yeah, real
thing was
fast.
Sick.
Yeah, sick. I think I'm in one of those great outdoors, Mumford. You should watch that one more.
I've seen pretty much all.
I'm mic'd up for one or two of those things.
I like the one where you're on the line with Tim Ferry, and you're like, oh, it's an AMA coffee break. What are you guys doing?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I don't remember that either. But
see my point. My point exactly.
Yeah, that one I don't remember. I remember being interviewed for it though. Yeah,
he remembers being on the line with Ferry a lot.
Yeah, it was great times. Well, we were always beating Millsaps a lot, so that's what was so cool about it. Outdoors.
A few rounds, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a few rounds. I think did he race 450s in 06? Yeah.
Yeah.
Outdoors?
Yeah, he would have been Moto Triple X.
Gotcha. Moto Triple X.
Yeah, Honda.
That's right. I forgot he rode for them.
When did you move up? 06?
06.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Then so you and I was never taking Timmy to wins over you then.
Not in 06.
I left. I was 03, 04, 05, and 99. Yeah.
03, 04, 05, and 99.
Yeah, 99.
So you went forward backwards.
Yeah. I know. I was thinking to myself, there's also another year in there. It was 1999. So,
gotcha.
Anyways. Carson Mumford on the show, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. All right, Mumphy. Well, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. Like I said, listen, let's forget about Redbud. We're going to focus on the 6 motos that you were really good in, and we're going to move forward from here.
Yeah, we're coming out swinging at South Lake. We're going for it.
Right. Also, too, thanks to the guys at ORW. You're on your butt patch. So ORW.
Oh yeah, Off-Road Warehouse, baby.
All right, that's good. Good to know you're on board with all that. What are you laughing at? Hey, Mumford. So this is the second time Millsaps has co-hosted, and dude, I don't want to blow up his head here because he's right across from me, but the reviews are fantastic.
Well, that's because you won't put me on the show. All right. Imagine the views if you had me in studio.
Anytime, you can come up anytime.
Yeah, you gotta talk though.
He's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Mumphy's a good interview.
Did say sure.
I just don't like you, Davey. I don't talk.
But I feel like would Davey let you drive up here on a Monday and sit in the show with me?
Oh no way, dude! I'd have another VO2 max test to do or something crazy.
Right. Yeah. Hey, put on this beanbag and run up the hills.
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
You got another road ride to do. Don't go up there.
Well, I can't wait.
I mean, I gotta get him out of 18th place somehow.
Yeah.
Somehow. Anyway, listen, I've got the secret. It's called a big bore. Look into it. No one's gonna pull you down. No one's gonna care. Just do it. Like Mike Craig was running one for a number of years.
Yeah, this is in the 80s, dude. Come on.
No, this is the 90s. But I look forward to in 2022 when A-Ray joins the tribe. A-Ray gets back in. That'll be fantastic. Yeah. And everyone's so busy vlogging they get hit by a car or something.
Him and his vlogs.
Yeah. Thanks, Mumphy. I appreciate it, man. We'll see you this weekend at Southwick. All right. Thank you for the time.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks. That's Carson Mumford, everybody. Brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Davey Millsaps brought to you by Decal Works. Of course, we already did the Race Tech rant. We did the X-Brand Galgateros Motorsport tweet at a Tallon segment. Tallon, did you get your stuff? Are you ready to go for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's do it. Let's do it now. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon. No, that's my mom.
It's the Motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, again, anything over $79, free shipping. Thanks to Motorsport.com, OEM parts, aftermarket parts. They got a dedicated team of gearheads to help you out and get you working. And they got great prices, great return policy. So if you deal with another online company, and I don't know why you would, try Motorsport.com and let me know what you think. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on Twitter. They're from myself and the Duke here. And we'll try to get the answers. All right, let's do this.
All right, first one from Dr. Papa. If Dylan wins the outdoor title, does he still need a 450 SX title to pass JMB as the best U.S. career for a French rider?
Yes. Yeah, you have to do it. JMB won all 3 classes in 1 year, way before your time. But, JMB was a bad dude, so.
All right, from Steve's Hot Tub. If you were Kawasaki, would you be worried about the next group of guys? AC crashes, Faulkner, Shimoda might be the best one.
What do you think, Davey?
That's actually a good question. I mean, I think if Faulkner can somehow pull his life together, they don't have to worry. And then obviously they have a new rider next year coming up.
Right.
Or going in, should I say. And then you have AC there. If AC can calm his life down during the races, they don't have to worry.
AC said, so he's got arm pump, and it's from this nerve. This is what he's saying. It's a nerve issue that he had surgery for in Colorado in the off season. And the doctor told him 98 people out of 100 have no side effects. There's 2 ways to move the nerve. You can move it on the elbow or you can compress it or something, he said. So he got the compression done on the nerve. And it didn't work. He's still getting arm pump. and he thinks in the offseason he has to go get that nerve moved on the elbow to help this arm pump. But that's what he's going through.
But he's always crashed.
Yes.
So that's my point. My point is I don't care about the arm pump.
Okay.
I don't care how fast and slow he's going. It's the crashing that I'm talking about.
Yep.
I don't think they have to worry if he can get his crashing under control. Like we're talking about.
Do you think Anderson helps him out next year as far as like takes the pressure off of him at all? Does that matter? No. Okay.
I mean, yeah, Jason's Jason, obviously,
right.
but I mean, it's still AC.
Right.
No matter win or loses, whatever you want to do, it's still he's going to have almost a bigger surrounding than Jason does.
Right.
Just because of his name.
Right.
So he's not going to take any pressure off. He is the golden child at Cowie.
Right.
So
okay. Next question
from Parker 107. Where are we with Tomac's panic button? Is it put away in the drawer?
Yeah,
or just pushed back?
It's broken. We threw it away.
All right, for Davey, since he loves these questions from Tanner Hall. Can you say how much you are still making as an amateur?
How much was I making as an amateur?
Yep.
How much was I making as enough?
Oh boy, here we go.
Dude, that was so long ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a break on that. It was a long time ago. Your mom was probably doing all the deals anyways, and did you really know, right?
Yeah, I knew.
Oh, okay.
Back then.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, probably more than my JGR day.
I was going to say over or under 100, so you'd say over.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. All right.
From Pimmy Tatterson, any truth to the rumor Coop wants to go back to Yamaha?
No.
From MotoFan92 for Davey, which was worse, your cartwheel in Indy 04 or your outfit malfunction in Vegas 10?
Ooh. Cartwheel. Indy 04. That one hurt.
I don't even remember that one. Nope.
And the whoops.
Okay.
I jumped in really one too far because it was like a finish line right, and there was like 5 or 4 small whoops and like 4 big whoops, and we kept going just one short and then jumping over. I decided to go for it, and it took James out of the race that night, and it almost took me out too.
Okay.
So that one hurt. But my malfunction in Vegas, that was just funny.
Right.
I got more cheers for that, hands down.
Did you? Yeah.
Oh, so many cheers.
People loved it.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was that bad.
Poor John Knowles.
From Jake Mudge, 843, which is worse, Weed trying to coin the phrase Dylan Danger Zone, or when Fro kept trying to give RV the nickname the Viper?
I don't remember the Viper. Fro was running the Viper?
Yeah.
Apparently he was pushing for it.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Danger Zone's still pretty bad, though.
Yeah, Danger Zone's terrible.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. From Beaks and Talons for Davey, what is the worst thing Pastrana has convinced you to try while hanging out together?
Honestly, he's never really had me... take that back. Jumping off a bridge. That was... Because he never really had me do anything crazy. I think he was too scared of my mom to have me do anything outrageous. He would actually drive the speed limit. If I was in the car, he'd go either the speed limit or under.
Yeah.
And, or, he always came and rode with me. We did, fun things. But when I was at his house, I was little. He had to jump off a bridge. I swear when I hit, it took me forever to jump off. I was scared.
Yeah.
And I swear I got an enema when I hit. And I couldn't, it hurt so bad. I couldn't swim. They had to come get me. And because I couldn't,
really?
Yeah, it was so bad.
Oh.
And that was but now I probably would have just done it. But, I mean, he did it a few times just to convince me to do it, and then I just said whatever, and I did it.
Right.
Not a good move.
Did you see his Instagram? Did you follow him on Instagram?
Yeah.
Did you see that thing that he was jumping off into the? He was putting people on like this yellow inflatable thing, and he would jump onto it and send you off.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude.
Those things are. I put Dane on one in Havasu.
Oh yeah.
And because Frenchie, Nick Rios, the jet ski guy.
Okay.
He owns one of these big things in the middle of the water, and it has like a slide, has trampolines and stuff, and it has one of those. And I put Dane on it.
Just sent him.
Obviously not as big as TP, but I mean, Dane went flying.
Oh,
Dane went flying. He was not happy.
Not happy?
Not happy. He hit the ground hard. Water.
All right.
From the Wesley, does Dylan have the same results if he would have went to Gas?
I don't know, right? Like, I mean, he's a national champion, so...
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah.
With his grit and determination and all that stuff, yeah, hands down.
All right.
From Softball Dad, he's got 2. He wants to know if Webb and Marvin are on an air shock, and then are the KTM's ability to turn inside of everyone else indoors, making it too unstable outdoors?
Not on an air shock that I know of. What do you think about that inside KTM stuff? I mean,
they've always turned to inside better than most people, but they've still won. So
right.
I'm going to say no to that one. I just think that they are all riding still like they're racing Supercross, and they haven't really transitioned to more of an outdoor style riding. Why? Maybe the bike setup is not suited for them at this moment. But I do know they are working on it, and I'd imagine that you're going to start seeing them come back around pretty soon.
All right. From Mac McGuire, Kenny seems to really be pushing it on Saturday. Feet off the pegs coming up short and didn't look his normal, perfect form self. Is he feeling the heat and cracking, or is he just showing that he's willing to hang it out for the title?
I'll go the second one, I think. I mean, outside of the leap stuff, did he look out of control to me? Not really. Look, same old Kenny. The leap was tough, and he was continuing to send it. So props to him for doing that.
Yeah. I'm gonna agree.
Oh wow. Yeah. Mark that down.
All right, 1 out of 10 ain't bad.
Yeah, exactly.
From Bob Bradstreet, if Star decides to keep AP and add ET, does CC? That's a lot of AP, ET, CC.
They had 9 guys this weekend. Levi Kitchen race, right? They had 9 guys. Jesus.
And does CC still ride 450s outdoors?
Yes.
And any word on J Mart?
I don't know about J Mart. I figure he would go back.
I heard he's staying down.
Yeah, no, staying down. Yeah, but I think he'll serve sign.
He'll stay there.
I think he would stay in 250 class.
Yeah.
But Craig's going to 450s next year. Yeah.
All right, you talked about this one a little bit in the review show from Andrew Riley 18. Has Forkner's window closed, and what does Cowie do about the 450 deal?
Yeah, he's got to stay down. I don't know if people are trying to get him to move up, but he's got to win something in 250s before you move up. You just got it. Plus, you stay down, you make more money. Like you extend your career. Moving up to me would be silly. Right?
Didn't Blair say something about being a third 450 rider at Cowie?
I mean, I heard he wants to move up eventually. Obviously, everyone does.
Right.
But I'm gonna again agree a little bit. He has to win with his talent, his speed, that bike. You have to win, or at least do what AC did and be there at the top to the end.
Yeah, I mean, AC won a national outdoor title.
No, I meant Supercross.
Yeah. And Sexton, I thought Sexton moving up was a bit early. I've been proven wrong. He's crushing it, but I'm like, look, the kid has one 250 Supercross title that he fully deserved. Now the second one, Faulkner was better, and he got one win and he won it. So props to him. But I was like, it's too early for Sexton. Now,
but he didn't have a choice, though, did he?
Well, yeah, I think he had a choice.
Why? You get to back up your title one time.
Yeah, but you could have still run 250 outdoors, Oh,
that's right. He went up for outdoors.
Right. So I was like, but he was good. But he was taller, too.
Yeah, but I'm talking.
And he hated that bike.
But you're talking just one outdoor season.
Yeah.
But either way, he had to move up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, I think Forkner, the window I don't think is closed for him right now. I think he has too much speed, too much talent, and everything else that he can pull it out. He can pull the rabbit out of the hat whenever he wants to. So he just has to do it.
I think, again, you know more about this than I do, but I would, if I'm Forkner and I like Robbie Renard, he's a good dude, I get out of there. I need a fresh start. I need other guys to ride against. I need new tracks. I need a new trainer. You know what I mean? I just need to flush everything out and start with somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to someone about it the other day. I was like, I was even telling Carson and Derek, like, he's someone that I'd love to get my hands on with those two.
Oh, so my question was actually pretty appropriate as far as asking you.
Yeah, I mean, I would in a heartbeat.
Right. I didn't have any inside info when I was asking you.
Obviously, Carson and Derek to ride with his caliber, and just so he can ride with them and just be in a different area. But yeah, I would love to. I think with what I know and my knowledge and what I went through, kind of similar to what he's going through in a roundabout way.
Right.
It's one of those things where, I don't really take shit from anyone. So.
All right.
From the voice of the drunken people, which one is weirder? The AMA with now basing penalties on how far someone jumped, or the Canadians making Phil host bingo?
I'll still go with the bingo one for Phil, but that was weird how they determined that Roxon jumped farther than Ferrandis, so he got penalized one more point than Ferrandis. I don't understand.
AMA makes up and does what they want.
It's been better since you've been racing. It's been better because back in your day, it was fucking insane. Some of those. there's seconds, but you don't lose any time, and then there's a disqualification. And it was ridiculous. And you got bit by the Canadian rules on the jumping on the yellow.
Jumping on red. That was jumping on red.
Welcome to Canada.
10 spots.
Right.
So, I mean, I would have rather been docked 2 points in a heartbeat.
For sure.
So I would have still won the overall.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was, to me, the bingo, whatever, but docking one person for jumping
farther,
5 feet further than the other, like an extra point. Like, when does that stop?
I don't know.
So if you would have cleared the jump, then what?
Yeah, but they don't know shit.
No, they don't.
All right.
From Potsy 377, Steve, have you ever thought about bringing back pulp hockey?
Nah.
From
R.I.P.
From Big Bad.
It was good, but dude, I don't think you guys understand. Like, I follow Moto 24/7 because I want to be good at this job that I do, and then now I had to follow hockey like gnarly because I don't want to be this idiot host. So I had to like watch hockey and follow hockey and read hockey. And after I quit the podcast, I was like, whew, and I can like not follow hockey every single day. You know,
Yeah,
so
you're from Canada, so wouldn't you follow hockey?
I do, but I was following it, just generally. But when I was doing this podcast, I had to like be balls deep in hockey, because
there was no time for e-bikes.
No, there was no time for e-bikes.
Okay.
All right, from Big Bad 408, what happened to fill-in rides? Huskies down to one rider who was struggling with Epstein-Barr.
Yeah, it's all just Phil got that ride a couple years ago. I think it's all to the energy drinks and what they want to do and what the contract says.
And who's there to fill in?
That's also a good point too. Yeah. So.
From Flower 87A, what is the most interesting thing Chris Wheeler said about Suzuki that you were allowed to talk about?
I can't talk. What? Yeah.
That you're allowed to talk about.
No, all of it was pretty much off the record stuff. I can't think of anything that was like public knowledge that I was talking. No.
All right, from Joe for Davey. Do you plan on doing any bicycle races this year? 24 hours in Pueblo?
I have a half Ironman in October, and that's about the only
that's what you're gonna do.
Bike race that obviously there's a bicycle in it.
Yeah.
So yeah. But as far as mountain biking this year, probably not. What are we in July? No, next year I think Yogi wants to do Leadville next year.
Oh, does he?
So I might go back to Leadville with him.
Yo dog.
And then I have a few that I want to do next year. Now that I'm doing this, with Carson and Derek and getting back into it a little bit more and traveling more, like I can actually start focusing on that part of myself too, because it's 120 in Havasu, so it's a little bit rough.
Right.
So being in California and traveling around, like I can actually start to get back into shape.
I know your wife's from Havasu and everything, but do you feel like you'll just be there for the rest of your life? like you just feel like you're not going anywhere? Like that's it?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, during the pandemic, hands down, I was very thankful for being there.
Yeah.
Very thankful. Before the pandemic, I was struggling quite a bit just because of there was just nothing there for me realistically. But during the pandemic, hands down, it was amazing. There was no mask mandate. Nothing was shut down. Everything was open.
But that's just 1 year of now you're back.
But now I'm back doing this. So now I'm traveling again. I'm doing things again.
Keeping you busy.
So I am having more of a purpose again.
Right.
And that to me is when I go home now, like I'm enjoying home.
Right.
And I'm good with that. Do I like the
24/7 stopped in Havasu? Not so much. Like
for me, being now 33, it's like, no offense, Brittany, it's like I almost felt like I went there to almost just die. And but now but before that we used it as vacation. I had fun.
Yeah.
But now when like living there, it changes.
Right.
So for me,
like me living here in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but exactly. When I'm done doing this or whatever it may be, like it will be where I end up.
Right.
But the commute to the airport, hands down, is the only thing that drives me nuts.
Yeah, that would suck.
So I mean,
there's nothing out of Havasu. Isn't Allegiant or something can get you somewhere?
It's a private plane.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not flying private,
bro. No, you're not making that kind of money anymore. So
it's I never flew private as a racer.
Never did it?
Nah.
Wow.
But that's the only thing. I don't mind the commute to California.
Yep.
Minus I don't like being away from them for 5 days.
Right.
But I can be away from them for a few days here and there.
But that would be tough. I'm not gonna lie. Motorsport.com tweeted Tallon segment, we do have a special celebrity guest caller.
We got one more if we want to get through that first.
No. Let's get this. This gentleman can't wait. His time is very valuable. He's very busy. Alex Ray.
Dude, why are you? What's the whole celebrity thing, man?
I mean, you're a celebrity. You're a motocross star.
He's a vlog star.
Vlog star. When are you getting back with Davi's program? I don't know. Did you hear what he said about you earlier?
Yeah.
What'd I say?
Yeah.
Just, he's getting he's getting more interested in just, the social following.
I've already told him that.
I know. No, I know. But
he told me that the other day at the track, honestly. I mean, I talked to Davey quite a bit, actually, now. He's in California more. So that's actually been good. But, yeah, I do plan to start training with Davey here pretty soon within the next few months.
Okay.
I got to get through a few more races and do a few things, like with myself, and then after that, I think I'll get back on
the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, on the Duke program.
Right, on the chicken and the salad, and that's it.
Yeah. No, that's only when he needed to lose a lot of weight. I was talking to A-Ray. It's and this is gonna kind of blow your mind a little bit.
Okay,
but having him a part of the program with these two kids, he can almost be the leader. You know what I mean? Yes, I know. I see your face. But because he's been through it. He's went from being, 400 pounds to where he is now.
Jesus.
It's and crying on telephone, calling me, walking 5 miles up a hill with another lady, crying with her. He's been through it to the point to where he does all the workouts. He knows my workouts. He knows all the bike rides. He can suffer. And having that a part of the program, like when I'm not there, because I'm not going to be there every single day.
Right.
So having him there to where it's like, guys, like, come on, like we've been here, I've done that, like let's go.
Do it, right?
That type of a leader, and that's something that is hard to find.
Would you take him back?
Would I?
Yeah.
I mean, I've told him that since this last show.
All right. Okay.
So, I said, I know he works. I know he works with who he works with, and I have no issue with anyone that he works with. It's just I enjoy A-Ray, and
we all do.
Seeing him come back over and be with my guys and be a part of the program would be kind of fun. So. It's just kind of on him. The ball's in his court, honestly. I'm in California a lot.
Well, can we give him a bit of a deal because he's like a second timer and like he gets a bit of a deal because it's the second time?
I mean, we talked money not too long ago. We did talk money.
Like a frequent buyer program?
We talked money, and I told him that, I would give him a break from what he's paying now.
Okay.
So
see, look at that, A-Ray. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm completely stoked, and like, and too, like the thing I wanted to sort of add to it, obviously he has Derek Drake, he has Carson Mumford, and himself. Like all of those guys, like they have something that I really don't have is a little bit more talent. To where I pretty much, I was 8,000 pounds. I fucked on a dirt bike, pretty much everything. So for me, I had to dig deep into the trenches and actually learn how to suffer, and I learned that from Davey, and that's what really strived me forward, I guess, a few years ago. So, and I think, obviously I'm having some wrist issues right now with, my hands and everything. They don't really work that well. So after I get that fixed, I think that I'll have a little bit of a break and I'll be able to feel like I can dig deep like that again and go into that whole suffer mode and everything. So,
and that's a good thing because the two guys that I have, like, I don't know if Derek can suffer. Like, I haven't been around him that long. He's obviously having surgery, so he obviously can suffer from what he's been suffering with, hands down. But can he suffer when he's back to somewhat normal? Carson, he's been suffering quite a bit. I'm still trying to break him, like I said, through that. What I did with A-Ray is just break him through and make him stronger and understand that it's okay to suffer. Like, you can suffer, just dig down.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to get him there. And I think, having someone like this on when it comes to suffering, I mean, I made A-Ray suffer pretty bad.
Wow.
So
the mountain bike race story is epic.
I mean,
the mountain bike race story is
anything that that was one of the things that whenever I was working with Davi, whatever he told me to do, I did it. I didn't think twice about doing it, regardless of what it was. I mean, if he'd have told me to jump off a bridge and there not be water at the bottom, I would have still probably done it.
Right.
I mean, even when we were in Colorado, we stopped at this like little river thing, and he's like, "Hey, get in there, like it'll be good for your legs to recover." And it was so cold.
It was so
and
cold.
And I said, okay. I just went and jumped in it, dude. It was so cold. I was freezing my ass off, but whatever he told me to do, I had to do it.
But I did it with him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I did get in there with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah, Redbud didn't go so well for you, A-Ray. You broke a wheel on the leap.
Yes. Okay, so like it was a pretty tough day for me, honestly.
Yeah.
So that was the first practice. Obviously, I did the roll lap, and then the second lap, I was like, okay, well, it's Redbud. We got to try the leap, whatever. So I go around. I don't even come close, man. I don't know. I just case the shit out of it, and then break my rear wheel. So I go to the mechanics area. I make it there. And like on the way to the mechanics area, my rear wheel, it was like wobbling everywhere. I felt like I was riding a freaking horse bareback. But I get to the mechanics area, swap the wheel out, and then I ride, from the mechanics area back to the finish line, and then I start my qualifying lap. And then, unfortunately, I had a bike issue. My bike sort of seized. So I didn't even know. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to skip the second practice and race the LCQ. I'm like, here we go again.
Yeah.
A-Ray at Redbud at LCQ, like, geez, man. But luckily, I was able to get it. They were able to get the bike all put together for the second practice, and I was able to, get a good qualifying time, and yeah. But yeah, first moto, it was just something that was like super small that got overlooked whenever they were swapping the engine. It was just, it's something super small that, it was really nobody's fault. It just something like a line was routed wrong and it burnt up, and I had to DNF. But yeah, I only had like 10 minutes on the track before second moto, and then my starts were good all day.
Second moto start was solid.
I had better starts. You know? Kiefer told me to tighten up the starts, and that's what I did. And I don't know. That was the first time I started up front this season, and I don't know. My hands went numb, and that caused me to get arm bump. So. Yeah, that was all she wrote after that.
Did you what was I going to say? Oh, yes, did you see the stat that I talked about? I don't know if I put it on you had passed the most riders in the class before Redbud.
Someone told me about it, which was crazy. Yeah,
you had the most passes.
I believe it 100% because my starts have been just absolutely terrible.
Right, so you had passed the most riders in the first 6 motos of the year than anybody else in the class, accumulating exactly 0 points. But still, however, you passed the most guys. So
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just need to freaking.
You haven't scored a point.
Not yet.
Not in outdoors. No, not yet.
Fuck my ass.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, it's terrible. I hate it. Like, I'm out here suffering, and then freaking. Listen, I got a 21st in Colorado, but.
Do we? And listen, I love the guy. This is not a slam on him at all. Is Kenny Taco Bell dragging your program down?
No, he's actually my biggest fan. He's the one.
Listen, if I was your biggest fan, I'd be hanging out with you, eating with you, and drinking with you because I'm your biggest fan.
I mean, we hang out, but I mean, he makes life easy for me. He watches my dog for me. He'll buy me food every now and then. Like whenever it's needed, he helps me out. Like
I'm just asking.
He's good.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Kenny Taco Bell, he's the man.
Okay, all right. And what about Heartthrob? Finally coming through, 10th overall. Good job.
Yeah, he's been doing good, man.
That's good. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we've been, he's actually my riding partner right now, which he stayed back east this week, but yeah, I mean, he's been my riding partner this whole year, and he's really came on this last few rounds of outdoors for sure.
Do you want to get back on Blue Crew?
Yes. I mean, well, I do like Yamahas a lot, but I mean, my Kawasaki is pretty darn good right now too, though.
Of course it is. Wow, listen, we got to get the super team back together. I want to see it happen.
Dude, it's going to happen. You just got to give it a few months.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean,
I got to get back healthy first. And
you
then
got to get healthy,
yeah.
but you've lost your way. You've wandered off the path of Millsaps, and we got to get you back into that path.
Yeah,
I know, man. I like
Oreos out of his mouth first.
What?
Gotta get the Oreos out of his mouth first.
Chick-fil-A and booty too much.
Chick-fil-A and booty.
No, he likes, dude, we went to freaking, I don't even know if I told the story. I might have before. The first time I had Chick-fil-A with him here in California, the freaking dude orders nuggets, a sandwich, fries, and a milkshake. I'm like, what? He's like, dude, when I come to Chick-fil-A, that's what I got to order. I'm like, well, then don't go to Chick-fil-A. Like, ever.
Nuggets,
burger. No, well, the chicken
sandwich, nuggies, fries,
and a milkshake,
and a shake to top it off.
Yeah, not a small, but a large.
I think you did say that last time. You
Yeah,
but we should repeat it every time.
Every time.
Yes,
it was honestly mind blowing. I mean, I was retired, so at the time, so yeah, I got a shake.
Right.
But I'm sitting there looking at him like, dude, what are you doing? You know, I haven't had a milkshake in over a year and a half. I haven't had a milkshake in forever.
Hey, man. I mean, I don't know. When
was the last time you had a milkshake?
Love to eat. What's that?
When was the last time you had a milkshake?
Last time I had a milkshake was from Chick-fil-A.
No.
Or just a
milkshake.
Which I mean, I didn't really deserve it, but I had one after. I had one after High Point, and it fucked me up on the way home. Like it hurt my stomach so bad.
Well, yeah. So after High Point, I was a few weeks after High Point. Yeah, I gave him a smack, and I smacked him. You know, right here, and I'm like, I feel that milkshake.
Yeah, you felt it.
I felt the milkshake.
You're like Daniel Day-Lewis with a milkshake. Well, yeah, let's get this back going. Let's get this train on the tracks again.
Yeah, well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think it'll be honestly just even minus the fact that he's racing. I think it's going to be good for
Carson
just
everybody.
the whole program.
Right.
So.
And then do we get Jericho back or no? He's too rock star.
Jericho's way too rock star.
Yeah, way too rock star. Derek Rankin is an old mechanic. He's
Rankin.
rock star. Rankin. He's
Christian Craig.
He's Christian Craig. He's Team Craig.
Yeah, he's Team Craig.
Yeah,
he's in Florida.
Yeah, he's in Florida. He's the goat farm, sweating his balls off. Right.
So.
Well, A-Ray, thanks for calling in, buddy. Appreciate it. We're gonna try.
I appreciate it. You guys got an awesome show, dude. Can't say it enough. Davey's great on the show.
He is good. The reviews are in. Davey's great. People like it.
Yeah,
100%.
If I can make it to California tonight, then I could probably do another one at some point.
Which is really good.
Well, we're trying to keep it short for you. So we're working on that. Just trust me, we are. Hey, Ray, we'll see you at Southwick this weekend?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right, buddy. Stay off the Chick-fil-A this week, all right? Sweet Jesus.
Right.
I don't even eat that at Chick-fil-A. Like, I mean, that's a little extreme.
Yeah. No. I can't do that. I'll see you tomorrow, boss.
Thank you.
All right, see you, man.
All right, that's Alex Ray, everybody. Let's get to the phone calls here from Zach. Zach, what's up, man?
Hey, man, what's up?
What's up?
That's, crap, I hate when I do that because you hate when people do that. Anyway.
Hey, man, you beating off?
Nah, dude, not right now. But anyways.
No.
I can't.
Not up in here, bro.
I can't.
That's weird. I don't even know what to do from here.
All right.
What's weird is a guy I know texted me the other day and was like, I listened to that show. I was like, oh, that's cool. So now I just don't want to say anything that he might
There's
hear.
a lot of shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways.
Quiet down.
All right, Steve. What's that game you play with Max? It's all the time where you're throwing him out an idea.
Yeah, I'm pitching him. Yeah, right. I'm pitching him as an agent. I
only need 7 days a week.
All right. So I'm going to pitch you. You said something a while ago about a ride day at Redbud, a pulp ride day.
Yeah, pulp ride day at Redbud. Yep.
Which sounded super cool, and I thought it'd be cool if you did it around like the vet time, because the Vet Fest in California is super cool, but like East Coast guys really far away, you know. So Redbud would be cool, but that Verb Shred Tour that Wes and those guys are doing, man, that's been a hit, and a lot of people are like super stoked on just that culture of what those guys are doing. I've always thought it would be really sweet to have a big purse pro race, but people don't show up for that. So
Right.
you kind of lose your ass on putting money up because you don't get the kids and the families. So if you put on a race, if you've done something like Wes is doing, ride, you pay one time, you get in, ride all weekend, tons of fun, ride. But on, the evening on Saturday or on Sunday, wherever, there's a pro race, that's the only race the whole weekend. You still get the families there, you still get all of them there, you're bringing in the admission money, and maybe that frees you up a little bit to put out a good pro purse. In your opinion, what kind of pro purse does it take in 2021 to get, guys that are going to be fun to watch, I guess?
I don't know. You lost me somewhere along there. I don't know what a pro purse would – I don't know how that would work. I don't know what you have to pay to get guys. People don't want to race anymore. You nailed it. You said it, right? They just don't –
like that thing Wes does is sick. And I just think he could throw a pro purse race in there, and it would just add one more thing to it, but it wouldn't make it as serious as a full weekend at the racetrack. It would just be like almost an exhibition.
Well, that's
for
what
everybody to
that's
watch.
what we want to do. We want to do something where we have a ride day one day and then a race the next day, but a real casual race. No pro purse, no nothing like that. Just a fun little race. Vets,
just a fun
vintage,
race. Yeah.
that kind of stuff. That's what we want to do.
I come race you there.
Oh, okay. At Redbud?
Yeah.
I think you might have me covered at the Redbud.
You got to ride the 500. You got to ride the 500 though.
I'll ride the 500. Yeah.
At
CR500.
Redbud.
Yep. Oh yeah, that'd be great. CR500.
So are you going to ride the 500 or is it going to park?
Nope, I'm going to ride it as soon as I get it together. Kiefer's going to ride it. I'm going to ride it. Maybe I'll get Millsaps out there at Western. You ever ridden a CR500? Have you ever ridden a 500 two-stroke?
No.
Okay.
This is riveting.
Yeah.
Nope.
All barking, no parking?
Yeah.
All barking?
All right, buddy. Thanks for the call. We got to run.
Hey, yep.
Thank you.
That'll work.
Appreciate it. Watch me stick a carrot up my ass. ProFilter.com. Pulp20 is the code to save. ProFilter.com are quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. So through power sports dealers nationwide, you can easily pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. Thank you to ProFilter for coming on, and also thanks to Ride Engineering. Ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save. Ride Engineering, timing plugs, oil caps, and dipsticks are all flush mounted to minimize weight and the chance of unscrewing or scratching them with your boot. New applications are now in for the 2021 CRF 450 and 18 to 21 CRF 250. Prices range from $21 to $47, available for all other brands. Combine with some axle blocks and a master cylinder cap and get free shipping. Again, PulpFan20 at ride-engineering.com to save. Let's go to commercial break here. We'll come back and we'll have your Instagram questions for the great Davi Millsaps. And again, thank you to Alex Ray and Mumford and Dylan Ferrandis and Filthy Phil for calling in. We'll be right back after this break, everybody.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green. Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning, may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So, for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of
Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati.
Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to
KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, and TM.
From the motocross, supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com. Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 1-2-3 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening. Welcome back, everybody. Davi Millsaps in studio here. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and the folks at Decal Works. Have you ever been in a motorcycle car accident, Davey? Did somebody or some idiot take you out?
No.
You need to call attorney Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. Arthur takes the time to know his clients. Will take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call. More importantly, Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you. Help is only a phone call away. Arthur's got your back. He's a former mechanic. He knows what's going on. Visit arthurdraper.com for more information. We'll get A-Ray Arthur's info because A-Ray gets in a lot of accidents.
That he does.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Appreciate it. All right. So Instagram, I asked for questions for Davi Millsaps today from Instagram. We're going to throw all the locker ones away.
Yeah.
We're going to throw those aside.
I mean, I know it's everyone's obsession with this whole
It is.
what's in Davi's locker, but I mean, realistically, guys, truth be told,
we have it on YouTube. Just tell people.
No, it legit. It's been settled. Everything's been done. And I had to sign a piece of paper that said I can't talk about it, so leave me alone.
There we go. Timberjack85 says, Millsaps, prefer taco fixins or are they tacos okay with just meat?
Oh, just meat.
Okay. If Davey trained from lithium amp hours, if Davey trained more, he could have been unbeatable. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
I do too. What was the favorite factory bike you rode?
Factory? 06 to 08 Honda.
And Davey, 2013, you had the red plate for a little while.
Yeah.
What did you feel kept you from closing that title?
Bummed knee, and a bum knee.
Okay. From Rob Smoyer, what's your favorite hockey team?
I've never watched the game.
All right.
I don't even know what it. I know there's a Ducks, right?
Anaheim. Yep.
Anaheim Ducks. I know that.
Why would you randomly?
Is it LA Kings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 2.
Wow, 2.
LA Kings.
Can you name 3 NHL players?
Oh.
No.
Name 3 teams.
Gretzky.
He's long retired.
It doesn't matter. He was still a player.
Okay, we'll give him Gretzky.
Sure.
We'll give him Gretzky. Can you get 2 more?
No.
Okay.
No.
He got the 1 at least.
Yeah. Nathan Smith, 82. Do you remember the 811 camp? I went to that camp.
Yes.
What was that?
Of course. It was at it was in Michigan.
Uh-huh.
At I think it was Baja Acres, I believe.
Yeah, Baja Acres.
And it's when after Josh had passed away.
Right.
And his brother had set up this deal to where, just doing a training day with a bunch of kids and kind of pushing the name and hydration and stuff like that. And
cool.
So yeah, I was there.
KMK 371. We've seen lots of amateurs fizzle out. What makes a successful transfer to pros? How long you got, right?
I mean, your whole program, just your circle around you, honestly.
Yep.
If you have people in your corner that, want you to succeed and want you to do better, but only want you to succeed, that helps tremendously. If you have the willpower, the determination, and you aren't burnt out by the time you get there, you have a lot better chance of doing it. That obviously you have talent and your work ethic is there at that time. Mine was there, it just went away. It's just that transition's hard, man.
It is, man. It eats up a lot of dudes.
Because you come in from winning and then you go to that, and it's like they're already in such better shape because amateurs is always half of what pros are doing.
Yep.
So it's like you think you're in shape, like Carson was saying, you think you're in shape.
Yep.
But then you get to the pros and you're like, haha.
I feel like now it's better.
Yeah.
Nowadays they run a pretty like Ferrandis said, Romano and the other dude are just down there.
Yeah.
They're doing 30-minute motos. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
Levi just started doing 30s too. Yeah.
Right. So in your day though, it's like, oh yeah, I mean, here you go, kid, right?
I did 30s too because I was riding a lot with Ricky, and then back in the day, so I did a lot of 30s, but it was more so just that doing 30s at that pro speed.
Sure.
And that's always a step above what you're doing as an amateur.
From Time Has Priority, would you ever let your son try desert racing, and does he know about it? Yeah. I mean,
he races works.
I feel like that's desert racing.
I mean,
I don't know. Tallon?
It's not motocross.
Does that count as desert racing?
No, not at all.
Okay.
That's Grand Prix. Desert's its own thing, like 100-mile desert races.
Okay, you're talking like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just like a Grand Prix.
Like Baja 1000.
Yeah.
That's a desert
race.
race.
Or like National Hare and Hounds.
Like, if he wanted to do stuff, if he wanted to, yeah, I'm not going to say no. I mean, for sure, go for it.
You've been out at the Searchlight GP by Moran, the night race.
Yeah.
I saw you out there last year.
Yeah.
I would consider that desert.
Okay, so yeah, then he did that. Yeah. So.
David Motley 122. Can we bring back the vented front number plate?
I mean, that was bomb. I still have a K-Dub one.
Honda 664U. How much money was your Suzuki contract worth?
Which one?
Suzuki 250 contract.
So 0405?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, I don't know what I got in 05. I truly do not know what I got in 05, but I know what I got in 04. But I have no idea what I had in 05. I don't remember.
Jack Attack 258. What's the hardest part of retirement?
Not having a purpose. Not having that purpose and the routine and, the regimen of getting up every day to continue to do that. And knowing that, it's over. I mean, honestly, it's knowing that you can't go back and fix the things that, I wish I would have listened to myself, like I'm talking to Carson and Derek now. Like, I wish I would listen to myself. And knowing that all that is done was hard.
David Motley 122 again. How tall were you during your last year of 85 Super Minis?
On a stock 85, 5'8", 135 pounds.
Okay. Donnie Dark 013. Have you ever hated someone as much as Steve before?
Yes.
Stop it, of course.
Nicoletti.
Yeah.
And Tony. And not so much Tony. I don't really care about him. It was Mike at the time.
Yeah.
You raped her.
So I'm like third? No, I'm not even third.
No, no. Okay. I would say like 09. I hated you quite a bit.
Yeah, I was pushing you to be greater. Dylan Combe 180. I suffered brain injury through the sport, and I still struggle with major anxiety and depression daily. Any tips?
Diet.
Yep.
Gut to brain health is pretty important. I'm a big Lion's Mane fan. I'm a big Red Yishi fan.
I don't know what that is, but
mushrooms. But ones you buy at the store.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it just got to find what works for you.
But I guess doing nothing is the worst thing you can do. Try to find a balance. Try to find something that works.
I haven't stopped.
Right. Just
it's been almost 4 years for me, and it's been a battle every day. I found some stuff that worked, and that I'm not going to really talk about. It's my own personal deal, and I found it, and I've stuck with it for the last, honestly, about 3 months, and it's changed my life back to what I was doing. So I'm happy.
I felt like you were saying last time you were here that things were turning around for you. Yeah. From Nye Burt, and what company did you wish you ever got? What company did you wish you got sponsored by?
Jeez. I don't even know, man. That's an open-ended question. What I mean, in what category?
Anything.
So I mean, Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
I mean,
they were moto people. The guy was a moto guy.
Cat, John Deere. Yeah, he catered when we were at JGR.
Yeah.
I mean, a tractor would have been amazing. A dozer, stuff like that. So Cat, Bobcat, Caterpillar, John Deere. John Deere would have been sick.
Yeah, so sick.
John Deere green.
Oss 102030. What happened with Davi and Suzuki in the early years? Problems with the bike or problems with the Coaster?
I mean,
Roger wasn't a fan, right? And
Roger wasn't a fan of mine.
Right.
He was so busy with Ricky in 05 anyway. No one really ever existed besides Ricky. The bike, honestly, in 05 wasn't that bad. I mean, it was a pretty decent bike in 05. I had Rob from RG3 there, and we crushed it with suspension. We had Bridgestone and stuff like that.
Yep.
But that Honda was just that much better.
I bet.
So had nothing to do with money, by the way. Like, the money was the same across the board.
Yep.
It was strictly,
like you said, you got on it. You were 3 seconds better.
Yeah.
Zeke 27G. What is his role with the Moto 4 Kids Racing Series? Thank you.
I sponsored one round. Just because I love what they're doing. I love the atmosphere. I love the fact that they're giving back to kids that maybe, don't have the best shot at like a SWAT Moto or a big, national. Like, they're giving back to little guys.
Yep.
And that's where it starts for people, and bringing more people into there. And my son loves it. Mason Wiggins races it, and they're best friends. So, like, they get along really well. And I'm like, you know what? Like, I love this. My son loves it. He smiles, and, I want to help out. So I sponsored Kahia.
Oh, cool. Wiggles also worked for Tim Ferry.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Kevlar 459. Will you be wearing the donut when you spank the 800 at Loretta Lynn's 2022?
Well, I have to get it back from Carson because he has my only one.
Butters 109. Stories of being teammates with Stu.
I mean, I've known Stu my whole life. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, we grew up 30 minutes from each other. But being teammates with him, I didn't really do anything crazy because he was always in Florida.
Right.
I was in California or in North Carolina, and I mean, the only funny thing we had was that Toyota commercial where he's in the front seat on the back, and then you had Bomber there.
Yeah.
And that was about the only funny thing. But during racing, like, you didn't see him.
Yeah.
You know, that was it.
You saw him on autograph signings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If then.
Right.
Yep.
If then. What did the 7x7 butt patch mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Did I have that?
I don't know. So this guy said, MX GOAT.
I never had that.
I don't remember that.
Maybe it was just a saying.
No question from AZ Moto. Just super happy is on the PulpMX show. Davey, in your opinion, this is Tristan James 115. Davey, in your opinion, who should we send to MXDN this year?
Ferrandis.
Here's your passport. Here's your passport.
AP. AP, J-Coop, and
those are I think those are great picks. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. I don't. The next one, that's so hard. Like,
I'd go Sexton or Barsha. Barsha always rides good at those things.
I'm gonna go Bam Bam.
All right.
Only because he's been there, he's done it, and yeah.
From Hamburg 940, how many Suzukis in the garage at one time? What was the most Suzukis you ever had? I mean, good God, right?
God, I think and at one time, had to be like 16.
Yeah.
Maybe 12 to 16 of them.
Yeah,
for sure. Back on the 80 days.
Right, I bet, right?
85s, yeah.
Fred_Rick, last one. What was the biggest jump you hit on your 85?
Back in those days, probably 130, 140.
Oh, dude.
135, something like that.
Just pinned.
Well, I know one of them was on Revelation 199.
Okay.
At TP's house.
Yeah.
That was I think that was like 125, 130. That was a big one. And there was no forgiveness because it was kind of it was dug out. So in the middle had filled up with water, and then it was kind of went up and plateaued and went down. And
so you didn't on the downside.
Yeah, well, if I would have came up short, like that was the end of me. And
on an RM80 with forks and
yeah,
right.
And it was in the woods. But besides that was a table at my house in Georgia that you guys see me jumping Mini Warriors for. And then I mean, I hit every jump. As anything that I could jump, I jumped. So that's a tough one. The biggest jump I think I really honestly ever hit though, period in my life, was like 185.
Yeah.
And that was at Danimals.
Oh, okay.
So somewhere in California, up by I think Rancho.
I don't know where that is.
Castillo Ranch.
Oh yeah.
Besides that was it, man. Right. I just never had the opportunity to go jump like big jumps.
Wow, 185 is a big jump, dude.
Yeah,
so.
but I mean, like, you know what I mean. It was. I did everything I could there, but that was the biggest one that I had.
Right.
So
nice.
So.
All right. Well, thanks for those questions, everybody on Instagram. Yeah. Appreciate that. Good stuff. And the 10 people that asked about the locker, just check out YouTube archives. All right.
One day I'll say the truth, and then one day I'm gonna have to say it eventually. And it's gonna be, you guys are all gonna feel so dumb for even asking.
Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Racetech Suspension Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, ORW, Scoche, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains. Quick shout out to Scoche. Pulp21 is the code. PulpMX21 is the code to save with Scoche.com. Phone mounts, cables, they've got you covered. Bike mounts, car mounts, great company, great products. They got the base link charger here in front of us. So thanks to Scoche. Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace, atlasbrace.com. The new Vision is out. Check that out. Made a winning debut with Tanner Ward up in Canada this weekend. FMF, Guts Racing, Get Data, OGO Power Sports, Artisport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA. Love the guys at WUSA. Great work down there. Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, all on board with us tonight, and of course you people as well. Davey, thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it. Always fun.
Thank you.
Good time again. Good job tonight. Congrats on the work with Mumford, and I really want to. I like that kid. I hope he crushes it, man. He's a good dude. For sure. So Southwick this weekend will be a good test for him. So
he's in for a treat.
Yeah, he is. Thanks for coming in again.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks. Not thanks to Moser. Fuck Moser.
No, yeah.
Thanks to Pookie also for the wonderful cookies.
Yes.
Commercial break. Tallon, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Marks.
Yo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How's the app coming?
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody.
Friday.
That's it for tonight. We'll be back next Monday night to talk about Southwick and more. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine.